And let's see. It says going live. You are live. What is going on, everybody? Welcome to the great Manga of the Year stream for 2021. I am your host and moderator, RogersBase, and I am joined by an amazing panel of judges this year. We're going to be going over a full bracket of the 28 finalists of the best manga of the year that you guys voted on this year. So now people can't get mad about certain things being included because you guys voted. We had 21,000 individual IP-locked votes, so people couldn't duplicate their votes, fandoms couldn't slide through, you had to have a Google account to vote. 21,000 people still came through. We've got a full breakdown of all these different series, and right at the very beginning of the stream, before we do introductions, I want to get a little housekeeping out of the way, because last year's stream got a lot of people really upset. Those of you who were here in the call during last year's stream know exactly what I'm talking about. But basically, last year's stream devolved into sort of like some toxic discussions, let's say, and we're planning to not do that as much this year. So we set up some ground rules for this year's Manga of the Year stream. First and foremost, abstaining is not allowed on this year's Manga of the Year stream. You cannot abstain.
Lovely.
We had way too many people abstaining last year from things that they didn't read, but when deciding a Manga of the Year, we think it's very important to take everything into consideration, not just the manga itself, but its impact on the community, its growth. And so if you haven't read a series, go ahead and tell people that you haven't read the series. Be open about it. Be transparent about it. But if you're voting for something else, it could be something as simple as, well, I like the character designs, or the fandom has been really inclusive, or it's been like a really fun series to watch grow. So no abstaining this year. That ain't going to happen. Number two, we are going to try to keep this under 3 to 4 hours. We all are going to see Spider-Man later tonight. We don't want to keep this too long. And in order to keep things on track, you'll notice that we actually added a little discussion timer over here. So every single bracket is going to have a timer of 20 minutes. Now, obviously, if those of us that are in the call decide, you know what, we know what we want to vote on right now, it might not take 20 minutes, but there is going to be a timer for 20 minutes. And at that 20-minute mark, we are going to have to vote on the bracket to keep things moving along. And of course, as usual, Sensei, I know you said you're going to have an issue with this, but I am a PG-13 stream. Let's try to keep swearing to a minimum, guys.
Yep.
So, but otherwise, I think we're good.
Well.
Oh man, no.
Well, shucks. I've stayed quiet long enough, but it sounds like, Roger, you're allowing agenda with these votes, so I'm very excited for this.
The other thing I want to bring up too, and this is the last other thing, is you guys voted on the judges this year. This was something where a lot of people were complaining that judges didn't read certain series, and so you guys voted on the judges. Every judge that was available came through today. So really quickly, I want to give a huge, massive thank you to Axel, to Chibi, to Laz, to J Cloud, to Jay, to the Kingu, who is not here right now but will be joining us later, to Sensei, and of course to Tekking 101 for joining me on this amazing stream. This is going to be a lot of fun. Now, other things I want to mention real quick. Last thing, I promise, this is it, and then we're going to move on. I will not get a vote in this year's Manga of the Year stream. That is the other thing that a lot of people have been saying. Roger, you were voting on agendas. You had to do this thing. You're a One Piece YouTuber. You're only going to vote on whatever.
Lovely.
Lots of people are getting really angry at me. So I am actually not going to be voting on this year's Manga of the Year stream. I am simply a moderator. I might actually be, throwing some thoughts in during the discussion, and I may be trying to sway people's votes. But I personally am not voting.
Roger, they in the chat saying that you're low and Jay is loud as hell.
Oh, hold on. Let me adjust that. Here we go.
I feel like there's some foul play with that. I don't know, man. I feel
I'll turn the music down. Hopefully the audio is a little more leveled now. Is that good? Is that a little better?
You sound fine to me.
Right.
You sound good to us, but I don't know what they sound. I don't know what it sounds like in the stream.
Yeah, let me listen to it. Yeah, I'll listen to it real quick.
Yeah, I think it's pretty good. Audio levels are looking better. I know it's going to be obviously a
you
little bit off.
You sound great on it.
Yeah, well, great. Good. But, yeah, I will not be voting. Again, I'm not abstaining from the votes. I will be taking part in these discussions. But because I am not somebody who follows all of these series, I didn't think it would necessarily be fair. I am simply your host and moderator. I'll be checking in on the chat. I'll be reading out super chats and funny donations and things like that throughout the course of the stream. But with all that being said, I think we got through everything, right, guys? I think I'm good.
I believe so. I think you covered it.
Sounds about right.
I think it all sounds up great, man.
Yeah,
excellent.
Spoiler. spoilers, or should we okay
Yeah,
like
spoiler
not going
stuff.
too much in depth?
Yes. Oh, yeah. That's the last thing. So basically, what will be happening is, if we do end up going into a spoiler discussion about certain series, that will also be used with that timer. So basically, I will reset the timer for 10 minutes to go over any type of spoiler talk that you potentially want to go through before we move on to the discussion. And then that way, if you need to mute and then come back to the stream, you'll notice that the timer's restarted and you can hop right back in. So I think that does cover the last thing. All right. With that being said, let's move on to our very first matchup of the stream. First matchup, we've got One Punch Man versus Mashle. And, honestly, I thought this was going to be a relatively tough fight, seeing what people were saying on Twitter. But it sounds like there's almost a unanimous decision already. So I'm going to start this timer off, and let's get started debating One Punch Man versus Mashle. The floor is yours, guys.
Well, let's see. Mashle, it's a good series. Like, I've recently caught up with it, and I've enjoyed every bit I've gotten from it. But let's be honest here. One Punch Man this year has been non-stop heat.
Yeah,
And,
I mean,
yeah.
It's been phenomenal.
Like, the recent chapters, I'm not going to spoil, don't worry, but with the color pages and stuff, have been something that I think blew us all away if you've read it. And
that was
I
so
mean,
unexpected, too.
It was
Yeah,
unexpected.
I didn't think it was going to even be part of, like, that's something like a fan did or something, but, like, no, that's, like, a really weird way that you just don't see that in a manga usually.
Yeah.
And I mean, you got to think about it like this. I mean, One Punch Man is not even at its, like, ending conclusion of the arc yet,
Nowhere near
and
it,
it's
no.
already been this good. And it's coming from me as the guy that's actually read the webcomic. I've actually seen what's going to happen. But in terms of just the manga art to the story progression and the new things that have been added in, I got to give it to One Punch Man. I love Mashle, but at this moment, Mashle's still early and young and as a manga.
For sure.
And I don't think it can really hold up right now with One Punch Man.
yeah,
I started
Yeah.
reading Mashle this year, and I recommend. I made a few videos about it. I recommend everybody to go check out Mashle. I think it's
Yeah,
a
it's
great
fire.
fledgling series, but I got to go with One Punch Man, just like what Chibi said. I mean,
Yeah,
the
and
artwork is fantastic, and just Murata's a god. So there you go.
Yeah, I feel like a lot of times with series like this, when you have a series that's been long running, like One Punch Man, and you're comparing it to like a younger series, it's tough not to get into that headspace of like trying to think about the entire manga when it comes to Mashle because of how young it is. But if we're this is for the year, and if we're going for the year, like One Punch has just been spectacular, bro. Like it's just kind of in comparison. So it's like, although I do love Mashle a lot, I made videos on it as well, Tech, and I love the series. I do suggest people read it. I just think One Punch has just been something else.
Yeah, even with One Punch Man, you see the revision chapters too, what he's done. I think it's just a testament to his talent as an artist and how much he loves his series, the work that he's put into it, from the fights, even the character moments too that they've had so far in 2021 has just been brilliant. And it's just a tough matchup. I mean, Mashle, I've read a bit of it. I like what I've seen from it, but to put it up against Murata in the first round, it's tough. But One Punch Man gets my votes.
Yeah. Laz, I think you bring up a good point, though, in terms of the character standpoint. Because one of the things that One Punch Man does really well is develop the side characters that it has. Like, the fact of the matter is, Saitama has been relegated to a side role as all of the side characters really get their chances to shine and show what they're capable of.
I mean,
whereas with Mashle, it's just kind of... It's become very one note this year, and I know that might be a dissenting opinion. I still love Mashle, and it's one of the best series from last year that came out. But in comparison, when you're comparing the character development between One Punch Man this year and Mashle, One Punch Man just destroys it.
Yeah, I go with One Punch Man. Like you go to the side cast you're talking about there. Like one of my favorite bits this year that I got from it was stuff with Genos and with Tatsumaki, which has been brilliant. Because I don't know, Chibi, you could probably clarify for me, but I don't think it was as deep as it was in the web novel than you see in the manga. So like to kind of get that right here, I thought it was like brilliant because we always talk about the action, the art, all this. But he's really good too when it comes to the character writing.
I agree.
Stuff, like,
he does express a lot of emotion and character development through his art, with the way the characters like express themselves in panels, and it's not always like cut and dry and like you can instantly get it. You really have to look deep into some panels, and I feel like this goes towards a lot of manga. But when it comes to One Punch Man, I feel like he's really perfected his craft, at least this last year, which showcases some of the deep storytelling of the characters and their development through the art.
He's very skilled with taking like a scene that might have only happened in 1 or 2 panels in the webcomic and like expanding it to make you really feel for that character in that scene way more. He's just great with that.
Yeah, absolutely.
I also got to say too, and you guys can correct me if I'm wrong, have they announced an anime for Mashle yet?
So that might be this weekend. So Jump Festa is happening this weekend, and it is very highly speculated that both Mashle and Undead Unluck might finally be getting anime announcements.
Undead Unluck.
That's gonna be crazy, son.
It has been leaked that Ayakashi Triangle is going to be getting an anime because it was announced in this week's Shonen
Did
Jump.
we really expect anything different?
Usually, if you get like a domain,
you have some
announcement
people
or
that
something,
expect
then,
different, but they don't realize that like Ayakashi Triangle is by a veteran author. So
I wrote to Love Blue,
that's how it is. Exactly.
I would say we're Undead.
And that's
as
decent
well as
too.
with
That's a decent
Mashle.
series as well. I just want to say.
Where they're at right now, I think having an anime would be like the perfect like time for their
Well,
series.
because I'm not mistaken, but isn't Mashle only like it's already halfway done the series or something? Like I saw something where it's nearing its end or whatever.
Yes.
Wait, is it?
but-
Wait, no way.
So yes, it was
yes.
announced by the author that supposedly Mashle has already reached its halfway point.
Wow,
but
really?
we always have to consider the fact that sometimes
If it
the
gets popular,
authors
then
overestimate or underestimate
That
how
is
long
true.
the series is
Yeah.
going to be. I mean, just look at
Yeah.
One Piece.
One Piece.
How many times they
Yeah.
said that was going to end?
I mean,
I heard that for
My Hero.
Undead Unluck as well. That
My
series,
Hero is a
like, it's
good
a conclusion.
example as well, though.
Even Jujutsu Kaisen, I think they said last year was like 2 years
Yeah.
left, and I highly doubt it.
I highly doubt it.
No, it's too popular. There's no way that's it.
No
Yeah.
way, no. Get
There's
that
no
big
way.
bank, man. Come on, especially with this movie.
There absolutely is a way for it to end, though. I think. Because
Oh yeah, definitely.
you got to consider the fact that we are past the point of the big 3 era where Shonen Jump kept having series run for an infinite amount of time. You have a lot more manga now that are able to end their stories
On their
within
own
200 to
terms,
300 chapters. And that seems to be the stronger way to go. I mean, like the fact of the matter is Demon Slayer ended when it did. And I mean, there's also a myriad of different factors that went into its sales boom, but like it's still destroying sales charts despite being a 200 plus chapter series.
Well, we got to factor in though. Remember, I don't think the series. Correct me if I'm wrong. I don't think it really blew up until the anime, like when they got to episode
You are
19.
correct.
It was
because
after
of that-
episode 19 and the anime ended. Like then it really
Yeah,
picked up.
and the manga was pretty much already set to end at that point. I'm probably willing to bet you that the mangaka talked to the editor and Shonen Jump like, hey, I'm wanting to wrap up this series, and probably gave his notice, maybe the 6-month notice or whatever, and was ready to wrap it up the time that episode aired. And we got to remember, it did end very quickly after the anime. So I feel like even if they wanted to extend it, it couldn't be extended because it's already set stone to end.
Yeah, it felt like a Bakuman situation. If you ever read that series of like how like the
Yes,
last
sir.
manga that
That's
they
a
did,
good
and it's
manga.
like, and they were like, well, let's end it on our terms. But again, the company wanted them to keep going, and I kind of respect that decision as long as it isn't like you're done because you're burnt out or anything. I can't speak as a mangaka because I wouldn't know, but as long as it doesn't ruin, I guess, like what made it special, and you're just ending it to ending it, then fair game.
I feel like the standard should not be set up to like you have to have a One Piece that's like 1,000 chapters. Or
Totally.
No,
I
definitely.
totally
Yeah.
agree.
It's right.
That should-
Not
that should-
anymore.
it shouldn't be the goal, but you don't want to walk away
you
from
can
what you
wrap up
have.
in 200 chapters. Then just do that. Don't
Absolutely,
like, drag
yeah.
it out longer than you have to. Doctor
Yeah.
Who
However,
tried
it
again.
is
As long as it doesn't
double-edged
mess up the
sword.
vision.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's a double-edged sword too, though, with these chapters or these series ending so quickly. It's like the recent stuff we get in Shonen Jump now feel like they need to be, let's say, on chapter 50 on chapter 1 just to be able to survive nowadays, which I feel is really
it's a tough
bad.
chopping block. It really is.
It really is. Like I know someone made a video recently talking about it, saying that Shonen Jump is always act series, and that's true. They do.
It is.
But the
Yeah.
thing is that when you just look at the differences in terms of the chapters from, let's say, a decade ago to the new chapters, let's say, from this year, you'll see that they have to start with their chapters literally being maybe like 50 chapters in, kind of like how it would normally take in terms of story pacing. And it's just crazy to me how, this is being done. And it could explain why series are so short nowadays, because there's just so much exposition and progression having to be made maybe in the first 10 to 20 chapters just to get it off the ground to survive.
Yeah, new chapters nowadays got to start with a bang, or it's just not going to.
They really
Yeah,
do, because there's so much history. Like, you have to do enough to differentiate yourself. I mean, like, fact of the matter was, like, with Phantom Seer, for example, the problem was, I mean, like, demon ghost based stuff is one of the most common like styles of series, and like even then, like, you had Jujutsu Kaisen running against it, and
Kimetsu no Yaiba obviously was the biggest thing that year, for sure. I mean, I think this year has been better in terms of smaller series really coming into their own and like growing their fan bases.
Some of them are in the bracket right now.
Oh yeah, there's a lot of them. I mean, like, I know we're going to get to Undead Unluck later. I know that we're going to get to Kaiju number 8 as well. Blue Lock, exactly. Yeah. So there's like a lot of fan favorites, and I think you are seeing some of those smaller series sort of like coming into their own. But yeah, I completely agree that I don't think everything needs to be this long-running shonen One Piece. Like, I think obviously that does shine through in terms of popularity. I mean, you look at the 4 buys that we've got in the bracket, it's One Piece, JJK, Black Clover, and MHA. So I feel like there are still people who absolutely do love and crave those shonen series. But I do think it's a good thing to point out that the 5th most voted for thing when we were going through and putting all this together was Berserk. Now, I think a big part of that was probably, of course, due to the passing of the author, but at the same time, I do think you are seeing more of those types of series, not necessarily weeklies, but sometimes even monthlies, like really rising up in terms of popularity. And again, I think we'll get to it later on in the stream. So, real quick, I think we got this one. The answer is One Punch Man unanimously.
One Punch Man,
for this first round.
One Punch Man.
I agree.
Absolutely. Yeah. It's funny that we had this long-running conversation about everything other than One Punch Man.
Well, that discussion
it's great.
Too, so,
Yeah.
And I mean, the discussion could be applied to all these manga too, though.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. And I'm sure we're going to get to more of them. So, ladies and gentlemen, the winner of your first round between One Punch Man and Mashle is One Punch Man. The bracket has been updated. It will continue to be filled out later on throughout the course of the stream. Additionally, thank you so much to D-Lip King for super chatting and Mr. Taco for super chatting as well. Really appreciate that. We're going to potentially get to some super chats later, so if there were specific questions or things you wanted to have us talk about, I'm looking through all of them and I'll bring them up a little bit later, but otherwise we got to keep things moving. I'm going to reset the timer up ahead, and we are going to get things started with the next bracket, which is, this one's probably going to go the full 20 minutes, I'm going to be honest. Like, I'm looking at this one right now.
Oh, this one is going to be brutal.
Here we go.
Me and Tech had a discussion already about it. We were like, okay, let's place what we want first. And I was just like, look, they're both good. Yeah. They're both good. Oh. And as we said in the early discussion before we started the stream, it's the 1-chapter series versus the 2-chapter series this year.
Right. Yeah. Which, funnily enough, just happened to be that way. So I guess I didn't bring this up in the beginning of the stream, but
it's random, right?
Yeah. So the way the bracket worked is the 4 buys, the 4 big shonen series, all got through because they got a supreme high number of votes. Those were the top 4, like by a wide margin, and then everything else was actually randomized in the challenge bracket, and things were then placed and rearranged in terms of the type of series that it is. They were also rearranged in terms of like the fandoms. So obviously, like Berserk and Bleach both have huge fandoms, but happen to randomly get put in the same bracket with only 1 or 2 chapters this year, which I think was kind of funny. So it ended up working out in that. Now, some of these obviously a little bit later on, I think they're going to be brutal discussions, but we're not going to get to those just yet. But yes, these brackets were randomized outside of the 4 buys and then just rearranged in terms of, making it where it's a little bit more fair. So I think initially it was like JoJo versus, I want to say it was like the Elusive Samurai or something. Oh no, it was JoJo versus Oshi no Ko is what it was. And I was like, I think I got to rearrange these two. And it was Blue Lock versus Record Ragnarok, so I switched those 2 around. But if we get to another one of those, I'll bring it up. All right, well, the timer is getting started. Ladies and gentlemen, let's do this. Bleach versus Berserk. The timer starts now.
No, I want to say this. There is no way in hell that we should vote Bleach over. I love Bleach. I love it. But there is no way in hell that Bleach should be voted over Berserk after the last 2 chapters we got. Not to mention, I hate to do this, But Miura send off, one of the best chapters I've ever read. Ever. That last chapter of Berserk brought me to tears. Just for that alone.
I agree. I 100% agree
I
with
respect
that.
it wholeheartedly, bro. And at the same time, Cool might be coming back with heats, and I don't know, man. Bleach looking a little fire. I don't know.
Okay, so this is a big discussion. See, this is a big discussion. The last two chapters of Berserk, okay? If we put aside our emotions and all that, the last two chapters were great in terms of story progression and just the long time setup with the Moonchild for over like a decade plus that we've been waiting on. And I feel like it was incredibly important chapter, besides just, like I said, the emotion attached to the passing of Kentaro this year. And I feel like in terms of story, if I had to put it side by side with Bleach, with its like one-shot chapter it got, I would say on par with like potential. They're both the same, but I have to hand it to Berserk just because it finally put to rest something that was built up for over a decade.
And I think that's an important point because like with Berserk, it brought closure, while with Bleach, I mean, let's not underestimate the fact that single one shot completely reignited the Bleach fandom. Like insanely so. Yeah. But it left us with more questions than anything else without any answers as to whether or not we will get answers. Well, and like you said, the fact that they, in Berserk, regardless of Miura's passing, the fact that there was a story plot line that concluded after a decade, that has a lot of weight to it. Like, a lot of weight. And I will admit right here, Berserk is one of the only two series in this entire bracket that I have not read. Because I had fully intended on reading Berserk down the line, but I can't deny the impact that two chapters had compared to Bleach's one.
Now, this is not downplaying Bleach by any means. I mean, technically,
no, not at all.
The one-shot chapter.
I was just like, I was waiting. I'll make the case for Bleach. It will probably.
I can make it with you.
The whole chat is going. Tekking's being surprisingly quiet right now.
Defended.
Because I haven't read Berserk. That's why. So I'm like, okay, look, to make my case for Bleach, I feel the ending of that manga back in 2016 was so rushed and so poorly handled that this was exactly what we needed. That, as you said, reignited the fan base.
Right.
I love how it really did seem like we are catching back up with these characters after 10 years. It seemed very natural to just jump back into this world. What happens with Ichigo, how his life kind of ended up being like a family man, having a wife, having a kid. Yeah. And I just feel like, okay, that fits his character. All the characters seemed perfectly in tune. It seemed like Kubo went away, took a couple of years, went on vacation, came back, and was completely, reignited to start his series, rejuvenated to start his series again. And yes, you are correct. We have no idea. It is in limbo right now of whether or not this is going to be continued on. I'm an optimist for this, and I think he will.
There is a lot of rumors. There is a lot of rumors going on about Jump that it will come back.
Let's keep it
based on it has to be on the exhibitions that coming up at Jump Festa. I would not be surprised if Google does something aligned.
There was an announcement today.
Yeah, but he hates the editorial limitations of Shonen Jump, and that's what killed him 5 years ago.
Yeah, but I think if it does come back, I don't think it's going to be a weekly thing. I think it's going to go the
weekly. But my thing is too, if he wasn't going to come back, he wouldn't have came back with Burn the Witch and Shonen Jump.
Not only
that was only special terms.
He wouldn't have came back. He wouldn't have came back with this one shot that set up so much.
Not even just this one shot.
Because the thing is, you just start off a new arc, literally, with this thing. So it's like I just can't see it to be like, okay, whatever it is, what it is. Like
the way the chapter ended, it ends on a huge, ridiculous cliffhanger.
Because he wants to make something else.
Why would you do that if you weren't sure you were going to get something else? Even if it's one chapter a year, even if it's whenever he feels like it, I think
the fact that we're getting Bleach content, it's perfectly fine because he's continuing on that story that, again, I feel like he still had some time maybe to finish up the end. It's maybe part his problem and part probably Shonen Jump's. But the fact he's been given that license to come back and be able to continue on something and maybe rehash or fix up on things that maybe he wanted to do with this 10-year time skip and all that, that's perfectly fine.
It does
I wanna
seem
bring
to,
up
it
a
seems
point.
like he wants to just write the manga at his own pace, which I think
As-
is something
yeah.
that he's
Exactly.
deserved.
Yeah,
at that
so-
point, right?
And
I
honestly,
got a point
he
to
had
this.
that way for 90% of the series. To be honest, the last 10% it goes other way.
Yeah, and then as
Don't
somebody who's
forget,
not as
he had light
hardcore-
novels too.
That's
And
right.
then the light novels.
And those
Oh,
are
yeah.
good.
Can't
And
fear
those
the
are
world.
good.
Yeah.
But as somebody who's not as hardcore of a fan of Bleach and who enjoyed what little I've read of Burn the Witch and when we talked about it last year, and I still plan to watch the anime, I am just curious, from the narrative standpoint, is he trying to find a way to connect those two series together because they're in the same universe, right?
Yeah, they are in the
Maybe.
universe.
They are in the
and
same universe.
There was no connection in the one shot in the Witch. The only and this is very Ichigo. So it's
he's cutting out.
Tekking's-
Yeah,
you're
he's
breaking up a
cutting out.
little
You're
bit.
cutting out.
Not a little
like,
bit tricky, bro. I was like, wow.
grasping at straws.
Yeah, it's Wiki taking him right now.
I'll fill you in though. What's I want to talk about while he's trying to reconnect.
Sure.
Last year, I made a point, and I want to bring up the same point I made last year in the same type of video we made, Roger. I feel like Kubo is getting a little bit more liberties than most offers right now in Shonen Jump because I feel like he's being used as a test. Because as we know, Shonen Jump, they like to have chapters each week. As we know with Burn the Witch, it was done bi-weekly, every so often we had these chapters come out. And I feel like maybe that is Shonen Jump testing the waters for a potential new format for the magazine. Example here, let's say you have a One Piece chapter this weekend, and then next weekend it's on break, but it shifts out with My Hero Academia. And then the next week, My Hero Academia shift out for One Piece, and it's a constant back and forth thing to keep more type of content within the magazine. And I feel like Kubo might be being used for that since he got brought back and how Burn the Witch was done, and then the one shot. And then also, as we talked about, with it getting a potential continuation, I also see it actually happening because, for one, today we had big news for Bleach. We had the anime reveal announcement in terms of it coming out in fall. I mean, we know that they've been hyping up Bleach for a while. And I mean, it's clear that they want Bleach to be successful. And I think also in Shonen Jump right now, demons, spirits, and stuff like that are incredibly popular ever since Demon Slayer really blew up. And I think it made a resurgence in that type of genre and that style. And people know that Bleach is one of those type of stories that was like that.
Yeah.
And I feel like if we go back, let's say half a decade ago or even a decade ago, and we think about Bleach, most people that were reading manga at the time in Shonen Jump were reading One Piece, Naruto, and Bleach. And people mostly navigated towards Naruto and One Piece, not because Bleach was inferior, but because at that time frame for manga, those were the two strongest, and that was what was popular at the time. While as for Bleach, when we look at its themes and structure, it was not for, let's say, the average young adult or the young kid. The themes of it is actually very mature if you go back and read it.
Oh god.
It does, yeah.
And if you look at it, it's very similar to how Jujutsu Kaisen is being done in terms of just not saying the story's the same, but with the themes being catered more towards the adult audience. And I feel like that is why Bleach is coming back because Shonen Jump knows.
If they do bi-weekly or monthly, they should let Gege hop on that.
I mean, they could also do what Shonen Jump Plus is doing with some of the series, like Chainsaw Man Part 2, Dadadan, Kaiju, all those. I appreciate why they do it like that because even Spy Family, that they kind of just go on their own terms where, okay, we write for 2 weeks, one chapter, 2 weeks, we come back after because it allows them to refresh, rejuvenate, as I said before, and also be able to do what they want to do without the limitations of, I got to meet these deadlines all the single time,
Yeah,
So
it carries
really
way
cool.
better pacing for the story as well.
Way better.
There's a change in general. Oh, sorry, go ahead.
I was gonna say,
go ahead, Les. My fault, bro.
My bad. I was gonna say because even with Spy Family, right now it's gonna get an anime. I think it has less than 50 chapters, but because of how much content you can get out in those one chapter per 2 weeks, is a testament because now they realize there's another way that the companies can make money now from it while not putting their workers, through the hell itself just to be able to get that content out.
Yeah. And Spy Family is following a similar pattern.
Yeah,
there's a change in general happening with editorial, where they are. They're loosening the reins a bit because this wasn't a thing years ago where you would have the big series taking breaks once a month or once every other week or every 3 weeks. This wasn't a thing, but I think they're starting to realize a little bit more that like you are able to get more quality out of people when you do give them time, and they don't want to risk anything happening to people like Oda or Gege or Horikoshi in the event that they're just worked to death. Unfortunately,
yeah,
the same liberties cannot be said for anything that's not necessarily in like the top 8 series of Shonen Jump, outside of like the double issues that happen throughout the year. But they are starting to loosen up the reins, and especially more so for the veteran authors that they have. Because I mean, that was a thing even too for Chojin X, where it was originally supposed to be
on
just this online series, own schedule. Something obviously happened where they decided, like, okay, we're gonna physically print this in our a seinen magazine at this point.
What the
But
Somebody in the chat just called this man Axel Sawyer.
Oh my god.
They said Preet Sawyer.
Oh my god.
Hey, could you get Sawyer, by the way? Where is that man?
Sawyer, so I have
He's
no
in the
idea.
grade.
Last time I had
right.
to send him a little message on a boat through my pool to go
Yeah.
to get to him.
By the way,
I guess he hasn't got it.
Hopefully next level we'll get him.
I'm working on the Sawyer signal on top of my house, but I hadn't finished it in time.
Dude,
so-
that
There
man
you go.
is more AWOL than anyone I've seen in this community. It
I
is
gotta
so
say, though,
hard to get.
Hey, man,
I
you know-
appreciate
you know
that.
what?
I appreciate
get
that
it,
he
though.
always
He's-
answers my call, though.
I get it though, because he's out there living his life.
Of
God
course.
bless
Oh, yeah.
Sawyer,
Living
you
his
know?
best life, of course.
He's a good
of course.
I like
Yeah.
him. He's an awesome dude. Yeah.
I mean, even going to the schedule thing again, just to talk about it quickly. I don't know if you guys have kept up with a series called Automan that's in Weekly Young Jump.
yes, I have.
Yeah, so basically the schedule now that it runs, it kind of is like what One Piece is now, where it's like it has a chapter every so it has one chapter, like 3 chapters, and then it goes on break on the 4th one. So it always guarantees that the author would have the end of the month to kind of take off and then come back at the start of next month to write the next chapter. So they're not going like a Mashima where it's like I write all every week until it gets time for Christmas and stuff. Like, so I think that's something also too I really like that now more editors, more like publishers are doing now. And I think a big help to that is Kimetsu no Yaiba, because if you guys have seen the thing with the Prime Minister, he talked about wanting to put more emphasis and money and stuff into the industry itself to help out these people. I think that's going to be the big change to start all of this, so where now we can still get the content we want, but it's not going to be at the liberty of all these mangakas, all these other like creators and stuff being put to the sword literally just for our amusement.
Right, because it's important to note here, Kentaro Miura was not the only mangaka that unfortunately passed this
Right,
year.
right.
One of the other ones
Both
was the manga artist that was working on the manga adaptation of oh my gosh, it was the Demon King. Oh my god, I'm blanking on the title of the anime, and I watched it this year. Oh my god, but the Anos Voldigode anime light novel adaptation, that mangaka died as well this year. So I think in general they are trying to be more mindful of it, because it's a tough industry.
Yeah, because you don't want it to be like, you don't want because of big name that passed to make a move, because it should happen regardless. Any person that happens, you should be making those moves. I think it's because of a name such as Miura is gone. It's like, well, because imagine like I'm knocking on wood right now as hard as I can, but for Oda, like protect that man by all costs. If anything that happened and they don't make a move, there would be turmoil.
I feel like they probably give Oda a little bit more leeway than the rest, considering he's Oda. But overall, you can't go figure. You treat the mangakas with a little bit more,
Like their status, like everyone's a creator. Like at the end of the day, there shouldn't be no stature to it. Like we're all human. At the end of the day, we want to make greatness. Like
imagine if someone told you have to make a video every single day at exactly noon, and if you don't,
I couldn't do that shit.
Yeah,
no.
exactly.
No way.
I had to get that out of the way.
We can't all
So
do
what are
online
we-
review, okay?
Yeah,
We
so
can't
what are we
crank out
voting
videos
on?
every
Yeah,
day.
so what are we going for? Because we talking about the industry. We need to talk about Berserk and Bleach, please.
Wait
What is the?
wait a minute.
But I think,
Wait,
hold on, I do think, I
One
was gonna
person
say,
each,
I do
We need to let
think,
Talking these talk.
we'll let Talking talk, but I do think it was an important conversation to have while discussing Berserk and Bleach, because it touched on a lot of different topics in the industry about like where things are going, not wanting to burn out certain creators, having only 1 or 2 chapters per year. I think there were a lot of things that did relate to the series, but yes, we are on a 5-minute timer. Teching, the floor is yours on Bleach. Go right ahead.
First off, am I talking like a robot again?
No,
you're
No,
not.
you're good.
No.
You are
Now?
great.
All right. New microphone, so I was wondering if it was that. Anyway,
you sound great.
No, I mean, I said pretty much everything I wanted to say about it. I mean, I just am so ecstatic that the series, like, it feels like it's getting a second chance. Like, because so many times, like, okay, the manga's over. If it had a crappy ending, well, that's it. Game over. You're not getting anything else. But we got it, and I'm just like, okay, even if it's at Kubo's own pace, even if it takes like one chapter a year, or maybe just one chapter whenever he feels like over several years,
sure.
I'm perfectly acceptable with that because I love the world and the characters that he created, and it's just like we talked about, we had Hueco Mundo, and then we had the whole thing with the Quincy's, and now going into Hell, it seems like the last piece of unfinished business in the Bleach universe.
Yep,
and we're tackling that in the like that seems like that should have been the proper final arc that maybe Kubo planned ahead, but then Shueisha Shonen Jump told him like, no, you have one more arc and that's it.
Yeah,
it's like, okay, I'll make it about the Quincy's,
and
Hell
even the
gets kind of
burnout
swept under
too.
the
Like,
field. So I'm so happy with it. I'll be reading with it as long as it continues. So I haven't read Berserk. I'm sure it was amazing. But I have to go with Bleach on this one for my vote.
Yeah, my pick is with Bleach as well. I have a stronger attachment to Bleach than I do Berserk. Not to say that like what came out of Berserk this year wasn't great. It was really good. And rest in peace to Miura. It was a send off of all send offs we could get. If we don't get any more, I'm content with the journey and all that. I just feel like what we got this year from Kubo in that one shot to where now we're starting off this Hell arc and everything, I think just reignited the interest and love that I have for this series. And that's probably the most excited I've been for Bleach. And yeah, that's just my pick.
Yeah, for me, I have
go ahead.
For me, I have to go with Bleach just for the simple fact that for this one shot alone, this opened up so many doors for many theories, and this is something that the Bleach fandom wanted for the longest time to touch upon the Hellverse thing. Because when we got that movie, was it back in like 2009, 2010? Yeah, and when that happened, we was like, oh, this would be dope if it was actually in a manga, and we actually are getting that. And there's no way Kubo would just come back with this one shot that opened up the floodgate of so many story arcs to come, and not to capitalize on that, I just got to go with Bleach just for the simple fact.
All right, so I want to speak on, because I'm on the other side of the fence here. So this is the thing, right? I have been currently reading Bleach. I'm not caught up. I'm probably like 50 chapters away, so I haven't got a chance to read the last 2 chapters. However, I have read the one shot Bleach, and I really did enjoy it. I felt like looking at it as a whole, what it did for the Bleach community is amazing. I agree with all the points that y'all have made. But looking at the chapter itself, like I thought it was a good chapter, but I honestly myself didn't think it was as great as like what y'all have been saying. But that's just my opinion. I felt like it was like a little slow the first half. I felt like the second half of the manga is where the one shot is where it really shined for me. And that's just my perspective on it. But looking at what came from the last 2 chapters of Berserk, like as a community, with Miura's passing included, I know like y'all keep like trying to exclude it just because like you don't want it to be like a pity thing, and I get that. But for me, my vote's gonna go with Berserk. I just feel like I wouldn't feel right not voting for Berserk. So I'm going with Berserk. That's just my vote.
And actually, I want to touch on that real quick, though. I want to touch on that real quick because I do think it is important to take everything in consideration as well when talking about Manga of the Year. That's a big reason why we decided to get rid of abstaining this time around. Because I think if you look at the impact that Berserk had on the community, the amount of people that got back into Berserk after Miura's passing, the quality of that final chapter, even as somebody who's not a huge Berserk fan, and again, I don't have a vote in this, but if I did, I would have also voted for Berserk because I do feel like that final panel where you see a certain character's face and the tears running down their face, like it to me encapsulated everything that I love about the emotion of that series and like heightened it to 11 and sort of like was a great mirror of what the community was going through at the same time. I also want to bring this up too because this may end up going to a tie. I don't know how the last person's going to vote.
I know what I'm going to
have to
vote.
vote.
I know.
If this
So
goes,
before-
wait, because I will say this: if this goes to a tie, in the event of a tiebreaker, we hadn't brought this up before. The vote will go to the chat. So the chat is the tiebreaker. I am not the tiebreaker this year. Okay. So if the chat truly wants a certain series to win, whether it's Bleach or Berserk, it will go to the chat. and that'll be that. So, all right. please
So
continue.
about that, because I have to vote still.
Oh, so
Sir, please, just a minute at a time,
Don't
sir.
listen to him.
Sir, no.
you have 10 seconds.
I have
10
it's my
seconds.
time. It's my time. I need to say
We're
this.
already at 20 minutes. We got to go. Go ahead.
I'll make it 30 seconds. Roger, time me. 30
All right,
seconds.
I'm timing
I
you.
am
30
very,
seconds. Here we
very
go.
disappointed with every single one of you that said take emotion out of Berserk. Then you use the same emotion and talk about what the Bleach one-shot did for the entire community and everyone's happy. That sounds like emotion to me. I'm just saying,
didn't
make
say
it
take
fair.
out of Bleach.
Just make it fair. Just make it fair. That's all I'm asking.
So,
It is. Well, I think it is.
may I have,
Based on
may
what
I
I
have the
said.
floor?
I said I don't have
Floor's
that same
yours.
attachment, but
Go ahead.
Okay,
Go ahead.
so
Floor's
I'm
yours.
going to say my quick little line before I vote, okay?
Okay, go ahead.
Now, I did say take the emotion out of Berserk because I don't, like
Blasphemy.
was already said, I don't want
Echoed.
to pity because the offer, Kentaro passed away.
course,
But
of
the
course.
thing is I am biased with Berserk. It is something that I started with almost 8 years ago, and it was something that really blew me away because it was the first seinen series I've ever really read at that time. And I remember picking up the volumes, ordering them, and reading them one by one, waiting for them to come in the mail. And seeing the journey of Guts as a character, and then the last chapter that came out with the tears that Roger said himself, is something that hit me emotionally. I mean, I cried. I'm not going to lie. I cried looking at it. It is an emotional chapter. And I'm going to vote for Berserk, not just because of my emotion, but because of what the chapter represented.
I mean, even though I'm not voting for Berserk,
I'm
I
with Jay,
think-
man. Go ahead, bro. Go ahead.
No, I'm just saying, even though I'm not voting for Berserk, I think it's impossible to take out the emotion.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying, bro. That's what I was saying. I'm with Jay, bro. I feel like it's impossible to take emotion out. I feel like that's that's something that you should take into consideration.
Yeah, I think it's more so the emotion of the actual content that's happening in the manga. You should not be taking that out. I think that's a better clarification.
Yes,
you don't want because I think that whatever happens in the manga, that's the emotion. You can't take that away. Obviously with the author and stuff, I don't want to use it as a cheat code either because that would be wrong as well. But whatever happens in the manga, that's what should be counted for.
But see, Laz, I feel like I agree with you on one hand, but then on the other hand, I feel like if you take but I feel like the author passing adds more emotion to the manga chapters.
I know what, that's fair enough. If you use as your point, that's fair enough. For me, I just go by the content itself because I don't have that attachment to Berserk as you guys would, so it'll be a little bit different. But I acknowledge that his passing has a weight to these chapters.
Sure. I do think.
All right.
Go
May
ahead.
I?
Yeah, go ahead.
May I
So,
have my vote?
It went on 2 minutes.
Go
so,
ahead,
all right,
Axel, go.
You have the floor is yours. Go ahead, Axel. I think I know where this
right.
is going to. I think the chat's going to be happy, but go ahead.
Yeah, no. So, okay, like I said at the very beginning, Berserk is one of the few series on this list out of all 28 that I have not read. So I went into this discussion wanting to hear from other people and what they had to say.
Of course.
And the fact of the matter that it was already brought up that there was a plot line that was 10 years in the making that was concluded regardless of his passing. And
Yes.
I also want to say thank you to Jay because you can't take the emotion out of this. Because
And that's
you
why I said I
can't.
was biased. I was
And
biased with it.
and I'm someone, I've read all of Bleach. I read the one shot. I was very happy to see the one shot come back, but there's no way that I can vote for Bleach over Berserk, given the fact that, as we discussed, what we got in this year was a culmination of 10 years. So my vote has to go to Berserk.
And with
Well,
that,
it's also not. Wait, one thing, and I'll stop. It'll be quick. It'll be quick.
That's fine. Go ahead.
Okay. One thing I want to bring up that Aniki said in chat, and I think this is very true to Berserk. Berserk in this situation is more of a lifetime achievement award, in my opinion, more than yearly. And when we look at what Berserk has achieved, it isn't just from this year, but it also has achieved so much of an impact on manga as a whole, but not just manga, but literature, gaming, anime. It has had a sweeping impact. And as Roger said himself, we're factoring in the impact of the community.
Yes.
Berserk, if we have to say impact, Berserk is probably by far impacted the community more so than most of the manga on this entire list.
And that's the thing I want to bring up is because we're about to put this to a tiebreaker. In fact, I'll put the poll out right now because it's 4-4.
Is it officially a tiebreaker?
It's officially
what is the
tiebreaker.
actual vote breakdown?
4-4. So basically,
4-4.
it was 4 votes for Bleach, and then 3 who are here. It was 3 votes for Bleach of people who are here currently, and 4 for Berserk. And King of Lightning, who is not here yet but will be here later in the stream, gave his votes, and I want to bring this up because I think it's important. King's #1 choice this year, above all else, was Bleach. So that brings it to 4-4.
Wow.
That is shocking.
That officially
All right,
brings it to
King.
4-4.
We're about to crush this
Alright.
man's dream.
That's a
So
massacre.
this-
oh
I
my
didn't
God.
even go that far
So
with
this
it.
is a huge.
I like it, but you know,
Disgraceful.
Yeah.
Absolutely
Dude,
disgraceful.
I can't believe
Working,
King
by the
chose
way.
Bleach.
All right,
I mean, don't-
King.
this is the same as like Kubo's finest work.
finest.
That's crazy, son. I ain't gonna
So
lie.
the first tiebreaker is now currently available in chat. You guys can now vote. It's tiebreaker 1, Bleach versus Berserk. As that's going on, another thing really quickly I want to bring up. What did I say? Oh, Berserk. I'm sorry.
Hey, I can't wait. I can't wait for that
Sorry,
sequel.
if you guys
my
don't
God.
vote
That's a
Berserk, I'm
great
gonna be
sequel,
upset.
man.
I don't want to sway the chat,
Hell
but
no.
come on, Berserk.
Yeah.
Come on,
So-
gotta vote
That's
Berserk.
an
Guys.
awesome sequel, man. I can't wait.
Berserk.
My man
Berserk.
said.
Did I say Berserk? Oh, Berserk.
Berserk.
Man,
No.
Griffith,
Oh
man.
man. Oh
That's
man,
so
this next
funny.
one.
But
Oh, no.
so people are, like I said, you guys can vote right now on Bleach versus Berserk to finish this up. But the one thing I did want to bring up is I do feel like both Berserk and Bleach, I'd say this is probably the toughest of the first rounds that we have on this list. I don't think there's going to be another one. Maybe
I disagree.
maybe there are two.
I
On a
I'm thinking
personal
of two,
basis.
maybe,
Yeah.
maybe Spy
That's the most
Family,
one.
maybe.
Motorcycle.
But like, oh, yeah, the motorcycle too. But I do feel
Even
like
business.
on
Yeah, my fault, bro. I be having cars in the
Oh,
background.
don't worry about it. You're all good. But I do feel like this is one of the most difficult in the bracket. So it is a shame that this is the first round, but I do feel like there was a good discussion that came out of that. And I do think, the chat can have their say. So we'll let the poll go on a little bit more. We're going to let it run for 5 minutes. When the 5 minutes are up, we'll end the poll. We'll see where things are at from there.
Okay.
But in the meantime, we will continue on with Kingdom versus Undead Unluck. The timer
Oh,
starts
man.
Oh,
right
my heart.
now.
This hurts me so much, man. Because I was literally just catching up to Undead Unluck, and I am loving every moment of it. I'm
great,
just
right?
not. I'm just not at the 2021 part because even then it's so fire.
I'm
But
gonna
then-
have to.
But then I have to acknowledge the fact. Also, Hisahara is back right now with Kingdom.
He's hooping, bro.
Like he is absolutely putting. He's
He's
putting up
dropping
will
40 a
numbers.
night. He's
The
putting 40 a night, bro.
The last 3 to 4 months, he has been putting up Will Chamberlain numbers. I cannot kid you on that, man. He is absolutely going crazy with it. If I was caught up on Undead Luck, it would be even harder to choose. Kingdom's my pick.
Same. Just take me down for Kingdom 2.
I just read all 702 chapters of Kingdom in the last 2 weeks.
Oh, he got the binge. Okay, he's ready. He knows. God.
Oh, that 4-quarter
Well,
binge.
I'm about to be the outliner then.
No,
like,
let me finish.
Yeah, let him finish. I gotta hear this. I gotta hear this.
Let me finish. So
man.
I have experienced all of the highs and lows of Kingdom in the span of 2 weeks. And I can, without a shadow of a doubt, say that Kingdom has officially entered my top 10 series of all time.
Love to see it.
Sensational.
Wow.
Jeez,
Sensational.
I did not expect it to be the way that it was. Now, that being said, because I read all of Kingdom in the span of 2 weeks, I had all of Kingdom to compare to this year's worth of Kingdom. And this year's Kingdom was great. It was fantastic.
Yep.
Everything that happened with the new character introductions, the stuff that happened with the latest decisive battle, and I'm not going to spoil which one.
Yeah, don't spoil.
Yep.
Was crazy. And the end of that was crazy. But I was not a fan of how certain characters were kind of just thrown to the side and how certain things were just kind of expedited to get to certain parts of the plot. Undead Unluck, I have been reading since day one. And Undead Unluck is one of my favorite series from last year and one of my top 4 series in Shonen Jump currently. And
I agree.
what happened in Undead Unluck this year was insane with the 4 season arcs. The character development, the double page spreads, everything that happened in Undead Unluck were some of the heights of the series so far. So because of that, because I've got everything that compare, Kingdom will forever remain one of my top 10 at this point in time, but I gotta give Undead Unluck the win for this year specifically.
Yeah. Wow.
But goddamn Coalition arc.
So
Holy
that is-
crap.
Oh, talk about
really-
heat.
I
Talk
was
about
amazing.
heat. My man, Mobile? Come on.
So
Yeah.
glad
Mobile?
that I
Son.
read Kingdom.
Let's
Goku
talk about some
Hills,
Undead
like,
Unluck.
I am
Yeah.
so glad.
Chibi, let's do it.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Okay,
Go ahead.
so here's the thing about Undead Unluck. I'm gonna vote for it. I'm just gonna be honest with
All
you.
right, that's
But let me
three
explain
for Undead
why.
Unluck already.
Let
All
me
right.
explain why I am though. So for one reason, and I've made this publicly known, but just in case there's people that don't, I have read Kingdom, and I love Kingdom. Like was already said, it's in my top 10 favorite manga of all time. However, I have not read Kingdom in a long time, and the reason why is because I caught up when we were at the end of the Coalition. And because of that, I waited for chapters to build up. And so I have not read the latest stuff. Now, obviously, this might seem unfair, but I know Kingdom is an amazing series. 100%, I know it's great. I've read it myself, and it still blows my mind to this day. We do not have volume releases in English. I cannot believe that is even a thing.
travesty.
I-
No,
have a theory on that.
I cannot even believe it doesn't,
massive.
and it
I
still
have
to
a
this
theory.
day is
wild,
beating.
man.
It beats in ranking charts and sells almost every single year. It sells so high, and it doesn't even really have a good anime. Let's be honest. And on top of that, it doesn't have any English volume releases, and it still sells as much as it does, which is insane to think about. That is, if we're talking about impact, if we're bringing that back up, its impact is obviously there, and that's what's crazy about it. Now, Undead Unluck, I am up to date with it, and it is a fresh new series that's came out recently, and I feel like it has a lot of potential. I don't feel like it's going to be a series that's going to be around for a very long time. I don't think it's one of those type of series that can be around for like 300, 400 chapters, but I have enjoyed the journey of Undead Unluck. I like the female character, the main female character. I like the main male character. I love the summer arc. The summer arc this year blew me away. It was easily one of the peakest arcs of the entire series, and there's been a lot of twists and turns, great character development. It has been a great arc. Now, obviously, I'm not trying to undermine what Kingdom was this year, even though I have not read it. Because I know it probably would blow me away just as much if I was to read Kingdom and be caught up right now. So I'm not putting it down. The point, though, is that Undead Unluck is fresh. It's new, and it is exciting, and it is blowing up, and it's probably going to get an anime very soon. It's probably going to get an announcement in Jump Fest in the upcoming weeks. So I just want to factor that in. So I'm going to go Undead Unluck.
So, Chibi, your and mine experience with this seems exactly similar because I read Kingdom for a very long time. I think I stopped around chapter 300. It wasn't because it was bad or anything. It was just because I was kind of burned out and I never got back into it. And it's actually gotten to the point now where I feel like I'd have to go back and reread the first 300.
Same.
It's so long, I don't remember. But Undead Unluck, I literally binged that entire series a month ago. I read it all in a single day. And you're right, it's a very fresh new concept for shonen. And out of all of them, I would say the summer arc this year was the best. The finale of that went in crazy directions I did not expect at all with a lot of the characters. And where we're even at right now with the spring arc. You know,
It's fantastic.
It's fantabulous. I love Undead Unluck, you know?
He's made up a new
And
word. It's
so-
that good.
I like that
New
word,
word.
fantabulous. I love that.
And I love,
Fantastic.
and here's the thing, I like just the nature, the core of Kingdom. I'm learning about ancient Chinese history right now. I love that stuff, but I gotta go with Undead Unluck because it was such a refreshing concept that I was just hooked on each chapter. I binged the whole thing in like a span of 12 hours or whatever. So I gotta go with that.
Oh, wait, I want to clarify. People are saying, how did I stop after Coalition? Okay, to clarify, guys, I didn't stop because I wanted to. I stopped because I caught up with the translations. There was no manga for me to read. It's been that long since I read Kingdom.
Yeah,
We're
7, 8
talking
years,
years ago.
8 years ago was a different world to where we are right now, where it's like
That's
you don't
true.
even know. Like some series were out for I think like 400 some chapters, and not one chapter was probably translated, and now like everything is just being like up to date. So it's a whole different world 8 years ago. If you're reading manga now, you've been blessed because you didn't have to read the coffee stain JoJo scans that came out and
my
stuff.
God,
You get to read it. You get to read it in color. We did not have that
The,
privilege.
the beautiful Duong translation
Part
of
four.
Part
Oh,
4.
that is heinous.
Yeah,
Back
Duong
in
Part 4
my
is
day.
I'll say that.
Oh, you know what? I'm gonna mention this. Someone mentioned Iruma. Why is Iruma not here?
Because
love
not
that
enough
manga.
people read it.
Dude,
The
that
simple
manga is
fact.
amazing. I would say right now,
Oh,
that is
absolutely.
easily one of the best manga I've read all year.
So there
It
were
is-
actually, I'm
it
glad
is
you
a
bring that up.
fantastic series.
I'm glad you bring that up because, like I said, over the course of the voting, there were 21,000 individual votes. The bottom 4 that just barely made it off of this list were Vinland Saga with 100 votes at 30, Kaguya-sama with 102 votes at 29, Snowball
Devastating.
Earth at 120, which I don't even think there's like an official translation for Snowball
There,
Earth. So the fact
there's
that
not
it's
an
like-
official one,
No.
but there are like 7 to
Scans
9
out there,
chapters that have been translated
And then,
so
and
far.
then number
Yeah.
11 most voted for overall, but it got disqualified because there was no chapter in 2021, was actually Chainsaw Man. So those were the
I
4
can
that
see
were
that,
voted
yeah.
on, but they just did not make it on the list where they were.
Dude,
So
Chainsaw
I
Man
would've-
didn't have chapters this year. though,
that's
did it?
what I'm saying. That's why it got
No, no, no,
disqualified.
no.
Right? It got
No,
disqualified.
Because it ended in
Chainsaw Man-
December of last year.
There's a technicality. So in terms of the 2021 run of Jump, it started in December of 2020. So
Yeah.
technically, there were 1 or 2 chapters in the 2021 run of Jump for Chainsaw Man, but not in the actual year itself.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Yeah, because they do that.
'Cause otherwise
I
Which
would
is,
love
and
to-
that's why I asked Roger in the group chat
Yeah.
like weeks ago. I was just like, so are we talking the specifically stuff that printed this year, or like the
Yeah,
2021
yeah, yeah,
run
January,
stuff?
December.
'Cause
Yeah.
Right.
I'm a big table of contents data guy, so like
Yeah,
I was just like, it was technically in the 2021 run. So.
Yeah.
Well,
Yeah,
back
I
on
like
to the
the beginning
Iruma
of
love.
the year.
If you have not read Iruma, I'm gonna shove it here. Read it. Good manga. One of the best manga this year.
I also
Or watch it.
If while we're
Watch
It
making,
it,
had
dude,
2
the
seasons
anime.
of the anime,
The
and it
anime
was
is
delightful.
so good.
while we're making manga recommendations real quick, I also want to throw something out there. It had just started when we did Manga of the Year last year, and unfortunately it's been canceled since then. If you like good slice of life / crime / like comedy or harem, I would highly recommend I Tell C, which was in Shonen Jump. I'm not going to give away the premise
I
of
read
the
it.
series.
That's good. I
but
liked it.
It's good stuff. I highly recommend I Tell C.
I liked it.
I respectfully disagree.
No!
Really?
I was so
I-
sad when that got
Lovely.
canceled. I'm like, no, I would
So,
continue to
I-
read
do
it.
a Phantom Steer.
I read everything in Shonen. Like after Yuna of the Haunted Hot Springs ended, I have officially been
Oh,
reading
that's
every
a
single
too.
series that has been simul-released for Shonen Jump.
Yeah.
And I did not like the fact that I Tell C completely changed its tone and direction halfway through. That did not work for me. It should have been either one or the other,
Sure.
not flipping like it did.
Yeah, I think it
Yeah.
flipped because I mean, again, without getting into spoilers if anybody cares, but it's the first chapter. It's like I think it flipped because of the character's personality, right? That there's like the 2 sides of the coin of the character, one that's like the lovey-dovey side, and one that's like sort of, the dark brooding one. And so I think you've got that mix of the different tones because that's what the character represents, like the character you actually care about. But yeah.
People are saying we're going off topic.
We are.
so.
I think we
we
can
are.
actually
We are.
put this to a vote.
We
I
are.
mean, we're not even halfway
Well,
through our
is
timer on
there
this one, so we're
is there
good.
more discussion though? Is there like
So-
Okay, let's see.
for anyone that hasn't talked so far
Um,
that hasn't voted,
Right.
Yeah.
like thoughts on Kingdom versus Unluck?
I will
For
also
me,
say.
um,
Go ahead. Go ahead.
Oh no, I was just saying, like for me, this is tough because Undead Unluck is the series that I've been reading since it started. But and I recently caught up to the spring arc, and there hasn't been a bad chapter, especially we're talking about this year. Hasn't been a bad chapter for me ever. However, Kingdom is a series that I binged months back, and it's easily just jumped into my top 5 favorite manga of all time.
All right.
I can
Easily.
understand that. It's
And-
understandable.
Yeah. Yeah.
Back
And
to
just-
back. Are we about to get tiebreakers in the chat then? Because that is 4-4. Because obviously King voted
Yeah.
for Kingdom as
Well,
well.
he hasn't
during his
said
draft.
his
wonder
vote
why.
yet.
He hasn't said yeah.
By
Well,
the
it
way,
sounded-
how
it
did
sounded like
the
it was
Berserk
swaying
and
Kingdom,
Bleach
so
thing
I'm
go?
like,
Did
wait a
that,
minute.
No, he's right.
Berserk,
It's going
Berserk
Kingdom.
ended up beating Bleach.
Yeah, so
Oh,
actually,
yeah, I
real
saw
quick.
that, but like how
60
much?
something.
Yeah, so
to
let me bring this up real quick. Berserk actually got 66% of the tiebreaker vote with a total of 1,100 votes. Berserk took it in that round, 66 to 33. And
Oh my.
all right, so please, continue. Please continue. I assumed that you were going for Kingdom, but I might be incorrect. You might be taking this for Undead Unluck. So go
No,
ahead.
no, no. You was right. It's Kingdom. It is Kingdom.
There you go. Yeah. Okay. I was
All
like,
right,
woo.
I think it's good just to let the community decide this one because these are two really good series.
I can't be mad at either one winning because
Well,
honestly, they are both great. Like,
They are both
I didn't vote.
And just in terms
Wait,
of, well, I
Sin
guess
didn't vote.
Sensei, go.
Oh, Sid,
yeah.
go ahead. I thought you were undead. Were you not?
I didn't say anything. I hadn't even
go
talked
ahead,
yet.
Sin. All right, go ahead.
I didn't talk to. All right, so hear me out. All right. I have not had the pleasure of finishing Kingdom, but I have read, a little bit of the chapters, but I have not read Kingdom yet. There's something I want to read, like binge myself. I have read Undead Unluck though. So, all right, hear me out. Undead Unluck, when I first started reading it, I was like, man, this is kind of refreshing. Like I kind of was feeling it. I really did like it. And then as I caught up, I was just like, yo, this is really good. Like, surprisingly. Because at first, when I first read it, I was a little thrown off a little bit by, like, the way that the male character acted towards the female character. I was like,
yeah,
That's
that was a little bit my worry with Andy.
I don't know about this. Like, it's a little weird. But then when I gave it a chance, I kept reading it. And by the time I caught up, I was like, yo, this is really good. But something I want to take into consideration, and I know, since we can't abstain, even though I haven't read Kingdom, is something Chibi brought up earlier, right? And it kind of goes in conjunction with the community aspect.
Sure.
The way that Kingdom sells is astonishing to me. Like, with no English translation, with no anime, no good anime, and it still sells within that top 10 regularly.
Yeah, it's like
crazy.
Yeah,
Like
it's been top 5.
It beat
for
One
about 2
Piece
years.
last year, didn't it? Yeah, it beat One Piece.
It's crazy.
Yeah.
And everybody I talk to always tells me about how amazing Kingdom has been, how great it's been. And although I haven't read it myself, I just hear about it so often because all of my friends have read it. Just taking all that into consideration, I am going to give my vote to Kingdom. So it is a tiebreaker. But I just did want to give my piece. I didn't want, because I know people
that's not a tiebreaker because Roger thought you voted for Undead Unluck.
Yeah,
so if you
hold on,
vote for
let's
Kingdom,
double
it
check.
goes to
I
Kingdom.
thought
And you
I
tipped
thought
the
you voted
scales,
Undead Unluck.
Sensei.
So what we're going to do real quick, just to clarify, we're going to go one by one right now. So Cole obviously voted for Kingdom. That's one. He's not here right now, but he gave us his votes. He'll be here later. So Cole voted for Kingdom. Axel, what did you vote for?
I voted for Undead Unluck,
Correct.
but I love Kingdom.
So that's 1-1. All right. So just real quick, Chibi, what are you voting for?
I'm voting for Undead Unluck, but as was already said, Kingdom is amazing. I'd be fine if it won too.
You got it.
It's Undead Unluck for me.
Cool. All right. So Laz,
Kingdom.
got you. All right. Jay.
Jay was Kingdom.
Jay voted Kingdom. He's on the work call.
All right. J Cloud.
Yeah, Kingdom for sure.
All right, so that's that.
Yeah.
So since Kingdom, tipping was Undead
Kingdom.
Unluck. Yeah,
Yes.
all right, 5-3. There you go. Kingdom,
Okay,
no
there you
tiebreaker
are.
needed.
Yeah.
Kingdom won. There you go. But I think if you've taken anything from this conversation,
Go read
right,
Undead Unluck,
Go read
honestly.
Undead Unluck as well, because Undead Unluck, it's rising. It's on the
It's up
rise.
there.
There's an anime
Yes.
coming for it, correct?
We're hoping.
The presumption is it
hoping.
could come.
Cool.
Yeah, but yeah.
So, but yes, please do read Undead Unluck. There are 4 volumes of the manga already printed in English now, so you can buy those. The translator for Undead Unluck is fantastic. He's also the editor for Kaiju number 8,
He's great,
David
yes.
Evelyn.
Yep.
So please support him by buying it and whatnot. They're both fantastic series. And I can't praise Undead Unluck enough, as several others in the chat have
Oh
as
my
well.
god,
Yeah,
dude! I'm looking at this
yeah.
bracket already. One Piece versus
Yeah,
One Punch Man, and Kingdom versus Berserk. Oh
Yeah.
my god!
Yeah.
Wow, this
Yeah.
is gonna be killer.
Yeah, but just Undead
man,
Unluck's
their name is
case
Pastor.
and stuff.
man.
Wow, wow.
I feel really good, bro. I just got to crush a bunch of people's dreams. I feel great.
Yeah.
I love that, man.
I mean,
you
isn't
go.
that what Kingdom is about technically?
Yeah,
true,
yeah.
true.
But no, but just for Undead Unluck though, it's really good though to see that like because of how where Shonen Jump is right now, and we're being like this Blue Box, all these other series in here, like it's
All
the
Blue
manga's in a better place, or I should say the magazine of Shonen Jump is in a better place now than I think it was maybe a few years ago before like the prominence of like Yaiba, Jujutsu Kaisen was coming in and stuff. Like right now, I feel like it has a little bit of everything for every person, whatever genre you like, it has that.
Yep.
Totally.
And I also want to say too, at the end of the day, like, again, because Roger mentioned this at the very beginning, this is just kind of how the bracket broke down.
Yeah.
But the fact of the matter is, everything that you see in this Manga of the Year
All 28
tournament
of them,
was
yes.
voted by you.
Yes.
Like, the fact that every single one of these series is in this bracket means a lot. Like, and I absolutely believe, especially since I read 26 out of the 28 series here, everything that is here deserves to be read.
100%.
And absolutely deserves to be in this bracket.
Absolutely.
Oh, I
Absolutely.
agree.
All right, with
And
that
for
being
some
said,
impactor alone.
with that being said, we are then moving on to our next category. This is the one that's going to be going up against the Black Clover. This is Dan versus Sakamoto Days. The
This
timer
is
Another one that
starts
hurts me.
This is the one I know.
now.
It's pain. This is pain.
So this one is pain for me because you see, I'm almost up to date with every single Shonen Jump series in the
Sakamoto Days, that
magazine,
gas.
and I just started reading Sakamoto Days after
it's
I
so
up with
good, though.
Eden
Get
Zero.
that.
Talk
I
about my man
just
Ashley.
started reading, and Sakamoto Days has been fun so far for me. And
Yeah,
so
that's
putting it
hard.
up against Dan is difficult because I also recently caught up with that series,
Nice.
and Dan it's weird for all the right reasons.
What a
It
very
is-
good
no,
weird.
Like let's put it this way. There is a scene, not spoilers, don't worry, this is spoilers, just it's describing a comedic segment. There's a scene where a character is like, I want your banana organs. And I'll
Yeah.
let you think on what that actually means.
If
And
you
it
know,
is-
you know.
And I'll just let you say, comedy is something that blew me away, and obviously comedy is subjective. So not everybody is going to enjoy Dan because of comedy.
Yeah.
And I feel like it will be difficult for some to sit down and read it because of that. However, if we put aside, let's say, the comedy, the artwork is great. The overall usage of the abilities is great. And the characterization for our two main leads are also really good. And so I feel like Dan, even though it still doesn't have as many chapters as, let's say, other series on this entire list, I feel like Dan is easily one of my favorites from this year. But at the same time, Sakamoto Days is great too. I've enjoyed what I read. I'm not caught up with it yet, but I've enjoyed everything I've read. And so this is difficult. And so I'm going to sit back and wait for my vote and see what other people say before I really decide. But
Yeah.
I like both of these series equally.
All right, this is tough because I just caught up to Dan last night, and Chibi is right. It's the most weirdest series. Like
Yeah, it's
the
weird,
first
bro.
chapter, like, but this is one of the few mangas where I'm like dying laughing looking at the chapter because it's one like, I mean, this ain't a spoiler, but somebody showed up to one of the main characters like, yo, I want your schlong. I'm like, what kind of manga is this?
I'm cool, bro.
Excuse me?
It's pretty weird.
I'm good off that. That shit weird, man.
Yeah, like, I'm thinking from that moment, I'm like, all right, what kind of manga is this? It's like, all right, I'm really not. I laughed. I was like, this is probably not gonna be that good.
That's the same shit
The
I
more-
said.
Yeah, but the more I read it, I was like, no, this is gas. This is really heat. Like,
Yes.
even though some of the story elements and the theme is hilarious, but like the action, the pacing, I love it. And Sakamoto Days, another series I caught up with, and that just been fun. Like, it hasn't been a bad chapter from Sakamoto Days, and especially like no spoilers, but these recent chapters in Sakamoto Days.
Talk.
Man,
Yes, sir.
I don't think Dan as overall, like, it's been good every single chapter, but I don't think it beats anything recently with what's been going on from Sakamoto Days. So I have to go with that. I gotta go with Sakamoto Days.
It's
Yo,
tough
I'm
for
with
me 'cause-
everything that J Cloud just said. I'm saying the same thing, and I'm voting for Sakamoto Days. He literally just said everything I was gonna say. So
I'll say this because I just caught up.
Dan, but like Sakamoto Days from like I was a little bit hesitant after chapter 1, but beyond that, like it is honestly one of the funniest series I have ever read. Like it is just prime.
I'll say this because I just caught up with Sakamoto Days the other day, and like, no pun intended, but like, it's honestly one of those series that I feel like if you like Gintama, if you like Spy Family and Way of the House Husband, for the way that kind of vibes it gives off, I think for those people who miss, especially Gintama, I think we'll get a real kick out of Sakamoto Days. I felt like it does a really good job with its handling of its cast and getting you, immersed in them and enjoying what they're doing. The comedy is also really well done too, especially with Sakamoto's wife, Aoi, who's an absolute riot. and especially the action, I think is some of the best stuff we're seeing right now currently in Shonen Jump. Like to have like 50 some chapters out and just have some of the most impressive things I've seen in terms of choreography is absolutely wow. But I've been with Dotadon since the very beginning.
Here we go.
And this is one of those. It's one of those series. I'll say this because as much as I am not the craziest fan of Chainsaw Man with Fujimoto, Tatsu is someone who comes from the learning tree of Fujimoto, and I gave them a chance. And I do agree with Chibi. It is very weird how it starts off, but one thing I adore with series is the character interactions, and when those things hit for me, that's all I need. Whatever happens to the story, it goes. And the acrobatic silky arc has
man, so
bro, chapter 16 and 17 made me cry my eyes out, and I'm like, yo, Danadon might be the one. It might be the one. And even this current stuff right now that's going on, like Okuran and Momo are absolutely amazing together as a duo, just so good. Ira as well. I'm not calling Gigi, but regardless of that, I think it's one of these series that I feel like, especially in 2022, in the same vein that I saw Chainsaw Man blow up, Danadon's gonna be the exact same thing. I think it has all those elements that if you love Chainsaw Man, you will really get a kick out of Danadon. So my vote is Danadon.
I actually agree with that. So this kind of confirms what I want to say too. So as you said, Dandadan is very reminiscent of Chainsaw Man, and I was told that there was a lot of inspiration when it was written. It took from Chainsaw Man, and you can definitely feel the similar aura and vibes come off the series when you read it. Not just from the comedy, but from the way the paneling is done with the action, to even some of the characterization, the way it's displayed for people to see. And I mean, the way it can take something so hilarious, like a banana organ or whatever, and turn it into a major plot point that spans like a few arcs is something I've never really seen done before. And
or like the golden balls and stuff.
Yeah,
like,
and actually,
and just like it sounds so stupid, but it's so awesome.
It's a whole arc trying to get his balls back. Like
it's like it's a saga, really.
Yeah, it is.
But it's like this.
That hasn't read this series, I am so confused but intrigued right now.
Okay,
that's what we all think. And then you get to the second arc, and you're like, wow, this is actually really good.
It's really good. But see, Sakamoto Days, it was mentioned that it's like Gintama, but I honestly feel like Dandadan is more Gintama-like than Sakamoto Days. I'm gonna say that because it's a weird blend of Gintama and Chainsaw Man.
Yes.
And one of the biggest defining factors of it, though, is I feel like many are not gonna like it, though, is because of the comedy.
Yes.
It's not gonna be something everybody is gonna enjoy. It's gonna be like how Gintama is looked at. It's like there's so many people that either hate Gintama or they love it because it's not for everyone.
Yeah, you won't get all the references, whatever, but yeah.
After hearing the discussion, I'm gonna go with Dandadan because I really like that type of. I like the humor. I like that type of humor, and I love just how dirty it can be. It's just hilarious to me.
But even those comedy moments, as great as that is, the character moments, like I bring back to the emotional side of it. Because because when I read it, I initially thought to myself, okay, it's gonna be comedic. It's gonna have some crazy moments here and there. Sure. I just did not think that Tatsu was capable. And again, this is a former assistant to working under Fujimoto with Chainsaw Man and Hell's Paradise's manga, that for them to be able to tap into the emotional side of things, 16, 17 chapters in, is hell impressive, because sometimes it takes you a year to be able to get that out of your characters. To do that in that short span of time is special. So
absolutely,
I gotta say, I do find it very funny that the chat was going, "Yo, man, you guys gotta chill talking about bananas. Spoilers." I'm like, that's what this series is.
We'll talk about plantain, whatever. Don't
worry. Let's do this. Like, if we want to play off of the character development.
Yeah.
Wait, what? But if you want to play off the character development and characterization of Dandadan, all I'm going to say is the mother section of the story.
Oh,
if you want to talk about great character development and characterization, that is easily one of the best chapters if we're just going not from comedy or anything, but pure art and also storytelling.
Yes.
That is a great
Wait, Chibi, are you telling us that we should appreciate the emotion of this?
Oh, here we go.
Yes.
I'm sorry. I had to do it.
I'll say chapter 16 or 17, whichever you want to go with. I go with 17. It's probably one of my favorite chapters of this year for Dandadan. Like, in general, all manga, it's probably my top 5 chapters. Like, it's that freaking good. If you don't believe me, go read it for yourself. It's that good.
Yeah, and that's the thing about Dandadan. Like, even though it's hilarious, but it's very emotional too, especially with the whole mother situation.
Yes, absolutely.
All right. This is number 2 of 3 times I'm gonna have to choose between my children. As somebody said in the
You gotta
chat.
love one or the other. You gotta love one or the other.
I know this had to do it to me. This is gonna be a spoiler for a video that I'm eventually gonna make here. But Dan Da Dan is my pick for rookie manga of the year.
Yeah, mine too.
Just because Dan Da Dan has been absolutely phenomenal. I've actually been keeping up with Dan Da Dan since before it officially got an English translation. I was part of like the push to get it like translated on the Japanese side to English. They got a Spanish translation before the English one, so I'm kind of like shaking my fist at that. But it's been it's been great. And I'm honestly surprised that nobody brought up the Gantz comparison to Dan Da Dan, because it's got a very similar vibe in terms of the aesthetic, not in terms of the atmosphere. The aesthetic is very Gantz-like.
Because I love Gantz. I didn't.
Yes, but it's a lot more not bad in terms of the social commentary that that had. But I digress. Dan Da Dan has been phenomenal. And like everyone has said, it's just been like an emotional roller coaster in a very good way. While having some of the best character interactions, and the facial expressions. I'm a sucker for a wide variety of facial expressions, and you get that in Dan Da Dan.
Dude, it reminded me of Tokyo Ghoul as well, some of those facial expressions.
Like,
yes, I would agree.
Whenever they do like Entakura stuff after like all the actor and everything, I'll just they make all the little funny faces and stuff. Like it's so good.
Yeah. Now that being said, here comes the but.
Oh no, here we go.
Sakamoto Days. Sakamoto Days was in that awkward spot of being released in November of last year. So it was one of those series where it's just like there's not enough to talk about for 2020. And then it's technically it for this year's section of Sakamoto Days, it's been from chapter 6 onward. Sakamoto Days has been straight gas and just like stepping on the pedal every time. The fact that like you get to see all the color pages that you do for Sakamoto Days, the fact that it had a second cover and Shonen Jump before some of the other big series got one in their runs, it's phenomenal. The choreography, and somebody else mentioned this as well, the choreography in Sakamoto Days, I think, is the best choreography in Shonen Jump right now. Like you can feel the weight of any given attack made in Sakamoto Days. We're not talking random jump cuts between like one page to the next. Like we're talking like full on action in Sakamoto Days that is just really well done. And some of the fights in particular and their settings and how they were fought through were crazy good. I'm not going into spoilers, but the subway, for those that read it, know what I'm talking about. And so the crazy thing is too, Sakamoto Days started off the year with a banger, because once again, not going into any other spoilers, we got the Ferris wheel double page spread at the beginning of the year, and that to this day is one of my favorite manga spreads of the entire year. Like Sakamoto Days is great. The cast is fantastic. It just continues to grow and grow, and it's like Shonen Jump realizes that people are on the Sakamoto train. I was super happy that I got to retweet today on Twitter that Sakamoto Days has already reached 500,000 in circulation as of this point. Like for a series that is like 5 volumes in, like Sakamoto Days, and not there are other series on this list that have done even more impressive sales. So I will say that, but I gotta give it Sakamoto Days. I'm choosing between my children here, but like Sakamoto Days was phenomenal, and it just like Undead Unluck is one of my top 4 in Shonen Jump right now.
Wait, why is there a Hamtaro in the I was looking. I was like, why?
Right. Well, I mean, Hamtaro really speaks to the political.
Yeah, it does.
Right,
yeah, and the
exactly.
gift,
No,
yeah.
I literally just put Hamtaro there because I wanted to set it up for the next bracket because you have to like write the names in. And as you guys were talking about Dandadan and Sakamoto, I'm like, yeah, I'm kind of in a comedy mood. I'll write Hamtaro in there. But no, don't worry.
Yeah.
Hamtaro's not actually
that's
going.
a good series, though.
I mean, it's
Hamtaro,
great.
of course
I mean,
Hamtaro's
yeah,
the
we-
goat.
Shout out to the anime.
All right, so we got to take a vote then. It sounds like Dandadan won though. Based on what people were saying, it sounds like 5-3.
Don't know.
I think it's more in the middle. Honestly, I think it's
Yeah,
more in the
so
middle.
So
but-
let's go
Well,
one
let's
by
do
one
head
then
count.
again,
Head
real
count,
quick.
yeah.
Head count, real quick. If everyone's had their chance to speak, I know Jay and Sin both muted. Jay said Dandadan, he's on a work call right now, and I think Sin
Yep.
just muted as well. But I think it sounded like Dandadan 2. Correct me if I'm
No,
wrong.
Sin said Sakamoto days.
So Sin said, okay,
Yeah, I
excuse
think
me.
it
So
was-
Sin
yeah, he's
said
Sakamoto.
Sakamoto. So that so Sin is Sakamoto, and Jay is Dandadan. That's 1-1 right now. Cool. So go ahead and Axel, go ahead and vote.
Going for Sakamoto.
Okay. Chibi.
Dandadan.
All right, that's 2. J Cloud.
Sakamoto.
All right. Laz.
Dandadan.
All right. Yeah, this is getting close. And then Jay and Sin already voted. All right, Tekking. What you voting
Sakamoto
for?
days.
Oh my goodness. All right, so that'll do it then.
We have ourselves a tie, Roger.
Well, we don't.
Oh, King of
because
Lightning, yeah.
King
Oh.
did not.
Oh.
Well, wait a minute. Hold on. Now that I'm looking at this, did King fill this out? Did King not mention?
Oh no.
Oh no.
Here we go.
This might
no.
actually have to go
If
to
he
chat.
didn't, then it's 4-3.
If he didn't, it's
Oh,
4-3.
God.
But I said no abstaining. So
Yeah.
based on conversations with King and with the rest of you, do you think there is a winner here, or should I throw this to the chat?
I would throw it to the
I
chat.
throw it to
with
the
the
chat.
chat.
It's a fair. It's a
Throw it
fair.
to
It's
the
up
chat.
there with the
Yeah.
chat.
Just, I was gonna say,
Because
I think it would be
it's-
fair.
yeah.
We'll put it to the chat then. All right. So this is our second tiebreaker of the day.
Yeah.
This is going. Wow, this was a lot closer than I thought it was
Because
going
if
to
the
be.
chat votes Sakamoto days, I'm cool with it too. At least it's a fair, and instead of just
I
saying
think
no,
it's
'cause then
fair in
Cole-
the chat.
Agreed.
Yeah.
I think it is.
Yeah.
Cool.
I think we should go with it.
Unless Cole comes here and be like, "Oh, no, go."
Right, exactly. Then I'm like, uh-oh. All right, so this is going to
It's-
chat then. All right, Sakamoto Days versus Dandadan the chat. You are deciding because Cole did not fill out this portion of the bracket.
Blame Cole, but thank Cole.
Blame Cole. Blame Cole. All right.
Blame him, but at the same time, you guys get a
Thank
vote.
him. You could thank him actually.
That's exactly, yeah. Blame him or thank him, depending on what you guys are saying. Now, with that being said, I'm going to restart the timer. Oh boy.
Okay, this next
yeah.
one, I already know my vote.
I know my
know
vote
mine
for this
too.
one as well. I know I can't vote, but I'm going to heavily sway in favor of a certain series on this
I
one.
have,
Yeah.
I have an
Which
opinion,
one?
a hard opinion on one of these theories, and I think people know my opinion on it by now.
Yeah.
All right, so we are getting started then. Attack on Titan versus Elusive Samurai starts right now.
Okay, so
Yeah,
I want to try to
good
do
luck.
this without spoilers. It's going to be hard.
Oh yeah, good
But it's going to be hard. And I know we're about to probably have a lot of light debates about this. So, look, I'm going to be the first to say I hate the ending of Attack on Titan.
Which one?
Breach.
Both.
Which one?
One of them.
Both.
Both.
I-
Oh, the second one made it worse.
I hate both, and I'm not going to deny it. I hate them both. Now, I've had months now to sit back and think about the conclusion of Attack on Titan. And the thing is that, yes, there's people that'll say arguably the ending matters the most, and it really does blanket your opinion on an entire series. And that is indeed true. When you think back to a series, you think back to those final moments, so that final chapter, final chapters or arc. Let's think about that. That is very true with a lot of manga that's
For
come
sure.
to a close.
For sure.
And it does put a stain, regardless of how good it was to that point. Now, does this negate everything that, Attack on Titan was before that final chapter? No. I think the final chapter of Attack on Titan was bad, but the other stuff was good. I actually love the content. There was a lot of world building, great action scenes, characterization and development, to also beautiful paneling, and also there was some certain scenes with characters that were, let's just say, minor characters that got some final spotlight, so to say. And I really love that stuff we got. But at the same time, I feel like if we're talking about in total impact of what the series did this year, it definitely had one.
Exactly.
Like it or hate
not.
it.
See, there you. That's what I wanted to hear. That was going to be my argument to sway.
Yes.
Absolutely.
Because like it or hate it, even if my opinion on it, I don't like that final part of it. It did have a massive impact.
Yes.
And it definitely is something important to the community.
Yes.
And I have read Elusive Samurai as well, but despite what it sounds like, I'm going to give it to Attack on Titan. I feel like its impact is very important for the manga community.
I will say this real quick. Wait.
Yeah.
Let me interject real quick. So, just so we're not like going back through and re-voting again on this one, I'm gonna actually follow it as people are saying it instead of doing the cuts at the ending. Jay is on a call right now still and said he is also voting for Attack on Titan. So that is 2 for Attack on Titan right now, 0 for Samurai. We can continue from there. The other thing I wanted to bring up. Well, I'm sure you might vote for Samurai, of course, but I wanna throw one little thing in there. Again, I do not have a vote in this. Everybody who follows my channel knows if I had a vote in this, I would take Attack on Titan to the finals. Despite some issues with the final chapter, did not feel the emotion that I felt from Attack on Titan from literally anything else that I read this year. I love Attack on Titan, and I understand we're only looking at 2021. We're only looking at what happened and what was published in 2021. But still and all, I think I was always on the side that a certain character in Attack on Titan wasn't fully evil. And I think there were some people who were heavily invested in the idea that this character was going to be, quote unquote, the bad guy or evil by the end of the series. So when the change kind of happened, where a lot of people starting to get upset, for me, it didn't bother me because I always sort of knew that's what that character was like, and I saw that end of the series coming. And I think some people expected the series to sort of go in a different direction at the ending, or maybe didn't expect for it to be seen as like a shonen by the end, but ultimately that's what it is. At the end of the day, Attack on Titan is a shonen. And it seemed pretty clear to me that they were not going to go in that direction of the story, especially based on the rest of the series. And again, I'm not going to get too heavy into it, but I will say this. Attack on Titan is a series that I think always gets a bad rap from people who are not aware of the series because they see, the hyper-nationalist views of some of the characters and they see the actions of some of these characters and they go, well, how can people defend this, especially in 2021, all this stuff. But I think if you look at Attack on Titan, at where that series progressed and how the story played out, Attack on Titan is not a nationalistic, pro-nationalist manga in the slightest. Attack on Titan shows what can happen when people are too stubborn in their ways, one side or the other. And I think that's what I've always found fascinating about the series as a whole. And I do think there are problems with it that can be addressed without getting into spoilers. But I do feel like at the end of the day, it told the story that Isayama was planning on telling from the very beginning. And that regardless of if people thought, he changed the ending because, he wanted certain characters to live or die or whatever, I do ultimately feel like, especially having read the extra chapters or the extra pages, I should say, that were in the final volume, I do think ultimately this is what he wanted at the end of the day. So that's it. That's my piece. But I love Attack on Titan, and it is what it is.
I'm just saying because of impact why I voted for it. I feel like it has a huge impact. I mean, regardless of how I feel about it, it resonates with a huge portion of the community, and it's very clear the community loves Attack on Titan. Regardless of my personal bias or feelings towards it, I feel like it definitely deserves my vote because of it. I like Elusive Samurai, and I do think it's a good series from what I've read, but I don't think in terms of just if we're comparing both, it's not a fair comparison. Attack on Titan wins this one.
Okay.
Also, real quick,
wait.
So I'm actually going to pause the timer real quick because we have an update. The tiebreaker has ended with a total of 812 votes. Sakamoto Days takes it over Dandadan, 53% to 46%. This was not an easy fight. So congratulations to fans of Sakamoto Days. But again, read both series. They are both excellent.
All right. Well, that's good.
So I'm gonna. Oh, sorry. Are we restarting the timer?
Yeah, we're restarting. Go ahead.
Yeah.
Okay. So I will be the first to throw my vote into Elusive Samurai, but I do want to elaborate. I don't think that either ending of either, and I'm saying either ending of Attack on Titan is bad. My problem is that there were two endings for Attack on Titan.
I do see that.
It
That's
was
the problem I have with it.
For me. It was just like it had it just been either one from the get go, I would have been fine with it. Like, because again, I think that they're fine. Like, they both represent two very different endings to Attack on Titan, looking towards the future. But it was because like it felt like the second one was being done almost in a way to overwrite the first one. There never really was like an explanation for it. And I, like everyone says, I won't deny the fact that Attack on Titan has had one of the biggest impacts on the anime and manga industry as a whole. It has. There is no denying it, and it will continue to affect anime and manga for years to come. But I just did not like the fact that it had two endings rather than just sticking with one. In terms of Elusive Samurai, it's the jackpot series for Shonen Jump this year. In terms of new series, there's one other one that we'll be discussing later that is also the jackpot series for Shonen Jump for this year, and that one's even more unexpected. But just like Kingdom, Japan loves a historical drama that is done well. And that is exactly what Elusive Samurai does. Like, we're following actual historical events that are happening. And I will just warn you now, don't go on Wikipedia if you don't want to be spoiled about Elusive Samurai. Because
of course
it is actual history. But the fact of the matter is, this Elusive Samurai is the third successful outing for this author, because he had Assassination Classroom before this, and he had oh my god, Manga Crash is gonna kill me for forgetting the one before Neuro, which was, and both of those were 200 chapter series, and he is just once again in his bag for Elusive Samurai in terms of character art, character interactions. It's phenomenal. The fact that like the imagery that you see in Elusive Samurai, like it's all human on human battles, but the way that the art depicts these characters, and like especially for the villains, twists them into these monstrous depictions, is fantastic. Like the main villain, who we really haven't seen a whole lot so far, he very much gives Raboku vibe from Kingdom, because you know that like this dude is trouble. But we haven't seen a whole lot from him. We've seen more development around the main character and his retainers and whatnot, and I think it's been really good. Do I think that Elusive Samurai has had a perfect first year? Absolutely not. But in terms of just my overall enjoyment, and yes, you could say this is technically swayed in a way by the fact that Attack on Titan only ran for like a quarter, if not a third of the year, compared to Elusive Samurai's almost full year. I just enjoyed Elusive Samurai more, and I really enjoyed what it had to be. Like, I will forever love Attack on Titan. I've made my peace in this discussion on the endings, but I got to give my vote to Elusive Samurai.
Yeah, I'm of the same wavelength with Elusive Samurai. Like, for me, again, 136, 137, 138, that's all we got for Attack on Titan. I really loved 136, and then it just went 1 for 3 from the field, and that was about it for me. Like, I still have my moments. I love Attack on Titan, but the ending wasn't it for me. Elusive Samurai, I'm a big fan of Yusui Matsui for his work with Assassination Classroom. I do think it's one of the best series that has come out in Weekly Shonen Jump. It's a series that has finished before #1 in terms of sales, all that, so it has that popularity. But the writing that we get here from Matsui and Elusive Samurai, with his main character Tokuyuki Hojo, and him being so different from most other guys. The guys in historical manga, we would be going after areas and stuff, trying to plunder, take whatever. He's someone that's completely opposite. The guy runs away from his battles, and he has to use strategies to be able to beat some of these people. And I love that take, because it allows you to get more into the hindsight of how these people operate, how they're going to defeat your opponents without just relying on brute strength. And back to what what Axel was saying before in terms of how Matsui's art, how it depicts like the human nature side of things, and how it's like really showcases itself. I think it's just been brilliant, and the action, the character interactions, his art is not to be spoken of in any other light than amazing. And my pick goes to Elusive Samurai.
All right, right on. So that is 2-2 then.
I feel like so I've only read the first 3 chapters of Elusive Samurai, and I don't feel like I know enough about Matsui's work because I was even kind of in and out with Assassination Classroom. I like the idea that you set it up, that you said it's like follows history pretty accurately, because I'm into that kind of stuff. But I'm gonna have to vote for Attack on Titan. You know, at the end of the day,
you're still getting your Christmas present from me, Matt. You're still getting your Christmas present. That's good.
Oh, well, thank you, Roger. But no, I mean, like, yeah, the 2 ending things, I feel like that first ending, obviously one of them, and it's hard to talk about this without spoiling because it's literally the end of the manga, but one of them is definitely more open-ended, and the second one that came out definitely seemed more of like, okay, this is what everybody or a lot of people expected it to be, me included, by the way. I thought that second ending was actually going to be the main ending. But even when it happened, I was like, okay, I definitely got more impact and emotion from the second to last chapter rather than the last chapter itself. But I felt like, okay, this is how we're ending the series. It's something that I expected. I thought maybe it could do something better or different, but this is an okay way to end it, I suppose. I may, you know, and I can't just say there's like, oh, it didn't adhere to my standards, so therefore it sucks. No, it's pretty good. So yeah, I'm gonna go with Attack on Titan on this one.
Right on. So that is 3 Attack on Titan, 2 Samurai. Who has not voted yet?
Me, Jason.
Got you.
I don't think I voted. But go ahead.
Did you get my vote down, Roger?
You got Attack on Titan, right?
Oh,
Yes.
Yeah,
yes.
yeah, I got yours. I got yours. Sin?
Yeah, so 3-2. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm going with Attack on Titan, man. Even though, like, so the thing is, right? I'm kind of with Axel a little bit on the whole ending thing. Like, I just feel like, bro,
It's divisive, right?
I wasn't super like impressed with the ending, but I would have been okay with it if he just stuck with it. But like, he kind of like, I feel like he succumbed to the pressures a little bit, tried to like double back, make a whole nother ending, and then it was just kind of like, man, it just kind of got weird because of that. So like the ending, that whole little fiasco and that time on Twitter was a time, but like overall though, besides that, like, it's AOT, you know, it's fire. I love AOT. I've been enjoying AOT since this came out, but I know we're talking about this year specifically. I'm gonna give my vote to AOT, man.
Right on.
The ending stuff was just weird though.
Yeah, and I understand totally where people are coming from with not liking the ending and the 2 different endings. But again, I will say, and I don't have a vote on this. It seems like Attack on Titan's winning, and I didn't vote. I promise I didn't pay off everybody too much. It's fine. No, but I'm saying
You just said you're buying me a Christmas present.
well, you
there
are
you
getting
go.
one already. It's fine.
Is that a lie, Roger?
No, not at all. No,
Oh,
Reagan's making
man.
it for you right now. You're good.
Thank you.
So no, but what I wanted to say is that I still feel vehemently that the ending, the second ending, the extra ending that was in the manga, does not contradict the actual first manga ending. I really don't feel like it does. I think it just shows you a little further into what that future would be like if people continued on the way that they continued on. And again, I'm not going to get into spoilers, but to me, it seems like they weren't they were 2 different endings, but it felt like it was eventually going to get to that same end either way, right?
I get that.
Well,
but
I
at the
want to
same
pitch
time,
in one thing.
Yeah, go
ahead.
ahead.
You want? One thing I will say about the ending, and I might change my vote because of it. And now hearing this discussion is maybe want to talk about it. And I'm going to try to say this without spoilers, but there is a character decision that is made towards the end. And when you think about the character decision, it really felt like it was a cop-out with what happened, at least towards the end, especially with the second ending that was added on to it. It left it to where, like, nothing was really changed. It was literally not even, like, nothing was really done about the situation at hand, and that it's just going to continue to happen.
I had that feeling.
Are you saying that on blood, Chibi? Are you saying that on blood?
Yes, I am. All I'm gonna say is,
war
that
cyclical. What can I say? I mean, that like
all I'm gonna say is
that is the world we live in, right? I mean, like that's how the world is. The actual world is like that. The world is cyclical.
I may have voted I may have voted Attack on Titan, but it doesn't change the fact, though,
I understand.
that if we look at the broad scope of things with what it means, the message of it, it does undermine the core theme of Attack on Titan. And you cannot deny it.
Yeah.
What would you
And
say
that-
the core theme is?
Yeah.
What would you say the core
One of
theme
the
is?
core themes is to end the cycle of, like, bloodshed, one or the other. One side must go. One side must
Well,
go.
that could be a core
So-
theme,
so-
but it doesn't
so
mean they're going to succeed
I wanna-
at
Exactly.
it.
But that-
Exactly.
no,
allowed to
no,
respond,
here's the
if I'm allowed to
problem.
respond to that.
But wait, I want to say one thing. The reason why it didn't succeed, though, is not because let's say, like a situation in Naruto, like the villain was beat or whatever. It wasn't like that. Literally, the situation didn't come to fruition because the character's like, I just want to back out of it. That's it, basically.
Yeah.
I mean,
It wasn't because they were even, let's say, talked to, really. They were just like, nah, I don't want to do it. And then it kind of led to the ending, and like I said, it undermined the main theme of it. Now, once again, this does not take away from the glorious chapters before the ending, but I will say, in terms of what it does in fact do, it does ruin some of what the story was setting up for a long time. That's my piece on that.
So,
I
one
mean,
thing
I
I
just
would
wanna
argue is
say-
I kind of agree with what
Go ahead.
I would just say I wanted to agree with what Roger said, where, I think it's kind of a depiction of human nature itself. I understand that some of the themes were to break the cycle, but I think the fact that the cycle was created by human nature itself just goes to prove that us going back on that same trip all over again
Right.
is what's wrong with humanity at its core, which is why Aaron made the decision he wanted to make.
Right.
Where he's like, man, if this is how it's got to be, I'm picking my side. And that was the whole point. Aaron knew he was continuing the cycle. It's just that he just picked a side. And this is all what's happening again with that second ending. So I wouldn't say it's undermining a theme. I think it's a tragic ending.
So
That's what it is. It's
I
supposed to
don't-
be tragic. We always want to
But
break the
that's
cycle.
the thing. See, 10
But-
chapters before that happened. Like, I'm trying to say this on force. It's so hard.
it's hard,
But-
right? Yeah.
Yeah, literally 10 chapters before that, he was literally an entirely different character. He was an entire... Like, you're not going to tell me he didn't act different and he had that mindset of, like, I will finish this off. Either
Yeah,
if he...
but I think people-
I
Wait,
or
J-Cloud.
the others.
J Cloud, go ahead.
I think people really like. Yeah, there is a theme in Attack on Titan, but I think the other theme that everyone is missing is the theme for Eren, which was freedom. Like, one thing about it was like, okay, people were like, okay, why did Eren switch up doing this part of the story? I don't want to spoil anything,
Of course.
but why did he switch up like this? And people really don't look at the fact that freedom was so important because he was a slave to fate. He was a slave to it. These things had to happen. He couldn't not do
Right.
it. He had to.
Right.
And that's why I feel like people really overlook and didn't understand. Oh, why did Eren this ain't spoiled, but why did he cry during that moment?
Right.
Like, well, that's so out of character. No, that
Right.
was in character.
Right.
He had to hold that in until the very end and had to release it all. And people try to make fun of that. It was like, oh, this is why the ending sucked or everything.
J-Cloud,
like, no.
J
No,
Cloud,
I
you
never-
have
that wasn't the
instantly
reason I
become you became one of my favorite content creators just now.
My boy, that's my boy.
You are spitting. So that I'm gonna wrap because we're almost at the 20-minute mark for Attack on Titan and Elusive Samurai.
Oh,
We gotta
wow,
keep
yeah.
going. Elusive Samurai loses this round. However, I think based on everything people are saying, it's still absolutely worth checking out yourself.
Yes,
really
absolutely.
good.
Yeah.
And I don't know necessarily after that discussion if Attack on Titan's gonna make it to the next round, but we gotta continue. But Attack on Titan beats Elusive Samurai. We are moving on to Record of Ragnarok versus JoJolion. However, real quick before we get to that, I real quick want to give a couple shout outs because we got some super chats in between these last ones. I want to give a quick shout out to Windy from Water 7 for super chatting. I want to give a shout out to Aniki for saying undead unluck, please don't play with me during the previous round. Wheezy Bird for super chatting saying I'm glad Dragon Ball Super didn't make it. And shout out to
I don't think anybody would have voted for it.
You
So.
arc, though.
and then Mr. Taco super chatted again with a little bit of a spoiler, so I'm not going to read that out. And Dex super chatted as well, so saying throwing some bucks to say that if you got the time, please read all these titles. They are very, very good. And shout out to Iruma Kun as well. So thank you very much once again to all of them, and the massive $50 donation from Gabe Ortiz, who said, it has been an excellent year for manga. While none of my choices made the cut, each of these series definitely deserves its place here. Looking forward to a fun rest of your stream. Thank you very much, Gabe. And Quantum Pineapple coming through at the very ending saying Aaron couldn't become Pirate King because he wasn't the most free man in the world. All right, there you go. We are moving on. Record of Ragnarok versus Jujolion. We are continuing this discussion
I got my vote
now.
already.
Okay, so
man.
so what were the last chapters of Record of Ragnarok for this year? Because I know it's
So the last ones for this year were Hades versus, let's see, what was the exact name here? Hades versus Qin Shi Huang.
Yeah.
I actually asked the wrong question. I meant, where did it start? Sorry.
Oh, so it started.
at the
It
end
started
of
with the
Shiva.
post Shiva win.
Yeah.
Okay. Oh, okay. Because I
Sorry,
love the Shiva
spoiler. Goddamn.
I mean, yeah, that's a question. Are we allowed to say whose the fights are? Because that's the whole point of the series.
Yeah.
I do think
They're
we
not
can
really-
say so long as you don't say the victors of the fights. I think you could say the fights.
Yeah.
For sure.
All right,
Because they were set up in the very
I
beginning.
agree.
For sure.
Okay.
For sure.
All right, gotcha.
Okay.
Well, no,
so,
it wasn't Buddha and Shiva. It was the sumo
No, I said
wrestler.
Buddha and Zero.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
there you go.
Yeah.
So it was the sumo wrestler fight that started this year, is what you're saying.
No,
It was the
at the
results
very end.
of that
The
fight.
result of of the Shiva. Okay.
Correct.
See, that's tough because the Shiva fight. First of all, Shiva's backstory. I mean, what a trip! I think his backstory was incredible. So, I really love that, but unfortunately, we can't include that. Then I'd have to say, a lot of people may not agree with me, but the Buddha fight really didn't hit home as much as I thought it would for me. I'm not gonna lie.
Really?
It was good in spurts. There were moments where I enjoyed it, but I did not like the constant transformations over and over and over again. And I guess the way it's the opponent for Buddha, the way that ended, I think it was a very sweet ending and how they kind of came together to ultimately win. But I wasn't a fan of. I'm trying not to spoil, but I wasn't a fan of the
No,
transformation.
you just did.
Well,
Wait. I just said the coming together, right? I didn't say anything else, did I?
No, you said a word.
He said the W word.
Okay. All right. Well,
Well,
I'm sorry.
all right
I
then.
apologize.
Oh,
My vote is Jujolion. I'm leaving. I'm sorry. I apologize.
Hey, let's go!
I'm sorry.
Good man.
All
All right.
Yeah, I'll get mine out of the way quickly because
Go ahead.
I read a bit of Ragnarok. Whatever was covered from the anime, I read from in the manga. And it's nice, I like it, but because it's going against Araki and we had just got the conclusion of Jujolion itself, I mean, it's very tough to try and compare the two in terms of content this year in 2021. So for me, it's Jujolion. Even if I still have minor gripes with how it ended, it's not on the same level I feel with Attack on Titan. It's still brilliant. But yeah, Jujolion is my pick.
So I got something to say, man. I gotta come clean real quick, man. I was a naysayer. I was a JoJo's naysayer for a while.
This is interesting.
For a while.
Interesting.
I was always like, man, this is mid. I don't like this. I don't want to read this. And it was because this is what happened. I watched part 1 and part 2. Loved part 2. I loved it. I love Joseph. One of my favorite JoJo's. I love Joseph. I got to part 3. And the first half was kind of slow, and I really didn't like the Scooby-Doo Monster of the Day thing. I wasn't feeling it. I was not feeling it.
Yeah,
I got to the
I'm with
second.
you. That's not even a hot take, for real.
I pushed
No,
past
I'm going to
it.
say a hot take.
I pushed past it. I get to the second half of part 3. I'm like, all right. Dio fight, I'm liking it. Then I get to part 4. Part 4 is peak JoJo's part to me. I love part 4, and I instantly was like, I watched part 4, finished it, and I was like, all right, I was wrong. I'm wrong about JoJo. This is gas.
See, that's
Then I get to
exactly
part
why I
5,
gotta finish part 4.
I get to Golden Wind, and I'm
man.
like, this is okay. Story wise, I was liking part 4 more. But the meathead in me, when I got the Golden Wind, it was straight hands. From the beginning, these niggas was boxing. So I'm like, from the jump. So I've only finished up till part 5. I'm going into part 6, so I have not got to Jojolion, but I had to say I'm sorry to every person that if I ever hated on JoJo's, I was wrong. I'm a JoJo stan now. JoJo's is fire.
You've been forgiven, King.
I think you're gonna be forgiven.
I am caught up to Record of Ragnarok
right now. Then too.
Record of Ragnarok is gas too. I'm not gonna lie. This is the thing with Record of Ragnarok. I read it. I started getting into it, and I was like, man, even though it's just all fights, right? Of course, the meathead side of me loves that, but I really enjoy how Record of Ragnarok uses the fights and uses those fights to flesh out the characters that are in the fights. I enjoy so much how they
series. I love it.
Use the flashbacks of the characters and things while the fight is happening to give us like this character progression, and then how they act in the fight while this is going on. I love that. I love what they're doing with it. It's simple, but it's like impactful. It's a good way to flesh the characters out and still give us that nonstop action. I respect Record of Ragnarok a lot, but again, man, with JoJolion ending, I don't have no idea what's in JoJolion at all. But just seeing how JoJo's is and seeing like how it's impacted people, I'm gonna go with JoJolion.
Yeah.
I hope I don't regret my choice once I catch up. But I'm gonna go with JoJolion just based off the strength of the community and what I've heard about it and how I've seen Araki write. I cannot in good conscience go against Araki at this point. So I'm gonna give it to JoJolion.
So I'm gonna say something so here it goes. So I've been keeping this one secret. I'm caught up with JoJo now. I am fully caught up with it, and my God, it was a journey. All I'm gonna say, part 7.
Yes.
Part 8.
Goats.
Oh my goodness, that was some incredible writing. Like part 7, bro.
Yeah.
That ending of part 7 blew me away. Like, oh my goodness, I wish I could talk about it. I don't want to spoil, but
let's go home.
Part 7 was great. Part 8, the newest part, ended this year, and dude. Okay, I know that not everybody likes part 8. I know there's some that don't like it. But I really love that type of storytelling. I really love what part 8 is about. And like I said, not going to spoil. I'm not even going to say what the arc is about because that's spoilers. But part 8, I love its conclusion. I like the whole storytelling with the main male character, our main JoJo. And I really think that in terms of content, I would vote JoJo. Now, this doesn't change the fact, though, Record of Ragnarok, I'm also up to date with. And that series was done such injustice by the anime. It really
totally
was.
agree. As somebody who was doing a read through of it, I was like waiting for the anime to happen.
Dude, it has been done
That's
such
abysmal, bro.
injustice.
It should have been a movie series, honestly. They should have done a trilogy of films, and I think they should have adapted like the first,
or just OVAs,
or OVAs even. Yeah, I mean, you could have done that too. But
I know it was done so bad.
The
like, dude,
slideshow
just
fight, like,
I was so disappointed.
The Adam
was terrible.
Dude.
At least they did the blonde hair girl really well.
All I'm gonna say is that Adam and Zeus, that was done
Aphrodite, of course.
dirty. There was more movement in Aphrodite's boobs than the.
Oh my God!
That's
it was more movement.
The slideshow was an insult to my intelligence, bro. I was so upset.
Dude, I absolutely. I'm gonna say it is probably one of the worst anime I have seen all year, and I've seen a lot of garbage this year. There's been a lot of garbage this year. But if there has been such a disservice to a great series, it would definitely be Record of Ragnarok's anime. That literally, dude. An anime is a big deal for a series. Like, if the anime's bad, it does stop a lot of people from even wanting to go to the manga.
Exactly.
It's true.
Cough the Neverland season 2.
And you would think with the action series,
they would
actually like do their work to make the fight look good at the bare minimum. The dialogue could be garbage. Just get the action right, and they couldn't even do that.
No. And the thing about it is that, like, I was already reading Record of Ragnarok, so thankfully I was already knew what was going on and all that. Oh my goodness, just seeing like what they did to the anime, and then you looking at the manga is great. Like I said, I may have voted JoJo already, But Record of Ragnarok is heat. If you
It's a very
want
good,
something,
yeah.
if you want something good, and if you love mythology and stuff like that, that is right up your alley. Like
It
I
is
am a
really
huge
good.
So good, dude.
mythology nut. I love mythology.
sweet.
Greek,
Stevie, we need to do a
Norse.
collab on this.
Yo, the
Dude,
Thor backstory, bro.
Dude, I love all. I agree with you, we should. But I love mythology. And Record Ragnarok really goes that alley that I love with that type of stuff. I love seeing, like I said, a hypothetical of Adam versus freaking Zeus. It's like, what? It is like the most, like, eye-dropping
Wacky.
thing.
That
It's
fight,
like-
I also have to say, as obviously that wasn't this year in the manga.
Yeah, but I just pointed it out. I don't want to spoil
that
the
fight.
fight.
I read that fight this year in the manga because I'm not fully caught up to Ragnarok, but I've been making my way through it. Dude, that Adam fight is so good, so good.
Peak.
Like the emotion of Adam and like humanity in the stands cheering him on, calling him dead. Like,
His kids and his wife, and
It's
I'm like,
so
no,
good.
come on,
Oh,
family,
it's so
family,
good.
power up, please.
Cain and Abel are on the
Oh.
side.
Yeah,
cheering
I'm
the
not
side.
gonna- I'm not-
Oh,
Okay.
You know,
man.
I
will
wanna-
say this, just before you go,
Sure.
as someone who does go to church and someone who is a Christian, to see Adam depicted in that way is probably the funnest thing I've ever seen. I just could not be happier
Well.
than what I saw from Adam, dog.
So much
I-
religious accuracies in that fight. It's insane.
It's just
Yeah.
ridiculous.
So
Not just that fight, but Hercules versus Jack the Ripper.
Oh,
my
God.
God.
Yeah,
God.
That's
Bro.
where I am
Wait,
right now,
fight.
and that is
Oh,
jaw
spoiler.
dropping. It is
What
so
a fight.
Dude, no, I'm gonna
Um,
say right now, I'm a huge fan of Hercules because I
Yeah,
love
Hercules
his
was
lore.
excellent.
I love his trials of labor and
Yes.
his myths. I love Hercules,
Dude,
but
yeah.
also seeing him go up against someone like Jack the Ripper, this like entity that is just horrifying in history. It's like I never would have thought I would saw a fight like that, like these two going at each other. I'm
They
like,
did it
wait.
so well. You just wonder
No,
how
it
can they
did.
fight,
It
but
did.
they made the fight so good.
It's amazing. But like, okay, I'm voting for Record of Ragnarok. I
Alright,
love
here we
JoJo's
go.
in pieces.
Fair.
Here's the thing, though, and here's my issue: is okay. So I'm only up to literally like part 6. I have not read part 7 or 8 yet, and I know it goes to a different like parallel dimension or whatever. So I feel like I don't know if I could judge that like JoJolian based off of the parts I've seen because it's like in a different like universe or whatever. I know there's still stands. I know it's still similar and like, but like. I just have to feel like I have to wait. I have to read all of Steel Ball Run and then JoJolian to get the full feel for what like Araki's going for there, if he's like refreshing it or whatever. And then so Record of Ragnarok, I got caught up this year a couple of months ago. I just reread the whole thing in like a weekend. The transformations, the copious amounts of that this year, I mean, that was a little bit, taxing, but I think it all made sense. I think the backstory with of Zero, I think it fit really well. It had me really feeling emotion for that character, like really bad, like literally. Damn it, I can't spoil anything, which sucks. But
I
like,
know.
Apparently you
like-
already did. The chat said you already slipped. Apparently we spoiled a lot of Record Ragnarok
That's
stuff.
what I'm saying. I'm like, I didn't even know I spoiled. Like, wow.
It was so casual when you did. That's the craziest thing.
yeah,
was good.
It is so hard. It's so hard not spoiling.
It is.
The
That whole thing
premise
is
also
fights, for
of
sure.
Record of Ragnarok is fights, and so it's like if you don't go into particulars of the fight, that is a spoiler, but that's
Yes,
all
yeah.
it is. So it's hard.
Yeah,
But
yeah,
like,
okay.
I'll just say like Zero's backstory and like what his purpose, what he thought his purpose was, and going about and seeing the ending of that, and thinking he succeeded and seeing the result, and then Buddha's reaction, very heartfelt. Okay, so. And then it moves on to the final part of the fight, so I'm just gonna, no spoilers on that. But that was the fight for the entire year, pretty much, and now we're getting into the next round. But yeah, I got to go with Record of Ragnarok here.
Right
Oh,
on.
one last thing
So
to add on.
I-
though.
Go ahead.
Can we agree that Record of Ragnarok is a battle royale? Just a straight up battle royale.
Yeah,
I mean,
absolutely.
And
it's
there's
for
more
sure,
to it, which I mean,
Yeah.
I'll get to that in my point when I make my vote. But there's more to it than that.
No,
Well,
I'm just saying.
I want to say this real quick too, because I realize we're almost at the 2-hour mark already. We've been going for a long time.
Yeah.
So we gotta pick up the pace. So actually, wait. So what I'm gonna do real quick? Wait. What I'm gonna say real quick? I am dropping the timer after this one from 20 minutes to 10 minutes. So that's what we're going to do. We're dropping it down to 10 minutes, so we got to keep our things brief. And obviously, it's going to pick up as we go on. These first rounds are the ones that are going to be the longest. But we're dropping the timer down from 20 minutes to 10 minutes to make sure we keep things moving. So anyway, for this one,
Tangents are
you got
hard.
exactly 1 minute left. Make your point, Axel. Go right ahead, and then we're
All right,
going
so-
on our vote.
Yes, I am up to date on both. I read both of them. I love the ending of Jojolion. It perfectly encaptures the meme of like a regular human watching a stand battle. If you think about it, without giving any spoilers, that is very much the ending for Jojolion. Record of Ragnarok this year has been phenomenal. It definitely is one of my favorite fights of the year so far. It does not beat, in my opinion, the fight between Jack the Ripper and Hercules, but it was really good. My problem is people only look at Record of Ragnarok for the fights when, and I'm going to make a One Piece reference here, some of the most important parts of Record of Ragnarok happen between the fights, especially after the end of the Buddha fight.
Boom. Stop.
To
Timer, stop. Good. That's good. You got it in.
So
you got it.
Yeah, Record of Ragnarok.
All right, so we're voting. That is 4-3 Record of Ragnarok or 4-4? What is it? We're going one by one. I think... Or no, was it 5-3? Because you just voted Record of Ragnarok, and Cole voted Record of Ragnarok. That's 5.
It's 4-4, I think.
Yeah.
Okay, so let's revote real quick. Axel, Record of Ragnarok.
Record of Ragnarok.
Chibi.
Jojo.
Right. Okay. Laz.
Jojo.
Cool. J Cloud.
Record of Ragnarok.
You got
Ragnarok.
it. All right. And then who's next? Jay.
Hate to hurt people's feelings, but I have not read Jojolion. I've read Record of Ragnarok.
All right, Record of Ragnarok.
Which
Cole
I'm okay.
voted Record of Ragnarok as well. And then Sin, you did JoJo, right?
Yeah, JoJo.
And then Tekking did Ragnarok, so that's 3-5.
Yep.
That's 3-5. Ragnarok takes it.
Oh, awesome.
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
That's it.
I'm sure
I'm not
Jojo.
surprised Record of Ragnarok, yes.
I just haven't gotten to that point yet, and it's like a very different kind of story, I think.
You'll enjoy it, is all I'm going to say.
Oh,
Get ready.
absolutely. I'm sure.
Strap
I'm
yourself
very
in.
confident in getting there.
Please do.
Yeah.
That is
That Shiva fight you'll love.
That's the first upset, I think, of the day. I think a lot of people were really rooting for JoJo to go all the way. I mean, obviously both are fantastic, but wow. All right, well, we're moving on as I'm filling out the bracket to Blue Lock versus Oshi no Ko. The timer starts now.
Hidlock?
Okay.
You know what? I haven't read either of these, so let me just get mine out really quick. I am basing this purely off of the covers from each series because I have not read either of them. I'm going with Blue Lock on this one.
Oh, my man, come on. How can you do this? It's
Because I haven't read either one. And
Asasaka will never forgive you.
okay.
I'm gonna take it on this one. I haven't read either one.
Yo, what are you guys doing?
Blue
They're
Lock looks
both
amazing.
good.
They just
They're
look
both
amazing.
good.
So
No, it is. You're being lied to.
Listen to our arguments. Listen to our arguments before you make your vote. If you haven't read either, listen to our argument.
That's fair. That is fair.
So
Go
for
ahead. I didn't take
someone
that
who has
option.
for someone who hasn't read either, but someone who has read Blue Lock is an avid soccer/football fan. Blue Lock is a disgrace. I will never vote for it. So just whatever else is out.
Okay,
Just vote for it.
Yeah.
I respectfully disagree. But that being said,
Axel, don't do this, bro, please.
As a brief synopsis, as a
Oh
brief
my
thing,
God.
Blue Lock had, in my opinion, its best arc of the series with the U20 Japan arc. But that being said, Oshi no Ko is a gem. It had some of the best arcs of the year with the 2.5D stage arc being
Oh
the
my
pinnacle of it right now.
That was
Like,
so good.
It was so good. And Oshi no Ko has some of the best character development in manga right now. It
Yes.
deserves all of the awards that it gets. Oshi no Ko, hands down, one of the best of the year. I got to give it to Oshi no Ko.
Yeah,
So
my
let
pick
me-
is with Oshinoko as well. I mean, for Blue Lock, I can't with that's not football series for me. But Oshinoko again, because of Akasaka and Mango from Scum's Wish that are working on this, they've been brilliant with it. Again, back to 2.5. It was a brilliant arc itself. I'm still a little bit behind now on the series, but regardless, I would take Oshinoko all day. Akasaka greatness.
Okay.
And there was
so,
the formation of Bikomachi this year too.
Yes.
Oh yes, that was great.
yes.
That was great too. So Blue Lock, I've read a bit of it. It's okay. That's all I'm gonna say. I don't think it's terrible, but I'm not fully up to date. But I'm not the biggest fan of it as I am Oshi no Ko. I read Oshi no Ko and I got addicted to it instantly, caught up within like a day, and just Oshi no Ko is just it's something else. Like was already said, probably one of the best in terms of story development and character development I've seen all year long for a manga series. The latest arc, okay, I'm just gonna say, if you love Act Age, like the manga, okay,
Yeah,
if you love Act Age, like if you were a fan of it, then I seriously will say you will love Oshi no Ko. It has
And
that
it's seinen,
same,
not shonen.
yes,
Exactly.
but here's
It has more. Yeah.
but here's
One
the other
thing,
thing, though. here's the
Young
thing.
Jump too.
Oshinoko isn't bound by acting like how Act Age was.
Correct.
Yeah, there's another
That
side
is
to
a
the story too,
huge
but,
that's a
yeah.
huge distinction that people need to understand, is that people looking at it from the outside that haven't read it might think, oh, it's another Act Age. And even though I just said it's reminiscent of it, Oshinoko isn't bound by just acting. It has so much other things going on in its story that it can really tell something different and thought-provoking. There is an interesting premise that opens up early on in the first like 10 to 12 chapters, and I don't want to spoil that twist, but if you read it, it will shock you. And I'll tell you what, it is one of the best manga. I would put it in my top 5 favorite manga of this year. It is good.
There's
You're
that first
really
chapter
convincing me to
alone.
read it.
The first chapter alone, I'll say this though, Jay. If you, as much as someone who loves Akasaka's work, and again, if you first chapter I feel is one of those that will really pull you in. But again, those first 10 chapters, I would say is the cutoff. If you aren't liking, I guess like what it has to offer in those first 10 chapters, then it may not be for you. But if it is, you are going to win hard.
You have to go past the first 10 though. That's the thing. Like you at least give it another 5 chapters after the first 10, because if you've read it, you know why I'm saying.
So you guys are saying
yeah,
this is a Vinland
fair
Saga
enough.
type
I mean,
situation.
that's
where
why I
everyone was
said the
saying
10
you got to get through the first
specifically,
3 of Vinland Saga to me, and then I finally got through it, and I'm like, oh, I understand what this is all about. This is amazing.
Roger's Slander arc of Vinland was great. Just great
But
stuff.
I ended up loving it. See, at the end of the day, I came around.
But like everyone said, it's a great series. It's got acting, it's got the world of idols in it, but overall, it's got an underlying mystery storyline, which makes it just wraps everything up all together. It's really good. And not to undermine Blue Lock, as much as JD doesn't like it, like with Blue Lock having its, like I said, its best arc of the series so far, in my opinion. And it had some absolutely great heights to it, and a lot of really great, like, panels in it, but Oshinoko, it's just been a force to be reckoned with.
So, Oshinoko is for me as well. So
that's
my
all right. That did it.
Oshinoko,
That's 6-2. Oshinoko to Blue Lock.
Let's go.
already know who wins.
Get the mid-lock out of here. That's not real football. That's nonsense. Under 20s, get out of here.
They had an actual football match this year, though.
Wow.
Read Awashi. Real football man, Awashi.
Wow. I did not think it was going to be that much of a blowout, but here we are.
As it should be.
Wow.
Oh my god, you're trying to
Well, you better prepare
What is
yourself,
wrong
because
with
there are probably some other upsets coming in this side.
Oh,
of the
this one's
side of the bracket is about to
on
get-
my side.
Oh
for
no,
one of those.
you
wild,
guys
I
are about to
think.
be shocked what I'm going to say next to this next bracket.
Okay, so
Right.
let me set this
Maybe,
up.
but I might be on the same page that you are, Chibi. So we'll
You
see.
probably are.
Wait.
What do we have next?
Next
It's
up,
Tokyo
we've got
Revengers
Tokyo Revengers versus Blue Period. The timer starts
There's only one choice.
now.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'll get mine out the way real quick. Mine's like 2 seconds. I'll get mine out the way. You guys can go. Yeah, mine's like literally 2 seconds because I don't read either one. But if I have to choose one of the two, it's Blue Period, just because of a lot of great things I hear about it. And Tokyo Revengers, listen, man, I got out as my delinquent manga. I don't need Tokyo Revengers, so Blue Period.
I want to go last because I feel like I know a little bit about Tokyo Revengers. I know nothing about Blue Period, so I'll actually defer to you guys on this one.
Well,
to talk a little
Blue
bit
Period and Tokyo Revengers. 2 good theories. I love Tokyo Revengers and I love Blue Period. I have watched the anime of both, actually, of these series, and I'm going to say that Blue Period has my vote. I love Tokyo Revengers, yes. It is fantastic. It has great storytelling, but Blue Period, I am a sucker for the drama, the themes in it, the artwork, everything that represents Blue Period is something that I am a huge fan of. I'm always one of those that enjoy that type of storytelling, and so I'm voting on Blue Period. If you have not read that series, I really recommend you to read it.
Yep. So I agree. Blue Period is fantastic. It was one of the two, along with Kingdom, that was the other series that I chose to read to get caught up for the stream. And it's a monthly series compared to a lot of the weekly ones that we've discussed. And the arcs that we had for this year were fantastic, especially because they really developed 2 of the side characters who we've known for like a little bit, but like this really delved deep into their characters, as well as continuing to develop our main character as well, as he like as he struggles with his passion for art. Tokyo Revengers is phenomenal as well. I have loved Tokyo Revengers ever since I started reading it last year, and I think that last year was its peak. This year, as we've seen online, I have still enjoyed Tokyo Revengers, but it received a visceral reaction to the things that were happening this year. So like I love Tokyo Revengers, but a lot of the fans did not like what happened this year.
Wow.
And Blue Period, like I said, this was one of my surprises for the year. It's really good. It is a very emotional series, and like it's so relatable. It's not even funny. So I gotta give it to Blue Period.
So real quick, that's 3 for Blue Period right now, and Cole voted for Tokyo Revengers. So that's 1 for Tokyo Revengers and 3 for Blue Period currently. So 4 more votes. Let's keep it going.
Hey man, y'all know where my vote going, man. I mean, come on, man. I'm giving my vote to Tokyo Revengers, man. Like I don't really gotta say too much. It's probably,
you know why, brother.
It's probably one of the few mangas I'm really enjoying currently. Like, and it's just been good to me. Yes, the things that happened this year. Was I upset? Sure, I was upset. I feel like a lot of people were upset, but it didn't take away from the quality of the manga to me. It just upset that one moment upset me, but I feel like it's coming together. It's starting to make a little bit more sense with context. So I mean, Tokyo Revengers that gas, bro. So I'm giving.
You gotta remember, we're doing a
about 2021. Yeah.
Yeah, remember, we're doing this year.
But I also I see where you're coming from,
yeah.
though, Sin, because even if you didn't like, this seems like an Attack on Titan kind of situation, right? Where like, even if you didn't like the content of the thing, the amount of the impact that it's had on the manga community, how much it's sold, the amount of people talking about it, ultimately it could still sway you in the favor of Avengers. So I see that. I understand. So
I do understand that.
2 for Avengers.
Yeah, I just rather vote and literally be on what the content is for this year, because we start talking about stuff from before and why you still like and all that. Then it's like, well, you're talking about last year, not this year.
I literally talked about the stuff that happened this year.
I agree. I mean,
that's fair. Yeah,
that's fair. So that's.
I'm about to say the thing that everybody hated happened this year. Like it happened this year. Like that's what I was bringing it up. But I'm saying like with more context of what's going on, like currently, I still enjoy the manga. Like it didn't really take away from the quality of the manga.
Same here.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna say as well though, for those that have only watched the anime Blue Period, the manga is way better. The anime is nowhere even close.
Some people are saying in the chat that the
Blue
Period anime is not very good,
which is unfortunate. No, the anime is still good. It's just that it cuts out certain things that like they're good side things. Like it still has the majority of the important stuff to it. Like, and for a series about art and color, the anime gives that to you, which the manga does. I mean, like the manga has really great additional things, but like you actually get to see the full color of things in the anime.
Yes.
Right on. So we got 3-2. Who hasn't voted?
I have not. Just
I
having
haven't
what you
voted
guys
either.
have said, and I was doing a little bit of reading on like the summaries of both series. I'm thinking the one that I'm more interested in is definitely Blue Period.
Okay,
It's
that's
emotional.
4-2 then.
Yeah.
All right, that's 4-2.
I'm feeling that a lot more. If to pick one of them up, I'm just gonna go with that.
So J Cloud and Jay, you guys are up.
I agree with Tech because I'm literally on the wiki right now. Blue Period. I looked at the
Wiki.
Yeah, I want to plot of
wiki.
it.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, and like I was looking at the summary of both. I mean, because I'm not all the way up to date with Tokyo Revengers.
Sure.
I like it. It's a gas series, especially the series around me are Outsiders. Like if you guys ever read that story back in high school, yeah. But the plot definitely intrigues me with Blue Period.
Yeah.
But I gotta go with Tokyo Revengers though.
Okay, so there you go. I'm like, wait a minute. Do I have to fill this out? That would be 5-2. So you're going okay. So that's 4-3 then. All right, and then Jay.
So I'm glad I heard everything that people have to say about Blue Period, because I'm not really well versed on it, but it does sound like a very interesting series. But I am a delinquent merchant. I absorb delinquent manga like crack, and I will never vote against Tokyo Revengers no matter what. So it's Tokyo Revengers for me.
That means we are going to our third tiebreaker of the day. This is going to be Tokyo Revengers versus Blue Period. Get your votes in now. You have 5 minutes to get your votes in, chat. Blue Period versus Tokyo Revengers. We are getting started with that and moving on to the next bracket, which is, oh my goodness, this is Dr. Stone versus Blue Box. Timer starts.
Okay.
This is
Do I
difficult.
start
Too.
off?
All right.
I don't think this is difficult at all. Like
It's not
I'll
for
get my
me.
vote out
For
of the
me, it's
way.
not.
It's really
It's
easy
Dr.
for me.
Stone. Dr. Stone has been in his bag
yes.
all year.
He's
I
not.
don't know about that, man.
Blue Box-
So I'm the outliner then, is what you're
Yeah,
Blue
saying.
I
Box
am an
had a
outlier
good
to this
start.
as well.
Blue Box
Yeah.
had a good start, but it is a romance series. It is just starting. I'm also not a fan of the fact that it uses sports as part of its basis, but then we don't actually get to see them playing the sport past like 2 pages. But like it is just developing, and it's had a very good start. But Dr. Stone has just been in its bag this entire year as it is just rocketing, pun not intended,
And it
to
is
its
by
ending.
large.
Like it's just been so good. I gotta give it to Dr. Stone.
Yeah, I mean, for me, it's Blue Box. This again, I feel like it was the best series to come out of Weekly Shonen Jump of the new series that we got this year. When we were talking about Lucid Samurai and all that, but this is the best one. I've done a video for it. Like, I would not talk about a series that came out with, let's say, 10 chapters and make a video telling about why I think it's the next one up. You make a good point though about the whole thing using the sports and the romance and stuff, and not really showcasing things. However, I feel like that is intended to what Mira is doing, especially if you're caught up to the most recent chapters and how she has been handling this kind of stuff. So I feel like it has done a fine job with it. Could be better, absolutely, but I'm fine with how it's being set up. Now, the character interactions, the characters themselves, like Taiki, Chi-chan, like, come on, man. Like, Hina, there's so Hyodo, like, so much great stuff about it. And I feel like it is one of those things where, because of how well that Blue Box Aonohako is doing right now at the moment, I feel like it's going to push for more series of that ilk of its genre to start making its way more into Weekly Shonen Jump. So it's not just always predominant with battle series all the time, which again is Shonen Jump's, bread and butter. That's how, you want to make it. You got to do battle shonen. And for this case, it hasn't been that way. It succeeded as a romance. It's done very well so far in the sales. I would not be surprised if next year it does get an English release afterwards in terms of the volumes, and then the year after that getting an anime. It's up next. If you haven't seen it yet, go check it out. Blue Box Goats.
Now, to kind of expand upon that, Blue Box is also one of the very few manga that has survived the axe from
That's
Shonen
another
Jump.
thing too. Yes,
You need to
another big
factor this
thing.
in. There has been a lot of
Yeah.
good series this year, like
And they've
Red
been cut
Hood.
down.
That
Yep.
hurts. The Red Hood stuff hurts. I really
Yep.
wish we could be having a discussion about it right now,
would've been
and it could
fun.
actually be here, but it's not. However, Blue Box has survived, and that does say a lot about Blue Box. And
Yeah.
on top of that, it is different than all the current manga in Weekly Shonen Jump. And now, obviously, romance is not for everybody. That is a type of section of anime and manga that people don't normally like, and some do, but a lot of people I don't think really go actively for that type of
Which is
manga.
understandable, yeah.
And it is understandable, but for it to survive to this point does say
It's a
enough. And
testament
I
to the
feel
author.
yes, and also I feel like the pacing with the relationship and all of that,
Yep,
it doesn't
yep.
feel threat to Finn. Like, if you have read, let's say, romance stories and slice of life, you'll know when it comes to manga like that, they can be stretched. And it feels like, oh, just get it over with already. Like, if something happens, just like, please, just have this happen. But it doesn't. And it takes maybe 50 to 100 chapters for it to get to that point. But the thing is Blue Box hasn't really had that problem. Now, I'm not saying it won't happen. It could. But at this point in time, it's really good with its pacing, and I've loved everything from it so far. And so I'm giving it to Blue Box. I like Dr. Stone, and Dr. Stone is heat too. It's a great manga, but I got to give it to Blue Box. I'm happy that New Blood in Shonen Jump is doing well, and I'm happy to see a romance series actually being successful amongst battle shonen.
All right, that's 2 for
Just-
Blue Box,
just
1 for
about
Dr.
it, yeah.
Stone is where we are right now.
Just to give a quick context thing, though, I will say that romance is one of the most predominant things in Jump Plus right now. So,
That
like,
is true.
there is a big romance boom right now. This is just
Yeah.
one of the
That's true. There is
3 or 4 that are in
Yeah.
Shonen Jump right now.
Yeah, I think, but I was just saying, with Shonen Jump and Plus, we're doing 2 different things. The Plus side, okay, then you can kind of get away with it. But if you're talking within the main thing of it, it's not going to always, like, if you could ask someone to go for a battle shonen or a romance, 9 times out of 10, the battle shonen is going to end up winning. But I love how the fact that the romance side right now we're getting from Blue Box is strong enough to hold its own weight and survive the acts. Because I feel like if you can go from beginning to end or wherever you start and you're still here at the end of the year with stuff and volumes are doing well, like that's a testament. That's amazing to see.
It's also just a fun fact on the TOC side of things. It's one of the few series that has. It's one of the few series that has had a second Shonen Jump cover in as quick of a time as it has.
Yeah,
like Elusive
chapters,
Samurai did it in like 16, and then Blue Box did it in 13.
Yeah,
which
it
is
was a 13 chapter. Yeah.
Wow!
Yeah,
Hold on, I gotta
wait.
I gotta pause the timer real quick. Wow! So the 5-minute timer just ran out for the tiebreaker round. 50% to 49%.
That's
with
crazy.
872 votes. Tokyo Revengers beats Blue Period. Wow!
That's still
I-
close.
Wow! It was 50-50 for a
I'm
while.
actually surprised to see Blue
Wow.
Period get that
I mean,
close.
yeah,
to
I'm not
Tokyo
even mad. Well, I
I'm
don't
not
really
surprised
know
at all.
series, but,
Wow,
like,
wow,
that's
wow,
very
wow.
contentious. Then.
No,
Holy
I
crap.
know. I'm just surprised because I didn't think many read Blue Period. I didn't know it was like that actively known. Or
There
maybe
are
we
a
just-
lot of people
I
that love
guess
Blue
that's
Period.
the case. Holy
It's-
crap!
I've seen it a lot on
timeline
Twitter
manga,
actually as
yeah,
well.
it's
They
a
do talk
timeline
about it on the timeline. Yeah.
Wow.
And
Go
the
on the
chat
rest
is
of the anime
just
Twitter,
the
man.
chat
They're
is going
upset. They're
insane.
upset.
Like this is
Wow.
crazier than like the Attack on Titan stuff. Dear
Did it-
God.
Well, I mean,
But
to
This
be
is
fair-
I think this is the benefit of a good anime, though.
Yeah,
Tokyo
totally,
Revengers
totally.
anime, like that's
Was good.
definitely pulling for Tokyo
Totally,
Revengers. 'Cause
totally.
That anime was incredible.
No, there were a lot of people that were not happy with the Tokyo Revengers anime.
Wait, really? Because I
What?
feel like everybody's unanimously, that I've seen at least, loved it.
Isn't that the main
Yeah,
reason why it's doing really well
yeah.
in sales? 'Cause
That's
the
why
anime,
it's
like-
blowing up. The anime is
Yeah,
great.
the anime people loved.
Yeah, that's interesting.
There are a lot
50.
of issues that I have with it, but like I digress.
I really-
and again,
I'm blown away by
I'm
the
happy
51% to
regardless of who
49.
wins this.
Wow.
But like
Wow. All right. Well, anyway, the timer will continue. Let's get our votes in for Dr. Stone versus Blue Box. We
Okay.
have less than 5 minutes left, so go ahead. Boom.
I'll
vote
just
is
start
Dr.
talking about Dr. Stone because I love it to death. Anyway, I've read a few chapters of
Blue Box.
Blue Box, though. Yeah. And I mean, like, I think it's pretty good. I've read a lot of generic romance mangas. I think this one is not that. It's something different. I don't usually gravitate towards sports-based stuff, so I'm a little bit biased on that as well. But I like the art style in it. It's just that I feel like Dr. Stone, just what it is at its core, focusing so much on science. And I know sometimes it's Inagaki takes some liberties with like exactly what makes sense. But overall, I think the core, the foundation of it is something very different and unique. And where we're at right now in the manga, the pace might have gotten picked up a little bit more for some people's liking, but I think that just goes to show like the natural progression of events in the story. Like it would go faster at a certain point, considering the progress they've made. No spoilers, of course, but this year had so many good things from Dr. Stone. I can't not vote for it.
agreed.
So, all right, who's next? Who's got a vote still?
I love Dr. Stone, but I gotta go with Blue Box.
I love the butter. Let's go.
Blue Box winning!
I'm coming to you right now, sir.
I love the series. Like I'm usually not into romance series that heavy.
Yo,
But
good man.
this one just hits me. I don't know why.
Good man.
Like,
Good man. I'm so
wow.
happy.
I like
Love
it.
to see it.
I'm happy to
Who's
hear
left?
it.
That's 3-3. Who's left?
I
I'll
haven't
have to look up
voted
teams
yet.
after this. Go ahead.
Give me one.
Think long and hard about
What
this.
is-
Yeah,
what
think
is-
about this, bro. Wait.
Hey, we know what you want.
Wait, Sin, think about this close. Okay, you like science class?
Yeah, of course, but I'm
I'm sorry.
Hey, do you
I don't
like
know.
romance?
Listen.
That's the thing. Do you like?
Let the man speak.
What is Blue Box? What is it like? What is real quick? Like what's like a little
Romance, sports kind of thing.
Yeah.
Quick, I
Love
ain't
and
gonna lie.
basketball,
I ain't
but
gonna
in the
lie.
manga.
Yeah,
I ain't gonna lie. I ain't gonna lie
basketball.
to you, bro. I don't like romances, bro. So I don't think I would like it. So and then I've read a lot of Dr. Stone, and I do like Dr. Stone. So I'm gonna vote Dr. Stone, bro. Because I just know I just don't like romances. So I know even if I read Blue Box, I wouldn't like it. So like I'm not gonna vote for
Fair
something
enough.
I know I wouldn't like.
Well, then,
Bro, that's sad.
here's the interesting thing about this.
Just give it a shot. And
Here's
then
the interesting thing about
that's
this this is a category, just like earlier in the chat, where Cole did not vote on Dr.
Oh
Stone.
my God.
or Blue Box, which
Roger, did
means
you get my vote?
this
Roger, you got my
is-
vote, right?
yeah, Dr. Stone, right?
Okay, I just
Yeah, I got you. So that means
All right,
this is
chat.
going to another tiebreaker.
Let's go.
We are getting
Yo,
Blue Box
chat.
versus
Community
Dr.
is
I don't know
chat.
how to rate this, please.
That, you know what to
Tiebreakers are
choose.
toxic.
I
Please.
might actually make. I mean, I wouldn't make this case for One Piece, and that's literally the basis of my channel. But seriously, think hard about this, chat.
No,
with
no,
Dr.
no,
Stone.
chat.
Come on
agree.
now.
Blue
Blue
box,
box.
please.
Blue
Very
box.
hard. Do the right thing.
Come
Do the
on,
right thing.
it survived this year. Out of the constant L's
Yeah.
so many manga has taken this year, think
It's the
about
best
that.
one too.
Blue
like,
Box
come on.
has survived.
Yeah, man.
Really think about it, okay?
I'm just saying, do the right thing. That's all.
Oh,
I'm
Yeah,
saying.
yeah, let's do the right thing.
It's going to be one of the futures of Jump, man. Dr. Stone's on the way out. New blood in, old blood out.
It's one of those series that I hate that I caught up because now I gotta wait weekly for it. You know what I'm saying?
And some of
like
those
that with
chapters,
Undead
man.
Unluck
Oh
right
my
It was
god.
Blue Box. Yeah, it was really that gas,
Oh.
bro.
It really
It's
is.
great.
bro.
No, they gas it.
It's
I
real
love
good.
it.
No,
I
if
love
it's
it.
going to
It really is.
tiebreaker-
Okay, Tokyo
I
Revenge.
guessed it. All right.
Okay, Tokyo
I'm
Revenge.
really,
Come on,
I'm really not I'm really not into romances. Do you think as someone that's not into
Bro.
romances, I could still like
I
it?
mean,
if
like,
it-
Take me as an example, bro. I'm not into that stuff at all, but I like this one.
There you go.
I've read a lot of
Jake
I've read a lot of crappy romance manga. This is not that. It
Yeah.
is better than that.
Hudson.
Yeah.
Way better,
But
yeah.
I just Dr. Stone's better. I'm sorry.
Thank you.
It really
Stop
is.
it.
Well,
Let's
for
stop it.
this year,
I'm not gonna-
for this year, Dr.
For this
Stone
year.
is better.
I was gonna say I
Oh,
could see
yeah,
stuff. I could see
sure.
stuff in the background on YouTube Studio, and I could see it is heavily swaying in a certain direction right now with 700 votes in.
God.
But I
So
want to.
sad.
I want to do this. I want to
That's
take this
sad.
opportunity to remind you guys. There are 1,500 plus people in here watching right now, and only 700 votes in this
Start
chat.
voting.
So if you want your voice heard, if you love Blue Box, if you love Dr. Stone, get those votes in. You've got 5 minutes. When that thing runs out at 5 minutes, it's going to tell me who ends up winning. Get those votes in. And then, of course, if you haven't already, we're 2.5 hours into the stream almost. We got to give you that reminder. Make sure to like the stream if you're having a good time. It helps us out greatly. There's going to be links to everybody's channels at the end of all of this. So make sure to get your likes in for the stream if you're having a good time. Now, with that being said, now I can't vote, but this better go in the direction I'm thinking. We got Kaiju number 8
Or else.
Kaiju number 8 versus Boruto. The timer
Oh, no.
starts now.
I want to
Get Boruto
hey guys,
out of here.
I want to be a troll here.
Ain't
Are
no
you
way I'm
Boruto
picking
out of
Boruto.
here?
There's no way I'm
Throw
picking
away.
Boruto over Kaiju number 8, bro. There's
Hey,
no way,
hey
bro.
guys, hear my case, okay?
Okay.
Naruto's dad.
Stop.
Like, not
I mean,
Naruto.
Okay, wait. Hold on, okay, wait. I take back what I said. I take back what I said.
It's amazing, and I hope they come up with a series about him at some
I
point.
mean,
Oh,
Boruto's dad.
Naruto's dad.
Boruto.
Oh my god.
I want to make my vote.
I was like, I didn't understand what he was trying to do at first. I was like, Minato's cool.
That just goes to show. No, that just goes to show how much like Boruto. It's not even a fair comparison to what it's up against right now. Kaiju number 8.
Not
Just-
only is Boruto like some mid, bro. Kaiju number 8 is gas. Like on God, like
Every single chapter is
that shit
gas.
is fire,
Yeah,
bro.
see,
Like,
I
what are we
agree,
talking
man.
about?
Like that recent chapter, the one last week. Like,
Bad, dude. That was bad.
When
Yeah.
people first described Kaiju number 8 to me, I thought it was like, okay, this is just a ripoff of Attack on Titan. Like, he can turn into the monster. I'm like, oh, that's all that is. Holy crap, was I wrong. I love Kaiju number 8.
and just with a few chapters, with a few volumes, is already breaking records.
Yeah.
With sales.
Yes.
Oh, yeah,
It's
people
phenomenal.
love it, of course.
It's catching up to what
on
Spy
it.
Family
Yeah.
has
For
been
a
doing.
reason. I mean, again, it's breaking records for a reason. If you are not reading, I'm going to put it in the bracket right now. It's Kaiju number 8 wins this one, but like we could talk
We
about
already
it.
know.
more.
We already
but we
know.
know Kaiju number 8 wins this
I
one.
vote for Kaiju.
If
Yeah.
you are not
Boruto-
reading Kaiju
Kaiju's
number
my pick
8,
as well.
go
Yeah.
read Kaiju number 8 right now, please. That is that new blood that we were talking about with Shonen Jump. It's on the rise. It's only going to get better once there's an anime. Please,
And you
read
know this
Kaiju
will get
number
an
8.
anime.
Oh,
Has it been
well,
confirmed
has
yet?
to.
Or oh, it has to.
Not
Okay.
yet. It doesn't.
Oh, I was
it
gonna
doesn't.
say, holy shit. is
There's
this
no
confirmed?
stage for it for Jump Festa, so it's
Ah,
they're probably still
well,
holding off on it.
Eventually, at some point, this
It
has
has
to
to.
get animated.
Yes,
So I think we can be
absolutely.
pretty confident with that. Yeah.
So
All right.
There's no way.
That was easy.
On
was super
a
easy.
serious note, Boruto this year was just bad. It
Oh.
deserves to be out for what it did to Kurama. It deserves to be out for the fact that it just introduced freaking Deus Ex Machina villains like out of nowhere. It's just like,
That's
oh,
literally.
here's a girl who can't be touched by anybody and a
I'll
boy
tell you
who
what,
reflects
man.
any attack.
When Boruto
Okay.
started years ago, I'm waiting for the time when they nerf Naruto and Sasuke, and
Oh,
bam,
yeah.
it finally happened.
Dude, I like what someone said in chat. Naruto still carries Boruto, and it's so true.
It's true.
He literally carries the entire show. And it says a lot. It says enough. When your story is named after you, but you don't even carry it, it's your dad that carries the story.
Not to mention,
Yep.
they had an entire cast of side characters, and this is very much Naruto-esque here. And they just decided, oh, well, we're just gonna, go with the characters. Like, we're gonna go with 5 characters here. That's all that matters. Screw all the other side characters.
And I wanna say something though. Can we talk about how a clan full of great eye users got an eye user that has to need glasses because of someone has probably bad blood?
I mean, I would love to talk about that, but I
But
think
Dr. Stone, baby!
Oh, it
So-
won? Yeah!
So I gotta say, tiebreaker news
That's
just
true.
came in. Dr. Stone wins over Blue Box with 1,000 votes, 69% to 30.
Oh wow.
Nice.
Order has been restored.
Let's
Love
go!
Order
I
has
hate
been
to
Hi,
see
good
it.
morning.
You hate
Order
to
has
see
been
what's
restored.
going
I
on.
hate to see it,
Order.
man.
Wow.
Yeah.
They
Well, at the same time, go read Blue Box
Of
regardless.
course.
It was
Yeah,
very,
Yeah, it's
very
great.
good,
Go
yeah.
read it. It's good. I like
Might
it.
get beat.
And I also want to bring this up real quick too. I know this is unrelated to manga, but like many of you probably know this, I started Naruto for the first time this year. I was not familiar with Naruto. Watched through the entire series. I binged the entire anime. Watched the Boruto movie and was like, I had my fill. I think I'm good now. Like the second that I see, and it's not to say there probably aren't good moments later on. I'm sure there probably are. And there are aspects of it that I like, but like from the get-go where you've got the guy saying, oh yeah, we could just manufacture jutsus now and sell them like
Yeah.
dual discs, bro.
Yeah,
I'm like, I'm
dude,
out.
that's not- you
I'm
know
out.
what?
Oh my
That's not-
cool discs.
It's not a bad, like I didn't think that was such a horrible idea at the core, like it's industrializing the ninja
Right,
world, but
right.
the way it went
The
was
way it
just
went is
awful.
just
Dude, it
abysmal.
lost
Yeah.
the plot,
And-
dude. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
And the thing is,
It
like,
lost
again,
the plot.
I loved Naruto. That entire experience this year was so much fun, and so many people were like, please, you gotta read Boruto, you gotta give Boruto a chance. So I did, I gave Boruto a chance. I watched the movie, and on top of that, people were telling me then, like, things that would potentially get me excited that are gonna happen in the future. They were like, oh, but wait till you get this power up, wait till you get to this thing. And it's at the point where I'm like, unless something really changes, I don't see myself continuing on into Boruto. I just want to imagine that's like a fan fiction that doesn't exist, and that Naruto ended at the end of Naruto.
Dude,
and that's it.
Roger, I'm right there with you. Every single time someone told me, read this chapter, watch this episode, it's good, I did every
Yeah,
single time.
and then I'm like,
just like,
You were
"Eh,
disappointed every time.
Yes,
Right,
every
every
single
time you're
time.
disappointed.
Yeah.
Right.
Dude, after the Kurama stuff, after that,
Yeah,
I was
that-
like,
yeah,
I
it's
wiped my
abysmal,
I'm
man.
gonna be honest. Like, it hit me emotionally. I did get emotion from it, but I'm like, the
Well,
way
you're
they
supposed
did
to,
it.
of course, yeah.
Yeah, but the way they did the whole story structure around it, I was just like, bro.
It's just a
Like,
shame. 'cause-
You just gotta wipe your hands, bro. Just
Yeah,
wipe your hands.
because
Yeah,
I
I
genuinely, again, I'm coming from it from a perspective of someone who's brand new. I did legitimately give it a chance. I didn't want to go in, with, and I don't have the nostalgia or the rose-colored glasses for Naruto, right? So I went in as somebody new, and I still it didn't connect, man.
Well, I
it
do,
didn't
just
and
hurt
I'll
me, yeah.
tell you, it still doesn't work.
Yeah,
But no, I do want to make something
There you
very
go.
clear.
but there
If
are
it's
obviously,
mid,
there are
man.
obviously
If it's
people who
mid.
like it because it did get on the bracket,
Yeah,
and if
I
you
wanna-
like it,
yeah.
don't worry about it. But
I want to
Oh,
make
you
it
know.
clear.
Yeah.
If people do like Boruto, there's
That's
nothing
fine.
wrong with liking
No, of
it.
course
There's nothing
not.
wrong.
Of course
Wrong.
not.
Yes.
But there is, if you enjoys your favorite manga, go for it. Have fun. It's not going to
Absolutely.
change.
Have
Our opinions
fun.
won't change.
Absolutely.
Like, have
Don't
fun
let
with
our
it.
opinions sway you. Exactly.
trying to
Oh,
save
man.
you.
Yeah,
So
exactly.
this next
mean,
bracket.
Oh. All right, so here we
This
go.
this is the last pairing of my children
This is
facing off against
this is
each
one a
other.
lot of
Right.
people have
Not
been
too
talking
much,
about
not
too.
too
That
much.
they
So,
really
is it-
want us to
are we at
discuss.
the-
So we are at
we
Even
at my
Zero versus Mission Yozakura
okay.
family.
Yeah.
Can I start with this?
Let's
'Cause-
go. Go ahead.
Yes, you may.
So I will say I haven't read the other manga, but Eden Zero, I am a notorious fairy tale slander. I never read Rave Master either, so my only opinion of Mashima comes from fairy tale, right? And I'm like, you know what? I've had people begging me to read Eden Zero for the longest time. I'm like, you know what? Let me put my bias aside and give it a chance.
Hey, that's what I said. Yes,
I
good
gave
man,
it a
good man.
chance. And I won't lie to you, I have been pleasantly surprised
Look at that, all
how
right.
it's not too deep, but it's like it just brings you in, and you're kind of just going for the ride.
I
And
have
I
the
like
best-
manga like
I
that.
have the
where you
best
just go
summary to
for the
that.
ride. And I'm
It's
like, you know what? Yeah. Go ahead.
It's literally how Fairy Tail was before it like went downhill. Like that funness
Well,
of Fairy Tail. Like
yeah,
see,
I-
people like
if
to
you've
be
read Rave Master, it's like Rave Master.
no,
Yeah,
like I'm gonna say this.
Rave Master had booking. Fairy Tail did not have any booking. Eden Zero has booking, meaning that there's a plan to this.
Well,
Yes,
all I'm
that
saying
too.
is that I know people want to instantly say Fairy Tail was bad from the start. I know
Which it
for a fact
wasn't. Which it wasn't.
but it
think it
wasn't.
was,
Anyone that tells you that legitimately is just jumping on the bandwagon.
No,
I'm
it's
gonna be
everything both
honest.
times.
It's one of the top 5 best-selling Kodansha series of all time.
Yes.
And I mean, I want to bring this up because I feel like not many people know this, and I think it needs to be pointed out. Hiro Mashima has made 3 successful manga.
Yep.
That is telling to the man's success. Regardless if you love or hate Hiro Mashima's work, like Fairy Tail, Rave Master, or even Eden Zero, you cannot fault the man for producing 3 works that have sold as well as they have, and he's managed to last this long and stay consistent. We go and say Oda is an amazing mangaka, and he is. Credit to that man. He is a monster. But at the same time, Hiro Mashima has done something that also many mangaka have not done themselves. He has written 3 series, not just 1, but 3. And we have all seen how hard it is.
And a few in
to get
between.
yes, and a few in between. And this man has even done double chapters in 1 freaking week. He is a monster. You can say whatever you want, put aside your bias for a second, and look at the true facts there. The man is a monster of an author and a writer, an artist. His art is gorgeous. Also, that's getting into Fairy Tail before I get into Eden Zero. Say whatever you want about Fairy Tail. Its artwork is
The
great.
artwork is phenomenal.
It is insane.
It's always
It is
been good.
absolutely insane. I will defend that, even though I will say I don't like the ending of Fairy Tail. The artwork, I can't even put it down. It is great. Now, that gets into the next point, Eden's Zero. Zero, the reason why I think many people don't want to start that series is because of Fairy Tail. Hiro Mashima's
I know, but he's right. But this is why I wanted to go first, because I represent those people, and I
do
gave it a
too.
chance.
I
I'm
do
telling
too.
you,
I was one of them.
That's my vote.
Yeah.
Roger, that's my vote. Just put it down, but that's
I got you.
I
I'm
represent
marking it
exactly what
down.
you just said.
Marking it
No,
down.
but
Read
see,
Eden Zero.
see, this is the thing about that. I am in the same opinion. I didn't start Eden Zero for the longest time because of my disdain towards Fairy Tail's ending. However, but I will say, I decided to sit down. Because this was after me reading Black Clover and catching up with that. And I decided to say, fine, I'll put aside my emotions towards everything else I've seen. Let's dive into this series with an open mind, and let's actually see how it is. And Eden Zero is fun. It is so much fun. If you ever had any like enjoyment from Fairy Tail, like any form of enjoyment before it went bad, you will love Eden Zero. It is Fairy Tail, but 1,000 times better. And it has not fumbled at all from what I have seen from all the latest stuff. It has not. The only thing I see people legitimately having criticism for it, honestly, maybe be sometimes the fan service, or sometimes, the characters just look the same as like other characters.
But I will be honest though. Wait, I will say this. I know I don't get a vote in this, but I will say this. Rebecca, that's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying.
I ain't gonna lie. I do like
You put in a gamer girl in there, it's over, bro. She's an FPS
The greatest
Rebecca,
VTuber ever.
I want to
She's the best.
say right now, Rebecca is so much better than Lucy.
Okay,
and it's
it's not
everything.
even close.
Not even close.
Dude,
It's not
all
even
I'm gonna
close,
say, it's everything I wanted from Lucy. Because Lucy, I know people don't actually know this, but Lucy was the MC of Fairy
she
Tail.
was the main
was
character,
she?
yeah.
Okay,
He
I
was-
thought it was
Yeah.
Kathy
Yeah, she
the entire
was.
time.
Yeah, I know. So I want to say Rebecca is so much better. Like, it's
Like
everything
everything she
I
should've been,
wanted.
yeah.
It's everything I wanted from Lucy's character when I was reading Fairy Tail.
It's all in
That is
Rebecca.
what Rebecca
Yes.
is.
Chibi, I gotta tell you, man. Like, I don't think I fundamentally had a harder time to start a series than Eden Zero because
Oh, I agree.
I
It was a
really,
war.
really
It was
did
a
not
war.
like Fairy Tail.
I don't either. I did not,
And
dude.
It was not a battle, but a war.
It took years before I finally decided, like, okay, why am I not reading Eden Zero? Because all the characters look the same. I'm like, all right, does that really fundamentally matter though? And I'm like,
No.
not really. All right, so I gave it a shot. It's not like my favorite. It's not like my top 5 or top 10 or anything, but it's way better than Fairy Tail, so I got to give my vote for Eden Zero.
All right.
I have not read
And
Eden
all this,
Zero.
I gotta say this too. I want to bring this up too. That there were a lot of people in the lead up to this stream that were like, "You got a bunch of Oda stands in here. Like Eden Zero's not making it out of the first round. Blah blah blah. They're never gonna give us a chance." We listen to what we're saying here. We all gave this series a chance in the lead up to this, and it ended up being worth it. So if you do hate Fairy Tail, if you're someone like me, if you're someone like Tekken, if you're someone like any of us who were like, you were burned on Fairy Tail. Give Eden Zero a chance.
I will say this though, leading right, because Eden Zero, if I remember correctly, started very close after Fairy Tail ended, and I think
it was 11 months. 11 months.
Oh, it was.
Fun fact:
Okay.
it
was 11 months.
Started around this.
Yeah.
It started before Samurai 8 did. So that's the funny thing is that like Fairy Tail and Naruto ended around a similar time, and both of those mangaka started a sci-fi series immediately after.
I think they should have waited because I think a lot of people were burned out from the previous series. Maybe wait a little while.
The only difference being one of them actually succeeded, and the other one, haha.
Shut up, Les.
So then I want to ask them, because we're at the 5-minute mark already. So I want to ask something.
God.
I want to ask something. Is there anybody who will be voting for Mission Yozakura Family? And if you are, speak up now or forever hold your peace.
I want to say this: if Eden Zero wasn't on the bracket against it, I would vote Yozakura Family.
Yeah.
It is good. It is good. It's a hidden gem. I feel like it's not talked about as much. It's a hidden gem right now in manga.
Yeah, I feel like
it's very good.
In some ways, I do feel like it's similar to like Hitman Reborn for the first 80 chapters I read of it. There's a lot of similarities to it, and I think if you like Hitman Reborn, you'll get a kick out of Yozakura Family.
Yeah, I definitely want to speak for Yozakura Family as well, because obviously we've talked about Eden Zero for 5 minutes.
I didn't even get to my point.
Exactly.
It is very, it is very good. Like was said, it's very much like Hitman Reborn, but it made a pivot to Battle Shonen a lot faster. It also has one of the best relationships in Shonen Jump right now between the main character and his wife, which is funny to say that. And the artwork is phenomenal. Just like Sakamoto Days, Mission Yozakura Family has a lot of color pages, and they're absolutely gorgeous. The comedy I think is great. The interactions between the family members is also I love it. It's so good. I know some people complain that there are too many of those chapters in between arcs, but the Tanpopo arc that happened this year was really cool. Like, it was absolutely great. But I'm gonna pull a King of Lightning here. Eden Zero is my pick for Manga of the Year.
Wow,
that's a bold statement.
That is very, very bold. I will give you that.
I say that I have been a Hiro Mashima fan since Rave Master. I used to watch Rave Master when it got the English dub, way back in the day, with oh my god, Revolution for the theme song, which I still have on my iPod and I love it. But I've been a fan of Mashima's work since Rave Master, and I did enjoy Fairy Tail. But I thought to myself, this isn't reaching the peaks that Rave Master had. And for those that haven't read Rave Master, you see a lot of similar character development things and whatnot from series to series to series. And the Heroes mashup series, which was like 10 chapters, which combined the characters from all 3 series, kind of explains in a way why you see certain characters and like groups like copied again and again. But Eden Zero has reached peaks that like just surpasses what Mashima has done before.
I agree.
And
in every arc.
The Aoi Cosmos arc that happened this year was an emotional roller coaster that saw some of the best development for these characters.
Chapter 166.
I think the fact that we were going into the 5 minutes to talk about Mission and then immediately pivoted to Eden Zero 2 minutes later, that tells me this is the
Read Mission Yozakura Family, but Eden Zero.
Dude, it's just been.
This is the one. it, man. It's the one. All right, so what we're doing, we're resetting the timer real quick. I want to give a couple shout-outs to some donations because we got a bunch of them during that last segment. Walk-ins super chatted twice and said Eden Zero greatness is here. Personal manga of the year as well. Another super chat for Rebecca Love as well. Best girl of all time. James Gillian donated $5 and said Vinland Saga with the little happy face. Aniki donated, hey, what's going on, Aniki? Welcome. Saying Yozakura family takes the formula that Reborn started and improves upon it and has some nice deep moments to match the action. Definitely check it out. And then additionally, we got another donation from Quantum Pineapple saying, I think this is a little late, but that's okay, saying Ragnarok is the best PowerPoint I've ever watched. So there you go. All right, so with that, we are now entering we're here finally, 2.5 hours later. We are
This
at
will
the
be
final
easy.
round of the first round. This is Spy Family versus Komi Can't Communicate. Timer starts now. Unless it's really easy and we could just vote on it right now.
Man, this
Because
is
my
hard
pick
for
is
me,
Spy
actually.
Family for me.
Mine
I
is also-
love,
yeah.
absolutely
If I could
adore
vote,
the
I would say
anime for
Spy.
Komi. I think it's really, really good.
Oh, the anime.
But
is-
I've only read about like 60 to 70 chapters of the manga, so I feel bad not talking about the 300s or whatever it's at right now. And Spy Family just got done, probably the best boat arc in a minute. So it's like I gotta go with Spy
Yeah.
Family, man. The Forger family is amazing. Like they are just wholesome, like peak, man.
And what about you,
you
with the
see,
anime
I
as well?
agree. They're both cute series. They're
Yes.
adorable. And I mean, let's be honest, Spy Family has an anime announcement, so there's a lot of hype building up for that. And then Komi has a current active anime, and it's also really good too. And I read both series, and I hold them very deep in my heart. And it's like it's been said already, these are like my two children. I love these type of manga. But as much as I love Komi, I gotta go with Spy Family. I like Spy Family.
Yeah.
Komi is
I'm gonna go with Spy Family.
Komi's so fun too, man.
So
Like I was not,
adorable.
I didn't think like a manga series that comes up with like 10 pages like every week was gonna be like that great, and then it just does. Like that series, Duke Devil and the Maid and stuff like those kind of ilk. Like it's so much fun, man. The comedy is like brilliant too. Like it's not forced; it's actually organic. Like,
And then actually to chat for anybody saying this too, because obviously it sounds like it's a wash for Spy Family on this end too. Definitely check out Komi though, because I knew nothing about this going into it, and then did my research and read a little bit, and I ended up really enjoying it a lot. So because this was one of them when I was like tallying up the votes when they were first coming in, where I'm like, I've never even heard of this series before. I know nothing about this. Like how good is this? And it ended up making its way on just barely. I think, is this the one that got on because of the disqualification of Chainsaw Man? I want to say yes if I'm pulling this up and I look at all the different polls. So it almost didn't make it on here, but I do want to give a shout out to Komi.
Don't forget
fans.
that Snowball Earth was also
Snowball
technically
Earth was
in
there
the
as well.
28 too.
That's right. Oh no, actually no, Komi.
It was a tie.
Wait, I
It was a
misspoke.
tie.
It was a tie with Mashle.
Yeah.
So actually it was number 19. It tied with Mashle. Yeah.
Yeah, you're right.
Yeah, but it sounds like we decided on Spy Family, which then means we are now into our quarterfinals. The 16
Dun, dun.
broken out of the 32 are One Piece, One Punch Man, Berserk, Kingdom, Black Clover, Sakamoto Days, Attack on Titan, Record of Ragnarok, Jujutsu Kaisen, Oshi no Ko, Tokyo Revengers, Dr. Stone, My Hero Academia, Kaiju number 8, Eden Zero, and Spy Family. We are actually going to kick things off with a surprise reversal and work our way backwards in the bracket. Eden Zero versus Spy Family starts
already got
right
my vote.
now.
Yeah,
Time
I got my
begins.
Eden's zero
Eden
for me.
zero.
Yeah, like I listen, Mashima, like honestly,
he's been on a
won
roll.
me over with his series, man.
He
Like I was
has.
a hater just like Jay was and stuff. I waited a year after it first came out. I've been caught since chapter 104. It's one of the best adventure stories you're getting right now. The Crew of Eden is one of the best groups in anime and manga at the moment. It has a brilliant anime too, but the manga content right now, without saying too much, if you read One Piece, Alabasta with stakes and consequences. That is what the
In
current arc was.
space.
Yes.
And it had a major transition, which I won't say what it is, but if you know, it is amazing. Like Eden Zero
In
really
space.
sold me
Hey,
on this
all-
series. It's honest to me like one of the best this year. And I think I'm with Axel. Honestly, it's gonna be one of the toughest ones if it goes up against a certain series after. But Eden Zero, great man. I love it.
I'm gonna say. I'll continue. I'm sorry.
I was gonna say, this is a tough call for me. They're obviously very different series, but I think Eden Zero is gonna edge it out here.
Whew,
See,
man.
Eden Zero for me because like I've recently caught up with it. It was a journey. Every arc got better and better after I finished the arc, and I was like, is this really the same person that did the Fairy Tail final arc? And it blew me away. And it really opened my eyes up to just Hiro Mashima's writing and just how he really has improved, but also how he really has fun. You can see his passion and love he puts into his stories, and I love what he's done with Eden Zero's stuff this year, like the content that he released this year for it.
Yes.
I vote for it. It's easily Eden Zero.
Yeah,
Wow.
it is. I'm telling you, man, like it is freaking brilliant. I never thought like he would be able to do this, but he's planning his stuff. Like that's the big difference with Fairy Tail and Eden Zero. Fairy Tail, it was just vibes when it got to Gajeel and then afterwards. But here, it's like he knows what he's doing, and you can clearly tell by the writing. It's insane. Like I've read only a bit of Raid Master myself, so I can't speak on it wholly, but I could tell that like Mashima is doing something right here where he actually is planning out what he wants to do. It's great.
I am shocked by the amount. I mean, I'm not shocked that people are liking Eden Zero, but I'm shocked that it's getting this much of a push against Spy Family, because Spy Family is such
really
a quality
good.
series.
Yeah,
it's about
it
to
is
get its
really
anime. Yeah, I'm just really surprised that it sounds like Eden Zero's taking this.
Yeah,
Like,
I mean,
what Spy Family offered this year was great. I don't think anyone like
no, definitely
can argue against that.
Arc was
It's just that Eden Zero, the Aoi Cosmos arc is
like that was insane.
it's so
Like,
good.
It did not need to be that good, but it was, and it went more than that. Like the end of that arc, I can't even speak on. But oh my god, like just like if you got to read it to know, like simple as that.
And it's another one of those things where like as you read/watch Eden Zero, you learn that a certain character essentially has a plot device ability.
Yeah.
And the fact that that ability was not able to be used
for reasons. Right?
there was no will of P.
dude.
There was no will of P in
I
the
love
Aoi
that.
Cosmos
I
arc.
love when series do that, where it's
Dude,
like, oh,
it
we
is the
can't use
best
it.
feeling.
Oh,
It's the best
God.
feeling when they trick you. Like when the offer literally tricks you, like, oh yeah, you thought this
Yeah.
was gonna be used? Nah, it's not.
I mean,
But yeah,
I'm still
for-
coping right now, so it's like,
Yeah. But again, Roger, to the point that you made earlier, the fact that, again, with all the comments on every single post that you made, where everyone was just dismissing us and just like, oh, none of these judges read Eden Zero.
Right,
and
exactly,
to be fair, like, they had every reason to believe that based on what was said of like, oh, I didn't like fairy tales.
Like,
so
put it to you
didn't
like
wanna
this:
read it.
I would never make a video on Eden Zero if I didn't like it. That's how much the guy impressed me. Now I want to cover it weekly. That's how good this is. And the timing is perfect too as well. So like I've been waiting for a year to give it a chance to see how it goes, and just gets better and better. And this like
and the anime adaptation is actually pretty good.
Yes,
too,
it is.
on top of that.
And when season 2 comes out, oh boy. Oh boy! It wouldn't shock me if Eden Zero makes top 10 next year in sales. It would not shock me.
Really?
Well,
shock me.
so about that
Wouldn't shock
though,
me, yeah.
the sad thing is that Eden Zero's sales have tanked. Like if you actually look at a chart of Eden Zero's sales, it doesn't make sense, honestly, with how much it is dipped down. Despite the fact that it is just continuing to build up and be strong, I am hoping that the anime does turn things around and makes it so that people pick up the manga. But it would be a lie to say that like it's doing well in sales. But the whole argument of sales versus quality will never die. So
absolutely,
King, how you
And
doing,
King
man?
coming in right
And
during
King.
Eden Zero versus Spy Family.
Did you fill your
Welcome,
bracket
welcome.
first?
Bro, what the fuck did I just walk into, man?
Oh no!
All right, so
Oh,
Eden
God.
Zero,
He doesn't get a
great.
vote. He doesn't get a vote.
Yeah,
so
I'll
you left
take
Eden
it.
Zero off of your votes on your thing. So we've been bypassing you for the Eden
All right,
Zero
good.
talk.
That's
but
fine.
Eden Zero
That's fine,
talk
that's fine.
is Eden Zero is sweeping right now. So I'm sure
Yeah,
your
you
vote will
should.
probably
The
go
same
to Spy
series that
Family,
manga
but-
stream had to drop because they said it was so dog shit. Okay.
You know what?
Really?
I thought so Dude, too, it is the but key.
You
Here we
you
are.
mistake it for Fairy
I
Tale,
mean,
but
it took
anyways.
a while, but I tried it again, and it's not
It's
bad.
actually
It's
fun.
Dude,
Yeah.
I tried it. I tried
Look,
it. I actually
look.
read through it, and I was like, no, no,
How
mas.
far
No
did
Did you
plan.
How
like
far
did
did
you
you-
like Fairy
Far
Tale?
enough.
Like how far?
Oh,
Far, yeah. You don't know.
I forget. Yeah, I blanked it out. All right, somewhere in the high single digits, and I was out.
You know what?
Oh,
Beachy being
boy.
absolute
Single
hero.
digits?
High single digit, and I was out. I
All
bailed.
I'm saying.
I
all
gave
I'm-
Mashima another shot after him actually testing my cognitive abilities in Fairy Tale to the max. Him really stressing me to the max. Losing hair, having ball spots from Fairy Tale. I gave him a shot even after all that. I lost hair for this.
That was the Naruto did it to you. Man.
Oh my god, the
Dude,
madman is here. He's here. The
we
whole
had a
chat's
rough
losing
time,
it.
dude.
If I read
The final
Boruto, yeah. If I read Boruto, yeah, absolutely.
Boruto died a while ago. We talked about that. Yeah, Boruto's done. So we're
I
good.
remember us talking about.
I'll abstain because I'm not voting when fucking. Unless this year's coming up.
So,
Wednesday.
Cole, actually, the one rule this time around is we cannot abstain on votes. So basically,
because you're not from last year, dude.
Right,
oh
exactly,
my god,
exactly.
You're such a bum.
Exactly.
You're such a bum.
So what we're
Roger.
doing?
God
Well,
damn.
this is why we're doing it.
He's
So.
such a whore.
So,
Okay.
We gotta get the claws out of here, bro.
So what we're doing, basically what we're doing is that you cannot abstain from votes, but you can vote based on anything regarding the manga that happened this year. So you could talk about, like, if you have not read 2 of the series, you can go, okay, well, but I've interacted with this community and it was a good community, so I'm voting for this one, or I like the character designs, or whatever. Now, it doesn't matter. You came in the nick of time. Eden Zero already beat Spy Family. So we're moving on.
Fair enough. Well, like no contest? Yeah.
No contest.
No
Yeah, it was
contest.
no contest.
No contest.
Yeah.
No
You gotta
contest.
give Eden Zero another shot, my man. Look, I know.
That's hard.
Cool.
Okay, hold on.
Hey,
Now, hold on. Now, to be fair, all right, I did give my chat on Twitch an option. Okay, fine. I'll read in 0, but I gotta see 2,000 tier 1 gifted subs.
Okay.
Yo, bro. Whoa.
That's wild.
So if I get that,
This
okay, I'll
man
read in
King
0.
is monetizing in my stream.
Yeah.
He's like, you gotta get my subs.
That's
the
thing. Listen,
that's the rule.
This was, and I said this earlier, this was the hardest I've ever had to pick up a series after dropping it, and I mean that. But it's really not that bad. It's actually pretty decent. You gotta try it. Just look over the fact that, yes, the characters look the same. The artwork is still... Mashima is a great artist. You have to admit that. Even back in Fairy Tail, he's a fire artist, right? He is.
Yes.
Even back in
He's even better now.
We say this, but isn't Spike's Family getting like a really good anime that's coming out? And then didn't the manga? Hold on. And then wait, hold on. And then did the manga sales for Zero fall off a cliff recently? I swear to God, they did.
We already discussed this. I brought it up.
Oh, okay, all right, fine. So I'm not going crazy.
Oh no,
we're not gonna go into sales being the best
Chibi,
series.
I trust you guys for the most part when it comes to this stuff. But with Eden Zero, listen, man, that's gonna be a long,
Dude,
maybe when I'm like 45 years old and I don't give a shit, maybe. But not until then.
I'm telling you, man. I'm telling you. Look, I am with you on the Fairy Tale stuff. I am. I agree with you. But the thing is I promise you, it's everything that was good in Fairy Tale, but better. Like, it gets better. It legitimately does. Like, I want to bring up thing that was said. A Will of P. There's a moment where that can happen, but it legitimately gets negated. That's all I'm gonna say.
They literally said no mas.
I wouldn't normally I would abstain, but Raj not let me abstain. Okay, so I would just go Spike's Family in this case. But I mean, if I can't abstain, then Roger's forcing my hand. Okay,
That's
so
how
that's
it's
what it
gotta
is.
work.
Letting everyone know.
That's how it's gotta work. We
Okay,
gotta do
because I have too strong of a bias here. I have way too strong of an anti-bias.
I understand, King. I
just can't.
understand. I know. The people voted though. I will say though, despite
even though I love Raymaster,
no.
After Fairy Tale,
I will say after last year's stream, so many people were like, "Cole's so toxic. How do you have Cole in these streams?" And then you know what happened? I had people vote on judges, and Cole still got in. So people clearly, it is what it is. People love you.
They love the toxicity. Like they're lying, man.
Of course, you need a little bit.
Clearly, they've been lying.
Shout out, by the way, to Prototype Virgo, JP Legend, Candy, Sir Hawk, and Cappy Ghost, all for donating during this last segment. Really greatly appreciate it. A lot of love in there for 4 Knights of the Apocalypse, which did not make it on to the bracket this year, but a lot of love for that. Yeah. But we are moving on.
It's actually been very good.
This unbelievably is the first time. This is unbelievably the first time this has come up in bracket today, but we are finally here. Kaiju number 8 versus My Hero Academia. The timer starts right now.
I got a hot take. Hot takes here.
My Hero's my pick.
Okay, so I'm gonna have a hot take here. Look, everybody knows I like My Hero. I love My Hero so much. But I'm gonna there's the but. There is a but. Here's the thing. This year for My Hero hasn't been the best. I, as a fan, am willing to admit when I have not been enjoying a series as much as I probably used to. And this year has had some issues I've had with it. For one, the pacing. I've talked about this, and I feel like the pacing of My Hero is rushing towards a conclusion. It reminds me of Toriko, and it reminds me of Bleach. That is exactly what these final arcs have been like. It feels like a lot of plot points are being wrapped up instantly instead of having chapters to focus on it. You can see it for yourself if you read the latest arcs. And I love My Hero to death, and I still love it. But the latest arcs have not been that good. It is not the quality that it once was. And it's clear something is going on. I have no proof what is going on, but something has happened to the manga this year. And so because of that, I want to state that My Hero is not what it once was. Now, I still enjoy it more than Kaiju number 8 on this list, but I do think that My Hero is degraded in quality this year.
Apparently,
does it have to do with Hulk Hogan's sister or no? Without saying who his name is, but
well, it there's a lot of things. The thing is, it's a lot of problems with the rushing of plot points. There's so many arcs that are just like one of the arcs we just got off of. It's actually pointless. It's a pointless arc.
Okay, the last one we just had, yes, I'm with you on that one.
Yeah.
But I think that makes up a very small percentage of the year. I like the earlier arc this year. I think it was handled pretty well.
You see, the thing about the Deku stuff was good, but the whole ending conclusion with the Nagant stuff, and then how everything was handled with his oh, I'm fine now when he gets back. Like I said,
there was a lot of emotion.
There was emotion, but once again, if this was before this year, there would have been a lot of chapters dedicated. A lot of chapters dedicated to those type of moments. I feel like they were rushed.
I think there was enough. I'm happy with what we had. Actually, I gotta disagree with you, Chibi. I'm sorry, man.
Apparently the editor for apparently the editor, I don't know if it's true or not, but apparently the editor for My Hero changed. The guy that did Samurai 8 is now doing the stuff for My Academia, apparently, and then that's the reason why people are blaming it for a whole rush job at this point in time. I'm not sure that's confirmed.
They change editors for various seasons every 50 to 100 chapters, so I'm not surprised by that.
So real quick,
but this time around, the editor is trying to get. Like the pace is much more jarring compared to normal, apparently.
It's really jarring. And once again, I don't think it's just the editor. I mean, it's entirely possible Horikoshi wants to be done.
Yeah.
He just we don't know. We don't know. I'm not gonna say it's the editor. I'm not gonna say Horikoshi is wanting to be done with the series. I don't really know. But if you really just take a step back and you look at the manga this year and you compare previous years, there is a distinct difference in how the writing has been. It's very distinct, and a lot of plot points have been run. Let's look at the latest stuff.
I want to bring something up really quick. Just really quick, I want to bring this up because I get labeled as the My Hero Academia hater on Twitter, and I want to bring something up. I really was not happy with how the war wrapped up. I was not happy with that. When this year started, I was like, it wasn't doing it for me.
That's how it did start.
Right. And then moving into later in the year, when we started getting this stuff with the Vigilante Deku and stuff like that, that also was really not hitting for me at all. Do I love Lady Nagant? Absolutely. I think Lady Nagant was awesome. That stuff was cool.
Yes, she was.
But it didn't last that long. And I really was just like, you know what? I think I'm good. I'm not going to follow anything else. And then by chance, one week, I think One Piece was on break or something. I was just like, you know what? Let me catch up to My Hero Academia. And I read the All Might discussion chapter in front of the statue. And you guys know what I'm talking about. I'm not going to spoil it. But I read that chapter and legitimately said to myself, and again, I am known as this My Hero Academia hater, but I will fully admit this. That one chapter, that discussion with All Might was, in my opinion, one of the top 5 best manga chapters I read in this year, period.
And I agree to that. I completely agree.
Loved it.
But, moving forward into where we are right now, did I enjoy the latest fight in the introduction of Stars and Stripes? I did. But I understand completely where people are coming from, being upset that they feel like it's rushing a little bit. And that's why I don't have a vote in this. So My Hero could end up sweeping for all I know. I know right now it's 1 vote for Kaiju and 2 votes for My Hero based on how things are going. But I will say there were still moments in My Hero Academia this year that I absolutely loved. I just wanted to throw that in there.
I loved a lot of moments too. Like I said, the Star and Stripe stuff.
But I want to say, if I was voting, if I did have a vote, which I don't, I'm a moderator, but if I did have a vote, not to sway anybody else's votes, but maybe vote for Kaiju number 8 because I really like Kaiju number 8, that would have been my vote. That's all I'm saying.
I love the Mickey that was just in there. That was brilliant.
But here's the thing.
That was funny.
But the Star and Stripe arc, as I said, it's a good arc. If you don't look at it for the scope of the story.
I mean, the battle is cool.
If you don't look at the story, you put aside the story and you just look at what it is. It's a good fight. but it's worthless. It's a
It was a
worthless
means-
arc.
It was a
is. Like,
means
that's
to
the
an
thing.
end, and
You
it
can't-
was that's
you
all
can't-
it was.
It's
You
not
can't- you
worthless.
can't bring- you
It
can't
is
bring the
not
number one hero
worthless.
It had some world
the-
building,
what
yes,
they
but
did.
it's still
it
in
has
the end,
very
nothing
big
changed.
impacts. No, it does, because it had very big implications for the international
Yes.
effect in the current arc. That is huge.
But
that is
you gotta
absolutely
remember,
huge.
Before the arc started, it was stated, okay, that no other country wanted to intervene really at all to begin with, because they wanted
yes
to
and no.
strengthen.
The countries themselves didn't, but
The
there were
heroes
several
wanted to.
heroes that did. And
Yes,
but that
but-
being said, like it varied from country to country because of the results of what happened in this particular fight created the deadlock. There is no international attention that is going to be doing on there's going to be no international
help is
intervention at
coming.
this point.
Yeah.
There's nothing. It is on Japan.
Oh,
That is big, very big.
Well, I want to get into some spoilers, okay? So just this is a forewarning.
All right,
This
I'm
is
gonna
a
reset the
warning
timer
right
then
now.
real quick.
I'm
Hold
a
on.
deafen.
I have to go to the
setting
bathroom. I'll be right
Yeah,
back.
I'm gonna set the timer for. I'm gonna say 3 minutes. You have 3 minutes. Go right ahead.
Okay. Okay, so here's the thing. When it comes to the latest arc, yes, I do agree the ramifications of the death of Star and Stripe is incredibly important to the impact to the entire world. That is not taken away. The problem I have is the fact that if we look at what the main point of the arc going into it, it was about a time for Shigaraki to be fully prepped to be able to get One for All. And when we look at the stuff after what the arc did, it brought in this arbitrary due date for when he's ready, out of nowhere, sped it up, and then they pushed it back at the end of the arc. So if we didn't have that arc, the due date for Shigaraki being complete would have still been the same, and nothing would have really have changed. All the arc was to create artificial tension for Shigaraki's completion. On top of that, it actually built up Shigaraki's overpoweredness to the point where he had to indirectly be nerfed. I don't think many of us were screaming he was broken until we saw the Star and Stripe arc ourselves. He was perfectly fine, but now he is incredibly broken until he got those nerfs. And I just don't like how the direction of it was done with just like, oh, Shigaraki now, he has this now date pushed back even further. And then Star and Stripe as a character, she's a great character, and I love the characterization. I love the moments we got of her. It's great. But at the same time, to just introduce her out of nowhere, have a killer in 5 chapters when she was such a good freaking character is such a disservice to a good character. It was...
Yeah. Yeah. That wasn't enough.
Oh, wait a minute.
No,
Hold on.
I'm not muted.
No, my mic was muted. Sorry, my mic was muted. All I said when my mic was muted was basically that I feel like Horikoshi took the criticism of, I only killed Midnight and I didn't really kill anybody else worth noting outside. And you could make the arguments of like Crust and all these other characters, and that's fine.
They said that cut out completely.
Yeah, that's why I said I'm muted, but I got it.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. And so like Nagant was awesome, and the stuff with Stars and Stripes was awesome, and so I think the way that stuff wrapped up was sort of his answer to the criticism of what happened after the war. But I don't think that needed I don't think people were asking or hungry for deaths. I think people were asking for and hungry for consequences to the death, to the war. And stakes and consequences are different things, and I got in plenty of arguments about this on Twitter regarding now the way people see heroes has changed and all this stuff. I get it, fine, but if you're talking about the main cast of characters and how high the stakes were moving into that war arc, to realistically only see Midnight be one of the only ones that was taken out was to me a travesty, and the thing that really made me drop My Hero Academia for a while. So
Well, that's the thing. Like I said, the latest arc, it built artificial tension.
Right.
That is my problem with it.
Right.
There was no point in having that time given to us a chapter before Star and Stripe, and then pushing that timer further on just because of that arc when it had no reason to be there in the first place.
And there were so many things that They're characters that are unimportant that will never come up again. Characters like Wash, characters like the Pussycats that like you could have easily just been like they're out permanently. Like you could there's no reason for them to be in the story anymore. I
kind of want to see more from Wash. I'm interested in just his existence, honestly.
Okay, I mean that's fair, but I mean in the grand scheme of the story, right? Like I don't think Wash is
I
going
understand
to be...
what you mean. They could have died a lot.
Right,
Yeah,
exactly. And I think it's simple stuff like that they could have done to make it just a little bit more impactful. But again, as I stated earlier, that Stain All Might chapter was phenomenal. I really did love that one, and I did like the introductions of Nagant and Stars and Stripes. I just wish we would have spent more time with them.
I just want to ask you this question, Roger. How do you feel about Aizawa? Because there was a lot of he might have died there for a second or two, and I don't know. I was kind of on the
I thought towards like the middle of the war that it was possible that Aizawa was going to go and that he would be like the big casualty, but I was not upset that he didn't. It wasn't something that I was like super mad about. I think I even talked about this in one of Aniki's streams that like I think Aizawa's death really could have been that thing that would have left everything super impactful. For the one to me that I think is unforgivable is Gran Torino. That's the one that I was like unforgivable. Is Gran Torino.
He should have died.
So I really want to make a quick point though. I think it is important to mention that stakes does not mean death.
No,
like,
of course not. Of course
I know we're all, and I've made this joke before. Is just like Jesus Christ, the MHA fandom is freaking like bloodthirsty with how many people want characters to die. Right. But like, there are tremendous stakes. Like the fact that everything that happened post battle had such a deep emotional impact on the civilians, the heroes, and the villains themselves is huge. Like the fact that society was completely flipped on its head because of this. And we got to see all of that this year because literally the year started out with the post-battle of that. Like there is so much trauma and whatnot that happened this year in MHA. And we got to see that. Like I think again, people, it's a valid criticism to say, oh, well, I'm upset that only Midnight died and everyone else that we saw didn't matter. But if you actually look at the list of characters that died, we see multiple of them throughout the series.
Yeah, but they're not like, I've seen that argument, but the thing is like, they're this is
I get that they're not. They're not the same impact level. Yes, I get that.
I want to make a point.
If you're talking like One Piece, for example, right, and you're at Marineford, and you've got all these characters that you've seen maybe once or twice, it's the equivalent of like if they would have just killed Whitey Bay and Izo and all the other commanders of Whitebeard's army that we didn't really get to spend as much time with as someone like say Marco. Even I would say even to a lesser extent than that, I would say like the guy with the rust powers in the Marines if he would have died at Marineford, or like Strawberry. Right? Like, I think some of these, like, smaller side characters in One Piece, had they died in Marineford, that would have been to that level of the war. If that makes any sense. Like, that's how it
I want to make an argument.
That's absolutely valid.
Yeah.
I just want to say about the whole villain hunt thing with Deku. I understand completely when people say that arc felt pointless. I would say the length of it didn't need to be that long, but I will say that it was necessary because after the whole Dabi situation, this arc was to showcase the ripple effects of what everything was when all the heroes got exposed.
Yeah.
I feel like that had to be, it was necessary. Now, the length of it, we can agree to disagree on that, but I feel like it was to showcase how the citizens view the hero society. Yeah. Because we saw that citizens tried to become
fallout. He had to show the societal collapse. It had to be done.
Yeah.
It became a vigilante
chapter or two.
It became a vigilante state just because of that. And I feel like especially within that villain hunt or the Deku solo arc act, it had one of the best chapters this year for me. It was the one where Tenya Ida reached out to Deku. Because
God, yeah.
That's a good
one. That was such a good
chapter.
That was one of the best chapters of the year.
Yeah.
But I want to give an argument to something though about character deaths that we just talked about.
Before you do,
I was about to say about the balance
we haven't made an argument for or against the bracket.
Right. I was going to say I'm going to be leaving in a minute too myself.
So
we've just been digging in on MHA.
We have. So Real quickly,
Yep.
I want to say this. I'm going to reset the. First off, Laz, thank you for joining us. Laz has sent me his picks, so we will be bringing them up throughout the rest of the stream. We will absolutely be doing that. So thank you very much for joining us. There will be a link in the description to find Laz's stuff. Thank you very much.
Appreciate for having me, man. Thank you guys. Have a good time.
Absolutely.
Take it easy. Love talking to you.
We know the timer went on a little long for MHA. We do want to try to keep this to 10 minutes, but the thing was, MHA, because it was a buy, we didn't really get that much of a chance to talk about, and this was a much more contentious one that I think the next one is going to end up being, which is why it went a little longer. I'm going to actually ask that we stop the discussion now and that we vote. And that if there's any other thing that we want to bring up after the votes are through, that we could then talk about it for an additional 5 minutes. Is everyone okay with that?
Yeah.
Cool.
Yeah, sure.
All right, so let's get our votes in. Axel, what are you voting for? Just the name, no other statement, just the name of the series you're voting for.
Kaiju.
All right, Kaiju's got 1 vote. Chibi.
I'm biased. I may have problems with it, but My Hero Academia.
All right, cool. MHA's got 1 vote. J Cloud.
My Hero.
My Hero. All right, here we go. That's 2. Cole. Oh, Cole's deafened. Hold on, real quick. Somebody message Cole real quick that it's over. All right, cool. Let me pull up Laz's actually. Then Laz is voting for My Hero Academia. So that's another 1 for My Hero Academia. That's 3. 3 for My Hero. 1 for Kaiju number 8. Sensei voted for My Hero Academia as well, saying that he he meant Kaiju. Hold on. I'm gonna vote.
No, he meant to say MHA.
He meant to say MHA.
Oh, so he did mean to say MHA. Okay, so that's 4 then. So we are 1 to 4, Kaiju to MHA. Is anybody going to vote for Kaiju moving forward that hasn't already voted, or are we good?
I'm voting MHA.
All right. So MHA wins.
MHA too.
MHA wins. All right, there you go. Thank you, by the way, to many of the new people who have become members and subscribed. Greatly appreciate that. But MHA takes it pretty handily over Kaiju. But again, if you heard how we were talking about Kaiju number 8 early in the stream, you know we absolutely adore that series. Definitely check it out. It is going to be on the rise next year. Make sure to read Kaiju number 8. Now, Tokyo Revengers versus Dr. Stone. The timer begins now.
I'm getting my vote out of the way. I'm voting for Dr. Stone.
Dr. Stone.
Well.
Dr. Stone.
That's a win. I got Tokyo Revengers, but
I got Tokyo Revengers too, but that's based on the anime, honest to God. Like I mean, just seeing the meteoric rise. I mean, like when you see, I mean, granted, like the sales mean necessarily quality, but just seeing the rise from Tokyo Revengers and how it was, I think it was like 1.5 million copies sold last year or the year before, and now so it's like 224 million. I'm like, yo, this thing is ridiculous, yo. I mean, granted, the anime has some issues with censorship. I'm like, yo, like, please, but outside of that, I mean, like, it's been like a pretty damn good ride, and obviously people are digging it hella hard in Japan. Like, I mean, we like Demon Slayer vibes. It's like ridiculous. Like, JJ had a crazy ass anime, crazy ass manga, but Tokyo Revengers came out of nowhere, man. It came out of nowhere, and it's here to stay for a while. Like, clearly.
So that is 3 for Dr. Stone and 2 for Tokyo Revengers at this point.
Yeah, I'm on Revengers.
All right. Who's next? Who hasn't voted?
Sin. Yeah.
Oh, Sin's up. Oh, Sin, can you hear us? I know he had to bounce real quick, but he's going to come back. But let me double check this real quick. I'm going to see what Laz voted for then, if I pull this up. Laz voted for Tokyo Revengers. Oh, wait a minute. Wait, what is this? Oh, Laz, you can't leave and do this. He voted for Blue Period. What are you doing? Oh my God! He voted for Blue Period.
Gosh. I guess the thing. I had to write down in my list like every other option over it, and it took forever.
So that's in favor of Dr. Stone then. Okay, so that's fine. So that's for Dr. Stone. Any other one for Revengers? I know Jay had to bounce as well. Jay sounded like he was on Team Revengers earlier.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't want to speak for him, but
it sounded like that. So I think that brings it to. Is that 4-4?
Oh my God.
No, again?
If Sin voted for Tokyo Revengers, then I believe it is 4-4.
Wow. Okay, so then we are bringing this to a tiebreaker again. First time of the quarterfinals. We are going to bring this to a tiebreaker. Here we go. This is Tokyo Revengers versus Dr. Stone.
Once again, chat, I must call upon you.
Dr. Stone, guys, seriously. You guys you got rid of my blue box. You better do Dr. Stone now.
Yeah, Dr. Stone has to win this now.
Wow.
Yeah.
All right. That is Oh, Sensei said he's coming back in like 5 minutes. Perfect. But it's it's going to the tiebreaker anyway. So here you go, Dr. Stone versus Tokyo Revengers. You have 5 minutes. Make sure to get your votes in now, chat. There's 1,600 of you. Make sure to get those votes in now. As you do, we are now moving on to Jujutsu Kaisen versus Oshi no Ko. The timer begins now.
Well,
now maybe I'm wrong about this because I just saw off the gate. Because apparently, all I know is Oshi no Ko has a really pretty damn good twist at some point, and like 10 of okay. So apparently, folks are digging it, but I'm not too sure if that even compares to like JJK, like whatever's going on right now, which is like I hear like nonstop like JJK. I mean, honest to God, even to go to like a tiebreaker vote, I think people just gonna be JJK. So I mean, Jamie, from my boys tell me, from what I understand, it's just JJK all the way through. So JJK.
Yeah, I gotta go with JJK because it put out probably the best 2 back-to-back chapters of the year. And chapter 134 and 135, probably 136. Like the whole conclusion of the Shibuya arc was just the best thing that I've read. So just based off that alone, I got to go with JJK.
As for my opinion, as my opinion on it, I love both series, both great, but I am more of a Hunter x Hunter type fan, and because Jujutsu Kaisen has that vibe, I gotta go with JJK.
Hey, Roger, how come Hunter x Hunter wasn't on this?
Yeah, seriously, it's not over.
Gee, I wonder why.
Oh boy, you know when there's a chapter for Hunter x Hunter, I will say this.
No, fuck all of you. All right, we're done.
Okay, fair.
I will say if we ever get another chapter of Hunter x Hunter, I guarantee you it'll be on the bracket. Whatever year it happens, if it ever happens, if it's written by the Sailor Moon, it's going to be on the bracket regardless, even if there's one chapter.
It'll win.
It can have no art, just text on the screen. We're all voting for Hunter x Hunter.
It could be one chapter that's more of a light novel, but that's enough.
That's fine. We'll do it. That's fine. All right, well, I think there's probably going to... Oh, go ahead.
I was going to say, yeah, it's probably going JJK's way, but I will use this as a soapbox moment. Once again, read Oshi no Ko. For whatever reason, nobody has given it an official English translation yet, which blows my mind because of how well it is selling in Japan and how many awards it's gotten. So please read Oshi no Ko. It's really good. Again, if you like Kaguya-sama, it's by the same author. So the fact that he is pulling out 2 weekly series at the same time is insane. Both in the same seinen magazine, for the record, which is crazy. But Oshi no Ko has been fantastic. It is a great mystery series on top of everything that it does for discussing the acting world, the idol world, and everything in between. And everything with the 2.5D stage arc that's been going on right now has been really great for the character development that we have been seeing, especially for the main character. Because this is one of the biggest character development moments that he's had in the series so far. So please read Oshi no Ko, but JJK is just like a boulder that is just rushing down the mountain at this point.
And for good reason, I think, too. Even as somebody who, got into catching up to it later than I think a lot of other people. I ended up enjoying the anime. I did reactions to the first season on Twitch. And then, I even did a video like years ago when the first volume came out. I'm like, you guys should be reading JJK. This is going to blow up when there's an anime eventually. Yeah, it's consistently good. To me, when I read JJK, and I can only speak for myself, and again, I don't have a vote in this, but I feel like we're pretty heavily swayed towards it. To me, I get the same feeling reading JJK as I did growing up reading D. Gray Man. And I understand they're very different series, but to me, the visceral feeling that I have each time I read a new chapter of JJK and find out more about these characters in the world, it just really pushes me to want to read more of it. And the fact that it's supplemented by an amazing anime, it's got a huge fandom. I mean, it's taken over the world and the manga zeitgeist. I feel like, this is an easy wash for Jujutsu Kaisen, for as good as Oshi no Ko is.
I do want to say it's off topic, but I appreciate the D. Gray Man love. Not many people have read that or talk about that great series. It deserves a read.
It's been on my list for years now.
But it is one of the best.
The manga health issues have been a problem. Right. Obviously, I used to read a lot too, but then Health Arms came, and then there was a major hiatus. But it was really well drawn. It had a really good.
It's ongoing now, but it's quarterly.
Right.
It's only quarterly though. That's really the thing that head is just like slowly digging in the knife. It's just like, oh, all right, I've read the chapter. Now I gotta wait 3 months.
Right. But also, I want to point out, while Jujutsu beat Oshinoko pretty handily, we also have the results of our tiebreaker. Tiebreaker with 1,100 votes, 66% to 33%. Yes! Dr. Stone takes this one.
Guys,
so there
I'm
you
proud.
go.
I'm
Dr.
proud of you,
Stone
chat.
taking it. There we are. Let me readjust this, type this in, make sure everything's looking good. There's the winner.
I am so proud of chat right now.
Inagaki, you are God.
Where is Dr. Stone? Oh, here we go. Okay. Copy, paste again. There we go. All
right,
I was
back.
like, where is it?
What we doing? Where we at?
Welcome. We are now
Hey,
on the other side of the bracket. We are starting with Attack on Titan versus Record of Ragnarok. Jesus Christ.
Record of Ragnarok.
Whoa, really?
I have never seen a fan base flip so quickly. I have never seen a fan base just absolutely lose their minds. I have never seen a fan base go out of their way to deliberately insult, harass, and degrade animators because there wasn't the right OST playing. Get the fuck out of here. Attack on Titan is done.
All right, you know what? I'm going to say this then. As the resident Attack on Titan stan, I will say this. If we are looking at that, right, and you're looking at the way the fandom reacted and stuff too, for as much as I loved Attack on Titan and as much as it impacted my year, and I will always have love for Attack on Titan, I will at least sit back and understand that take. Because I've had that take about My Hero Academia before. I've been there with the fandom. I've seen the worst of it. And so knowing that that's how so many people feel about Attack on Titan, I am completely okay with you guys saying this is a wash. We do Record of Ragnarok. We move on to Black Clover Sakamoto days. That's fine. That's fine. All right, that's fine.
And Record of Ragnarok has been pretty damn good too in terms of the arc, in terms of like the fight itself was, like the latest fight was kind of weird, honestly, but at the same time, I mean, shit, amongst heaven and earth, only I am worth. Fuck it, goddamn. Yeah, listen, man.
I mean, if I compare the chapters of this year between both series, Record of Ragnarok easily.
Yeah, easily.
Record of Ragnarok.
Also, King, aren't you going to be the last fighter for humanity at the end of Record of Ragnarok? That's you, of course, right?
I'm waiting, yo. You already know. You already know, baby. Yeah, hell yeah. Yeah, you already know. Oh, that's gonna be amazing. Though, to be fair, I'm not up to date just yet, but we're getting there.
I gotta say something too. I was here earlier. I was going.
Yeah.
I was listening to the stream. Listen, I know that King is the supervillain. I get it, right? but we need him. Like this is the thing. Like it's a necessary evil. I know that sometimes y'all in the chat, oh, King's toxic, but we need it. We need it sometimes. That's all I'm saying.
Look, I'm just here to ground you dudes because obviously when we have this Eden Zero push going on, when we have cast, hype up Attack on Titan, we have to ground ourselves back to reality, and I'm just that dude to do it.
Hey,
like,
Cole,
let's calm back down to reality for a second right now. Okay?
Manga of the year. Eden Zero, best manga of the year.
Chibi, we tried.
What?
It's up to him.
It's up to we'll see. I mean, when it gets if Eden Zero pushes its way to the finals, I mean that's gonna be bloody.
I don't think it will.
I mean, I'm just like I'm gonna leave. Like, I mean, I'm not welcome to I'm not welcome in these parts, man. So I am rolling through the wrong side of town. That's the case. Like, I'm absolutely gonna leave. Like, Roger, bless you, dude, but I'm out.
We're in a parallel dimension, I guess.
Exactly. Like, I do not belong here, man. Like, clearly, like I am antimatter. I'm engaged with matter here. Like, no.
I'll have Doctor Strange. He'll send you back with Green Goblin and Doc Ock. Absolutely, you got it.
God. I'm seeing it tomorrow. I can't wait.
All right. So anyway, we are continuing on Black Clover versus Sakamoto Days. The timer is starting now.
Black Clover.
I'm not caught up just yet, but Black Clover has been really good.
I want to say something. I caught up this year to Black Clover, and I was one of those people that hated Black Clover. Like, legitimately, I hated the beginning of Black Clover.
Yeah.
I could not stand Asta.
A lot of people did.
I could not stand Asta. I could not stand the characters. I could not stand the blatant, like, rip-off of other shonen. I did not like Black Clover at its beginning. But I sat down this year and I was like, fine, I've already given it 3 shots. What's the 4th attempt going to do for me? So I sat down and I decided to dedicate time and catch up with the manga to the latest chapter. And I've been reading it since like summer of this year, chapter by chapter. And my God, I am happy I gave it a shot. Now, I want to make a point here. Black Clover is this day and age's Naruto. It is the new generation's Naruto. That's exactly what it is.
It's more Naruto than Boruto is.
It literally, if
not
we
wrong.
look at it, a lot of manga shoujo, let's be honest, is catered towards, young adults. And if we think about it, just as how we grew up on Naruto, One Piece, and Bleach, the new generation is growing up on Black Clover. Black Clover is this generation's Naruto, and I think it is a great series that deserves a chance. And I will say, I vote on it.
Yeah, honestly, saying it to like this year, like my entire this year I was reading Black Clover because I obviously Black Clover with the anime I thought was abysmal, but with the manga it's actually much better to read from the manga. Now, granted, to be fair, there are some weird things when it comes to like certain consistency issues, like some chapters or some characters actually are not like they're not introduced in the manga and they are in the anime. It becomes like a really weird thing. It comes a really weird thing there. But overall, though, like the actual flow and the pace of the series is pretty good. As I would argue, some of the best written characters, especially Noelle, in shonen, like in the shonen genre. Absolutely, like Noelle's a great character. And also like the art style is a very good art style. There's a lot of like Berserk themes in like the art style, which I can appreciate. And on top of all of that, I think that when you look at it takes a lot of the shonen tropes and it flips it on its head in a very creative. Sometimes you want to like argue like, is it a good idea to actually like take this trope and flip on its head? But ultimately speaking, it is actually a pretty damn good show, which I didn't get credit for, and I gave it. And honestly, I was wrong. Yeah, Black Clover is actually pretty good. It's pretty.
Yeah,
good female character.
Because like people that follow me know I'm more of a Black Clover centric channel, so it might come off as a little biased. However, just for this year, like Black Clover has been doing an amazing job. Not just with the main character, but also the side characters, where a lot of people had complaints about, like, okay, when the side characters going to start jumping in and stuff, doing stuff like that, where Not has showed up as a side character and easily became part of the main cast. And I say this current arc, he has been carrying it heavy. A lot of people say, like, Black Clover villains are issue, which everybody know on my channel, I talk about the villains a lot because I got problems with them. However, of the villain Xenon has carried the last few chapters. Like Xenon has been nothing but fight. We've been wanting to see more of since the beginning of Black Clover because he came off as like, okay, this is the Deuteragonist of the of the story. However, we haven't got that Deuteragonist plot line enough. However, we have been getting that, and it came to fruition perfectly. The whole Noelle and Noelle relationship. That's been perfect, and I just gotta say, like the fights, like Black Clover is doing a nice job with the fights, these devil designs, everything's been fire. Although I do have my problems with these couple years of chapters, like it's like I ain't really like that. However, it definitely takes from its predecessors, the old shonen tropes, and it deliver it and just remix it in a nice way. And I've been enjoying it, obviously, but it's
phenomenal.
It has problems, but it's good.
I need to offer a dissenting opinion.
I just want to say one thing on why I'm voting, and you could go ahead. Magnus fight. All right, go ahead. You can vote.
Oh my God!
Oh God! Dude.
Yo!
So, as my dissenting opinion, I love Black Clover. I do. I'm one of the people that I will fight in its corner when a lot of other people won't in various online spaces. But certain criticisms that were made towards My Hero Academia absolutely applied to Black Clover as well, and not necessarily at Black Clover's fault. When you look at the page count for Black Clover, it gets about 15 pages every week compared to some of the other series that get 19. On top of that, Black Clover has a lot of double page spreads. So the actual story content that we get in any given Black Clover chapter is condensed. So there's been a lot of stuff where, especially this year, I've had questions on the pacing. Like I continuously question, I'm like, all right, so how long is this arc supposed to be? Is there more that's supposed to be going on? Like, what's happening? I've really enjoyed the stuff that's been going on for some of the main characters and some of the side characters. Absolutely agree with Magna. He is one of my favorite characters in the series, hands down. But there have absolutely been pacing issues for this year. Again, not to Black Clover's fault by any means, but it's felt very similar to My Hero in that way. And even if I'm the only vote for it, I am going to vote for Sakamoto Days because I've just enjoyed it the entire way through the year. I haven't had questions for pacing because it hasn't needed to establish anything yet. So I love Black Clover, but I gotta give it the Sakamoto days.
I will say this, like because I'm not up to date just yet, but I've read through it. Like I haven't gone weekly just yet. So maybe because I remember back in the day when I used to read Bleach weekly, Bleach was like 5 minutes, like not even 2 minutes done. That was it.
Dude, that was
so maybe
quick.
Black Clover was the same way, but going through it like in like a big read through, like going through it in bulk. The pacing issues don't stick out as much as like a weekly reader.
I mean, to be fair, you did call it earlier. You guys called it the Naruto of the new generation, and to be fair, that's kind of what it sounds like. As somebody who's not super into Black Clover, but who just binged Naruto, right? That like upon a binge, it's much better. Whereas if you have to deal with like the week-to-week pacing, it could be a bit of a grind.
Just say, like,
yeah, I agree.
Week pacing, there's definitely sometimes like, wow, that chapter went by really fast. But like other than that, I mean, yeah.
Yeah, I don't think it's
I
Bleach
would
level
agree.
pacing in some chapters.
Yeah,
though.
sometimes it is pretty quick. Yeah.
I agree about the pacing though. Like reading Black Clover weekly sometimes can be tough because the way that Tabata ends the chapter is nothing but cliffhangers. It's like, oh, here we go. Like and you gotta wait, and it's just like you feel like you didn't get enough just from reading.
Because there's only 15 pages each chapter too.
Exactly, and Tabata, he's really been snapping on these spreads a lot this year, which I do wish that. If I was to subtract the spreads for more page count so we can get more context of the chapter, I would subtract the spreads. Because sometimes I remember one time we had like 6 spreads in one chapter. And it felt like I really read it for 30 seconds. And I think that's why a lot of people complain about, like, man, I feel like, the chapter and the pacing, I felt, because some people said he's rushing it, which you're like, nah, it's not rushing because Tabata writes his stories in sagas. The entire Elf saga was from chapter 1 to chapter 200 plus. It's in sagas. That's how he writes his story. Which is right now we are in the Spade type saga, which I'm about to spoil.
Just the way the art is.
Say that, yeah.
Man, it's just the way he handles things, bro. Like, and I think that's why I like Black Clover on the binge so much because it's. I really feel like Black Clover is made for the binge, bro. I honestly. feel that way.
Maybe it could. The artwork is fire, man. Like the artwork is really good. Like I'm showing it's really good artwork. Yeah.
Because like when I had the opinions of people that were reading weekly, when I binged it, my opinion was just so completely different than theirs. I was like, bro, this is really good. Like I really like Black Clover. Like, and people are like, no. And I'm like, bro, it's really good. I really feel like the binge for Black Clover just like I feel like the binge for a lot of things will just change your perspective on the series. Because I felt the same way about a lot of arcs in One Piece when I was binging that people say are super slow or they don't like them that much. I thought were great because I didn't have that that pause of catching up and then having to do that slow grind of reading weekly. I just got to read straight through it. If there was a chapter that was a little bit slower, it didn't matter because I could just read the next one.
Yeah. So
like I could just keep going. And I feel like that's the same type of thing that happened with me with Black Clover. Like the way it's made, I just feel like the binge just makes it hit different, bro. Like,
well, I think with that we are wrapping up Black Clover Sakamoto days. That's 6-2 in favor of Black Clover, and we are now moving on to an absolute titan of a matchup. We are doing Berserk versus Kingdom. The timer starts now.
Already got my vote.
I'm getting my vote out of the way. I'm going Kingdom.
Yeah, I'm going Kingdom.
Kingdom on
Berserk
this as well.
Berserk.
Man, this is fucking tough for me, man. I'm not gonna lie to you, because obviously with this year and what happened with it just but and like that last chapter was it really got the mind jogging. It really, I mean, so many things I've just in that last chapter. I'm like, fuck, man, like what's going on here? Like
I wish
to
build up.
Yeah, just like all this stuff that happened, and it was masterful. But at the same time, right now with Kingdom, we're hitting like another stride. It's like, fuck, dude. Like, oh, what happened with Conky? I'm like,
no spoilers.
Oh,
no spoilers.
No spoilers. Fuck shit. But I'm like, damn. Damn.
Absolutely agree. Like,
damn.
You missed the earlier Kingdom talk, but like, I read all of Kingdom in 2 weeks, and Conky, oh my god.
I think with Jay and Last is those raps. I think, unless you already counted them, Roger.
No, I mean, I think
Okay,
that's a wrap.
I gave
think
Roger
it's
my
Kingdom.
list,
I
but
think it's
you know,
Kingdom.
Roger. Honestly, Roger, before I give my list, but I'm gonna flip it around with Berserk.
Well,
and
hold on, wait,
Kingdom. Yeah, I know.
okay, because I was gonna say, because you did say on that list, Bleach was your number one this year, and I was like, whoa,
actually, yes,
because we
yes,
brought that up,
yes.
and everybody was like, respect King. Okay, that's wow, I didn't expect that.
Yes, yeah, absolutely. I put
Wow.
Bleach, yeah.
I
Bleach
really-
is, yeah.
I truly, I guess we did have a huge conversation about Berserk earlier, and it just is unfortunate that you weren't here for it. But I think that sums it up, right? I think Kingdom wins. That seems like a pretty unanimous call with Chibi. I think you're the only one who'd voted for
I'm the
Berserk
only
on
one
this
that voted Berserk. That's sad.
Wow.
Because it's tough because honestly, it's like the stuff like before the chapter is pivotal.
No, I understand.
This year was,
yeah.
of course, a very emotional year with the Berserk, but then
Of course.
now it's a question of what happens after, and now everyone, like all Berserk fans, are like, "Fuck, like where do we go from here?" And it's
Right.
we don't know. Like, oh man, it's tough.
We're
Wow.
stacking a full year of Kingdom against 2 chapters of
right,
Berserk,
and
too.
it's like,
of course.
that's man.
Wow. All right. Well,
All right, yeah.
let's see then if we're going to get an upset at the end of these quarters. We've got One Piece versus One Punch Man.
Okay,
Let's see
here
this.
we
Here
Let's
comes
go.
an upset.
The
Here comes an
timer
upset. One Punch Man.
starts-
One Punch Man.
Now.
One Punch
One
Man. One Punch Man. I'm
One
with
Punch
you.
Man.
All right, just give me like a second here, okay?
All right, let me
One
just
punch
say
man.
this.
Okay, hold on. I'll keep
I-
mine very simple. I'll keep mine very, very simple. One Piece had some of the best chapters of the series this year, and it's had also some of the worst chapters this
yes.
year. Some of the worst, some of the most insulting moments of like,
Hold
no,
on.
hell to the no. One Punch Man has had the best arc of
Hey, Axel,
its
what was
run through. If also you include the redraws too, the redraws plus the current ongoing monster arc right now is the best arc in One Punch Man by far. It is probably the best arc in Shonen period. And honestly, whatever is going on,
Tatsumaki.
dude. It is some of the best written content, period, I'd argue, Sean. If not, honestly, I would argue One Punch Man right now, for me, for this year, has been number one, outside of Bleach.
Axel, what is I forget because I can't recall. What are it's chapter 1000 to current is this year?
Yes.
1000
So
onward.
chapter 1000 was the first chapter of this year for One Piece.
Oh man, I'm going with One Piece, man. I can't vote against Roof Piece. I just can't, bro.
One Punch Man
Hey.
for me, man.
I'm going One Piece.
I want to
recently,
say that King is absolutely correct, though. Like, there are certain series that like you cannot read weekly, and as we've learned with the One Piece fandom this year, there are a lot of One Piece fans that should not be reading One Piece weekly.
I'll say that I was at Dressrosa for like 2 years, and since the beginning of the year, too.
It was
And
longer than that.
I was just stuck on it. I just never proceed continuing on. But however, like towards like later on this year, I did read Whole Cake Island, and then I stopped. But like once this whole like stream was about to happen, I have binged One Piece all the way to what it is currently right now, and I'll say that One Piece, just based off of what I read, it's in my top 10 favorite manga of all time. It wasn't before,
Hello.
but it's in my top 10 now. However, One Punch Man just been gas this year, just by this
One
year.
Punch Man has
Insane.
been non-stop.
Non-stop.
The Tatsumaki
There's
stuff.
nothing
Atomic
bad about One Punch
Samurai.
Man right now. Nothing. Like,
I can't say
literally
anything bad. I can't say anything bad. Like I have to go with One Punch Man.
And again,
Wow.
also too, include the redraws. If you include the redraws, it's like fuck, man.
Because there were. So I'm pulling it back up again because I had a list of like everything from this
It was
year.
like 7 or 8 redraws or something.
There were four. There were about 4 or 5 specifically from this year that happened, with one of the most pivotal of them being a redo of Saitama versus Orochi.
Yes. That was this year too. Really, at the very was that
Yes.
the beginning or, okay. I thought that was last
It was
year.
midway through
Murata.
the year.
Yeah. One and Murata have been really taking their time when it comes to like the actual story building and the world building to a point where even the content in the webtoon, in the webcomic, even that is now kind of getting pushed aside for the manga when it comes to certain characters' introduction. That's not in the webcomic. And it's like, oh fuck, wait,
Yeah,
hold
no,
on.
he's
This is
changing things.
manga exclusive. So
Yeah, he's done
the
a lot.
manga has now become even more like people that used to read the comic. Go, yeah, well, you don't have to read it. No, now you have to read the manga. It's like, oh fuck, wait, this is actually happening, and it's pivotal to the overall story, and like the story seems to be expanding in a very like tremendous way to the point where it's like, okay, you know, those other avenues to read from, you kind of have to read the manga, and when it comes to the actual content, Saitama's one thing, but the other characters are really, really fucking good. Tatsumaki has shocked me when it comes to how well written or how good they're really pushing her character at this point in time. So yeah, absolutely. One Punch Man's in.
Wow.
One Punch Man's in. Dude, listen, Roger.
When y'all are done with One Punch Man, gas, can I make the case for One Piece?
Yeah, go ahead. So Sensei, hold on.
Oh.
You're right. Well, I will even speak on the Kinemon stuff so you don't get a lot of hate, because I personally did not like the Kinemon thing either. I will touch on that. Sin, though, make your case for One Piece. Go right ahead.
Yeah, man, because it's that time, yo. You feel me? I let y'all have y'all's moment with One Punch Man. Let's talk about the GOAT, man. One Piece had some of the best chapters, period, this year. 1010, bro. Peak chapters. 1000, even 1009. Yes, it had bad moments, bro. Yes, nobody likes the Kinemon shit. Nobody likes the fucking Kanjuro shit. I'm sorry for saying death word. Nobody likes the Kanjuro stuff. I get that. But the chapters that we had, like King said himself, these are some of the best chapters in the series. Some of the best chapters in the series of what I feel was the best manga, period. So I feel like the good just far outweighs the bad. Like time and time again, it's breaking records with it's trending all the time. Like, bro, every week One Piece trends. Like, and I know that like popularity, like y'all are like, oh, popularity doesn't mean good. I get that. I understand that. It doesn't mean that it's quality, but it's something you got to take into consideration. We're talking about community aspect. We're talking about the way people react. One Piece every single week is a movie. Even if the chapter is mid, it's a movie every week, bro. Sanji had one of his best chapters ever very recently. Like the stuff that has been happening in One Piece is peak. Like peak, and I'm caught up to One Punch Man too. One Punch Man is peak. This arc, I agree, flawless. But the stuff that has been happening in One Piece for me is like game changing stuff.
Yeah,
like,
and I will
much game changing things.
I'll also back you up on the Sanji stuff too. I think for me, especially after how Whole Cake Island wrapped up, I feel like this to me has been the year of Sanji. I feel like I have grown to love Sanji so much as a character after what happened in One Piece this year. And as you mentioned earlier too, thinking back on it, the stuff with the roof piece, right? That again, this year started with manga chapter 1000. We went through so much of Wano Country, but I also feel like I would be remiss to not bring up two things. One, just as everyone's already talked about, I also hated the Kinemon thing. I think the Kinemon thing encapsulates everything that I dislike about modern One Piece. So, like, I understand why a lot of people have issues with that, because it's the same reason that I had issues with the stakes at the end of the My Hero Academia war arc, right? It's the same thing. It's like this lack of killing off characters when you absolutely could. It's like there's drama that could be had there that then we're not going to get. And I'm sure Oda is going to take the story in a different direction. I'm sure there's going to be a reason for why certain characters lived or what's going to end up happening. But the other thing I will mention when it comes to One Piece is I think the Robin chapter this year, like the
you made me
special
remember
chapter,
that now.
the Demonio
Oh my
chapter,
God.
incredible. I think some of the stuff with the Toby Ropo is better than some of the stuff that we're actually getting right now. Like, I think people forget how good some of that stuff with the Toby Ropo was. However, as I mentioned earlier, I think the lows of One Piece, I agree with many of you, have matched the lows of One Piece back when I dropped it and stopped doing content on it 2 years ago. People forget that I dropped One Piece back in 2019. I kept reading it, obviously, on my own because it's my favorite series, but it's something that I stopped making content on because I was sick of the fandom. I was sick of how certain things were going in the story, and I just straight up needed a break from that week to week. And this year, admittedly, almost got me to that point again with that chapter with Kinemon, but the rest of the stuff that's been happening in Wano Country and what's being set up with Yamato and leading into what's going on with Kaido, I feel like I am more excited to read One Piece right now, week to week, than I have been in years. And I've been doing this on YouTube for a while now. I really do feel like for as good as One Punch Man was this year, and for how bad that Kinemon thing was in One Piece, ultimately, if I was voting, I would have to vote for One Piece.
Let me say this, okay? Because what you're saying, because obviously as a Sanji stan, right, I can appreciate tremendously what Sanji's gone through this arc. I would personally argue that he's right now like without a doubt the best written character in the series. Just done. However, right, and also of course the Zoro stuff has been absolutely epic as all hell. Luffy and Kaido, epic as all hell, right? But so like there's really amazing things going on right now in One Piece, right? But we say the Kinemon thing as if like that's the only thing. We can't forget about the Big Mom nonsense.
Of course.
We can't forget about obviously. We can't forget about what happened with Jack. And it's like, what? Excuse me.
I'm the leader of the Mammoth Boys. I'm the leader of the Mammoth Boys. And I'm still saying.
I know. Wait, hold on.
Okay.
But more fundamentally, my biggest issue with this arc has been that this arc has, I think, real structural pacing problems, even compared to other things in One Piece, because there's too many plot points that Oda has established in this arc, and he's trying to get to all these things while at the same time have all these characters at least try and do something. Like there are still certain characters that have been MIA for like half the year. We haven't seen them do anything, even though they were crucially important early on in the year.
Where's
like
Parrot?
it's gone.
Where's
all right,
Parrot?
like Tanjiro, like this little Hokage duel going on. Like there's so many things that are happening right now in terms of pace and structure, and then we have these like grandiose threats on top of grandiose threat on top of so the island's gonna fall. Oh, by the way, there's bonds. Oh, by the way, there's a flaming ghost. What? Hold on.
Let me ask a question.
Oh, wait, hold on. But that's all to say that One Piece, I think, has still been good this year.
Of course.
But One Punch Man has been damn near flawless. That's the problem.
No problems.
So it's not like One Piece is bad. One Punch Man has just been that good this year. That good.
I get that, King, but let me ask this a question. This is not towards you, King. This is just in general.
Sure.
Do we hold One Punch Man to the same standard as we do One Piece, though? Is that like I'm just being honest, because I feel like we've seen like some of the most peak moments in manga and One Piece. Are we holding One Punch Man to the same standard?
Let me speak on that real quick. Then. That's a great question.
That's what I'm saying. For this year, are we holding One Punch Man to the same standard?
So let me speak on that real quick. I'm gonna let Tekken go, but I want to speak on that real quick.
Go ahead.
I think we saw a lot of love, and again, we're only talking about the manga this year, but in terms of like if you're talking about the community and the fandom, I do feel like if you look at the general mainstream audience still, there was a massive push for One Piece this year. Obviously, we had episode 1000 of One Piece. We had chapter 1000 beginning of the year. We had like the 100th volume. There were a lot of big momentous moments for One Piece in 2021. But despite that, like sales don't lie. And I'm not saying that sales equal quality at all. But I am saying that I think there have been a lot of people who are like, One Piece isn't falling off. People aren't having issues with it. It's so good right now. And yet we're seeing consistently, time and time again, this new series of, we're seeing My Hero Academia beating it. We're seeing Jujutsu Kaisen beating it. We're seeing all these other series beating it. And you still have, I would argue, the mainstream audience in like, say, North America or around the rest of the world. You said, would we see One Punch Man on the same level of One Piece? I would ultimately say that there are more people in North America, at least, I can't speak to Japan, obviously, but in North America, who probably are more aware of One Punch Man and what's going on in One Punch Man than in One Piece.
So I don't think he wants to go. So Tekken, I'm pretty sure, because I also think too on top of that Tekken, on top of that Roger, but Tekken, I think has to, he wants to.
Yeah, Tekken has more to say, exactly. But I just wanted to get that out there.
I want to hear Tekken talk.
Right. Yeah, I've just been sitting here the entire time having an existential crisis. Okay.
Same here.
So, I just want to say, to answer your question first, Sensei, if I put like personally One Punch Man on the same level of One Piece, I do. And that's just my thing. I have read the webcomic of One Punch Man, years ago, and Chibi. So you know that this arc is
important.
There's really high standards for this one, and I was waiting for years to see how Murata was going to depict it, and I have to say, it was flawless to me. I think the way that he drew things and with the redraws and stuff, and adding stuff in, I wish to God, I could just tell you everything I loved about it, but that would be spoilers. And then I look at One Piece. And so basically what I've been doing for the last 15 minutes is all right, 34 chapters of One Piece, 16 chapters of One Punch Man, which, how many of those did I feel more excitement towards, more hype for each week?
Sure.
Not each week with One Punch Man, but you know what I mean. I just have to say, I'll just rip the Band-Aid off quick. I think I'm going to vote for One Punch Man.
There you go.
Yeah.
My man, good job. Good job.
So let me say one last thing too, right?
Yes.
Yeah, that's perfect timing too, because we got a minute
I also
and a half
said
left on the
nothing in
timer.
this.
I just want to say one last thing about One Punch Man, One Piece thing, all right? We have to acknowledge too, I think, the idea that outside factors play a role in like our like expectations,
of course.
if they matter. Wano Country is like the only arc that I've seen in One Piece get pushed by editors, by Oda, outside of the story in of itself, to where people in the middle of Whole Cake Island were complaining, we want Wano now, Wano. So going into the arc, our expectations of Wano Country were astronomically high as all hell.
Yes.
Because, and again, not just because of fan expectations, because the author and editors pushed that idea as well. And so when we have these high expectations, can we actually meet them? And then I think in a lot of cases, we kind of fall short. Is it necessarily our fault, their fault? No. Because again, Oda, well, maybe to a degree, but in Oda's case and Edda's case, they pushed Wano Country. I think even like it was gonna be like the war, that was gonna be like the Marine Corps War, something like that. And even though it's met expectation in some regards, in terms of the height, in terms of the fights and so on, there are certain things about the pacing, about the character focus, like on the scarabs and so on, where it's like it's not probably, you can argue it's not probably well focused. Whereas Murata and One, and I think the key here is the redraws. They're taking the time to go back to previous chapters.
The artist is peak.
And they have a structure.
Add more details. Add way better structure. Like the stuff with EI, one of the Atomic Samurai Disciple. That shit is actually pretty fucking good when you actually read the redraws.
And again, I'm about to say the art. I don't feel like we can't even debate the art. The art is literally peak.
Yeah. But like in terms of character, in terms of structure, when you include the redraws too, it becomes just even better. So it's not just like, okay, like One Piece has been good, but One Punch Man again, I think has been damn near flawless this year.
Yeah,
damn near.
also gotta remember the structure.
It's like it's not even like there's chapters that I think were average or boring with One Punch Man. Like there was a chapter that just cut away from all the action to focus on Metal Bat, and I was like, "This is awesome! I love this chapter," you know. And I'm like,
I just want to say too, like I feel like my perspective is a lot different. I didn't take that into perspective, Kane. That's actually a really good point. I don't have this like those same expectations, or not even expectations, but the same perspective that y'all have.
Sure.
Like the OGs, because I'm coming in so late. Sure. Like when I caught up to One Piece, I'm already past the Oden flashback. Like I don't have the weekly like perspective that y'all have, where it's like, oh, we're super like, oh, where's Wano, all this stuff. I don't have that perspective, so I feel like my takes are a little bit different. I do want to say too, last year I know a lot of people felt like there was a lot of One Piece bias and stuff. I get that, but I felt like I liked One Piece more. But I am very happy with this One Punch Man arc as well. So like, even if One Punch Man does take the W, but I'm not upset at all.
And honestly, I'm in the I really just like One Piece more. But and you know, but that doesn't mean that I don't see like the great things that One Punch Man has been doing, and I'm happy with that winning too.
I never thought I'd get hyped over a character by the name of Spring Mustachio.
Oh,
but the fact that like even that
scene. Oh my
like,
god.
I've been weak. I've been a One Piece person since the 4Kids dub. And I don't have the same problems that other people do with like the weekly stuff that went on this year. Because I get it. It's a weekly grind. I also understand the fact that like, compared to the other arcs that we've had up to this point, it has been very busy. Not only because of how many like people are involved in it, but the fact that like we have the full Straw Hat crew. We haven't had that in several arcs. So that just is a lot of focus. And like, you really can't fault the fact that One Punch Man had less chapters this year than One Piece. I mean, the monthly series had less chapters than One Punch Man. It doesn't matter how many chapters you have if you're able to get enough content out that leaves an impact.
Sure.
I think One Piece had a tremendous impact this year, but I agree. Just looking at this year specifically, One Punch Man has just been laser focused and has provided a lot of entertainment.
Yeah, and I think that's a good place to end it. We're at 18 minutes with this discussion now, and the last thing I want to say is this. You know, we all love One Piece. We're in this call. Many of us like we're One Piece YouTubers primarily, right? And I've seen so many people in the chat being like, "But One Piece made you. How could you go against One Piece?" Again, we are not talking about series as a whole. We're talking about this year. And I think after hearing so many people's thoughts on this, even if I do disagree, I do feel like consistency-wise, if we are arguing over consistency as how good something has been, I have no problems with One Punch Man taking this. I don't
good
at all.
conscience, just for the sake that I talk about it on my channel all the time. Like, it's an amazing story. I can't just be like, well, I talk about it, so it has to.
So it's my favorite. Exactly.
That is not fair. That is not fair.
100%. Exactly. So completely agree. All right. Well, then we have it. One Punch Man takes it.
One Punch Man
over One Piece in a huge upset.
One Punch Man
to finally fill out our semi.
We love One Piece, but One Punch Man. It's been the year. It's been the year. Of Tatsumaki. It's been the year of Tatsumaki.
Sin speak.
Yes, it has.
I was just asking what Laz and Jay voted because I didn't hear that.
Oh, I got One Punch Man.
And One Punch Man.
Yeah. No, I'm talking about JD Legend. And Laz.
One Piece.
Oh, okay. So it was like 5-3.
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
Wow,
I'm happy to see One Punch Man win. It deserves it. After knowing
I'm not mad
what
at that,
the webcomic is.
If anything, I'm glad we lost One Punch Man.
People can't necessarily complain that much in terms of, listen, people understand. It's like someone like myself, someone like Tekking, like we're One Piece enthusiasts. Like we're One Piece hard.
Yeah.
And even we were like, but One Punch Man this year is like, fuck, man, like this is ridiculous right now.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's been really good. It is what it is.
Yeah. It's been so good. It's why I'm like, man, I think I might want to cover on the channel. That's how good it is.
Yeah.
Exactly.
No, please.
I think it's funny though, Roger. Like, I think it's funny that like last year One Piece wins, people are mad. This year, we vote One Piece out. People are mad. People are going to be mad no matter what happens, bro.
That's the beauty
it doesn't matter, bro.
People are going to be mad regardless.
It doesn't matter, bro.
You go with your gut and be honest with yourself. Exactly. That's
it doesn't matter, man.
Yeah. Wow. All right, well, here we go.
First round loss.
First round
loss.
loss.
It is, man.
The
hardest choice. Listen, man. The hardest choices require the strongest wills. That's what it is. Fuck it.
That's right.
The will of P.
Well, here we go.
P is what caused One Punch Man to win.
Kingdom versus One Punch Man begins right now.
I'm going back to Kingdom on this one.
I'm going to One Punch Man.
I'm riding with the One Punch Man train.
I'm staying One Punch Man, honestly. Yeah. Even though I love Kingdom.
Wow.
One Punch Man has been that good. Again, if you include the redraws, it has been that good. The Orochi stuff with the Saitama stuff has been fantastic. The AI stuff has been fantastic. Again, the redraws matter. The things about the webcomic now are falling to the wayside in terms of the manga. The artwork is absolutely, even though I love Kingdom, I love Shin. Nah, man, Saitama's got it this year. Tatsumaki's got it this year. It's over.
Yep.
It's your number one series this year. One Punch Man. It's going through. Let's go.
King, you're
I thought Bleach was your number one series.
After Bleach. Yeah, after Bleach. After Bleach.
That's fair. You did say number 2. I was going to say you did say number 2 was One Punch Man. That's true.
Yeah.
So you're not wrong. You're not going against it. Wow. Okay, so then that round's over. Then we're already moving.
Well,
all right.
Is it?
Well,
because I heard 4 votes.
Oh, well, go ahead. Say your piece.
Go ahead.
Oh no, I already said Kingdom. Like I'm back on the Kingdom train. Like I love One Punch Man this year, but Kingdom.
I'm blown away by some of this. Just the fact that we're flying through this now is just like unbelievable.
Well, I mean,
it's a tough choice. Yo, listen, man. It's a tough choice because fucking. I mean, people don't know Boruto. I'm like, oh no.
One Punch Man has just been too good. It's been way too good.
I know. But it's like, fucking Beto.
Like the color chapter. The color chapters.
Yes.
The color chapters.
Wait. Okay, wait. So I'm not caught up yet. I know that. So I'm almost caught up. I'm almost at One Punch Man. I know that there's some color pages coming up here. That's all I know. That's all I need to know.
King, but you are gonna freak.
I know. Yeah. Apparently,
live reaction.
Because I push this whole thing about like the moon and all this stuff. Apparently, people are like, "Yo, read the way chat reach." I'm like, "Fuck!" But I'm thinking tomorrow. So that's why I was like,
dude, live react. You're gonna want to live react to it. It is.
Yeah.
You really should.
But yeah, Kingdom has been outstanding. It's like my number 3, but One Punch Man this year edges over. Oh no, my number 3 now. But Kingdom, I think, is just a little bit behind One Punch Man because One Punch Man is again that
nonstop, just
good.
nonstop, dude.
Yeah.
The Garo stuff, dude.
I'm happy over wins this one, but Garo, yo.
Dude, Garo, man, I meant Garo.
Though I will say one thing, there's maybe one slip up with One Punch Man. One, I'm not a fan of the idea of, and maybe it's because okay, I'm not a fan of the idea of a Japanese dude becoming a black guy. I'm not too sure how that works exactly. Okay, it kind of throws me off a little bit.
It's implying he's using a heavy amount of tanning oil.
Yeah,
but that's not how we.
True. That's why. But from now on, this is FYI. I got to spread the word. From now on, his name is Dark Oil. Add the oil in there so we understand what's what. Okay, that's all I'm gonna say. That's it. I'm done. It's my piece.
It was kind of goofy, but
I mean, that was really off with that. Yeah.
Yeah. It was.
I even agree with that one. Yeah.
Oh yeah, I threw me off big time.
Here's the thing, also, you didn't have to make him like that shade, like that dark. You could have
just add the oil. Yes.
Yeah, just add the oil. There was other ways you could go about that.
And I'm okay with that. Yes.
Yep. Anyway,
all right.
So One Punch Man.
One Punch Man takes it. So then we are moving on to Black. We haven't even used, by the way, the timer in the past 3. We've just been going.
We talk about
we did it in One Piece.
One Piece, I guess we did, so we flew. But moving on,
flew past it.
I'm going to set the timer up again. We are actually moving. We could actually do this in under 4.5 hours. This is incredible.
Oh my God.
This is Black Clover versus Record of Ragnarok. Timer starting now.
Okay, I've already discussed my piece of Black Clover, but Record of Ragnarok is still... I'm biased towards mythology, and Record of Ragnarok has so much mythology pushed into it with the beautiful art, action, and just, like, I love everything about it. Everything about Record of Ragnarok is great. Black Clover has some good stuff, but Record of Ragnarok...
you and I have to sit down and do a mythology record.
No, dude, I love mythology, dude.
I'm actually going in the opposite direction. I'm going Black Clover, even though we both. I
am fine with Black Clover too. It's great, but Record Ragnarok, I gotta go for it. I'm biased in mythology.
Look, I'll say this: the last fight in RR, I think, has been the worst fight in the series. I agree with it.
I actually agree.
Disagree.
That was one of the oddest structured fights. I mean, granted, to be fair, even though I like the character, like the character on
the backstories are always very good. It's just
this one was interesting because they kind of had because I don't want to spoil per se. Yeah, I can see why you would like it, but honestly, compared to like the other fights, and I'm not saying it's bad per se, but compared to the other fights, this wasn't really it. Like the structure, the change, the transformations. I
gotta be honest with you. Like,
it was all over the place, man.
I'll say right now,
all over the place.
But the Nostradamus reveal.
Nostradamus reveal. Oh, come on. I mean, what's that? Come on, relax.
No, again, like I said, relax. Some of the most important things in Record of Ragnarok have been the moments in between the fights. The fights are important, but the building of things in between them is insane.
That's what.
Look, I agree with you.
The lucky gods and everything right there in between the chapters a few times before the fight actually started. So.
Yeah, but okay, hold on. I don't want to spoil it, but the whole thing about Nostradamus that people talk about is how Nostradamus is a trap and niggas going crazy. I'm like, oh, what the fuck, yo? Like, I mean, outside of that, outside people's fetishes, I mean, it was like it's okay. I mean, again, like when I look at what happened with Black Clover, I'm getting all this Magna stuff, and then right now we have all the stuff that happened. To be fair, the whole thing with Mimosa and Gaja, I'm like,
magic reality line, like
it was fucking tough, man. Yeah, it was kind of sucks. But outside, I mean, honestly, I think just outside of all that, I think Black Clover has been like hitting its stride. I get it. Pacing problems are there, but I binged, so for me, it's not an issue. I'll be real with you, it's not an issue. All right. So even though I like Record Ragnarok, again, for me, it's been like the worst fight out of all the fights. So I'm putting Black Clover.
I gotta go with Black Clover because like Black Clover been giving me some of the best fights this year. For this current arc. So I gotta run with it. Just especially with these current like the backstories we had. Like Xenon's backstory was just my goodness, crazy, and also Nox's backstory was insane. But just based off of that alone, like Ragnarok was good, but like you said, like that last fight was just like, what the heck was this?
It wasn't it, man.
It just wasn't it for me. But
Yeah.
I gotta go with Black Clover.
Wow. Wow.
Well,
All right, so that's
Bisha
2-2 right now,
Monten
then.
to Zero Fuku to
We're sitting at
fucking
2-2. Who,
what the fuck is this demon?
who
Like,
hasn't
what?
voted? If we've got 2-2 Black Clover and then Record of Ragnarok, I think we're waiting on JD and Lags. Okay, Laz just said Record of Ragnarok gets my pick, and then JD's coming through. Okay. What's JD going to say?
Oh, Jade is like Black Clover, so it's over. I think it's over. Yeah, yeah, I think
Oh, no.
yeah, there he is.
Oh, wow, Record of Ragnarok. All right, so
There he
JD,
is.
One
all
Punch
right.
Man and Record of Ragnarok
Oh
on
my
one
God.
side.
Truly, I
Can I just say-
ever thought this bracket would go this way. Wow.
Can I just say that this is such an interesting turnaround
Yeah, I
from
did not
last
expect it.
year
I am
because
stunned.
Record of
Dude, what?
Ragnarok last year's
Nobody knew it.
stream was such a an unknown. Like
Nobody knew about it.
nobody
I
knew
had-
about it, and for it
I
to
knew
come
something
this
about
far
it, yeah.
this year is insane.
Now everyone's reading it, and oh my God. Wow.
That's the
Record
point.
of
I know.
Ragnarok.
I want to
Wouldn't
put
it
this in
please just go-
perspective. All these series went up against like Attack on Titan. It went up against Berserk,
One
Kingdom,
Piece. Kingdom,
One
Berserk,
Piece.
yeah.
I
Undead
mean,
Unluck.
Bleach. And it's like, yo,
What we on Black
even
Clover
JoJo
and
Crazy voting turnaround, honestly.
what was this? Black Clover, Record Ragnarok?
Record of Ragnarok
Yeah.
just won.
Yeah, I'm giving the good Record Ragnarok.
Wow.
Yeah, it doesn't even matter.
Wow. Wow.
Like, I just want to say this.
That shit gas.
to say that
I just
I
think it's a
never,
Black Clover.
when I looked at this bracket on this side, I never would have said it would end One Punch Man Record of Ragnarok, but now after having heard everyone's thoughts on it and like why they voted for what they did, this makes a lot of sense to me. I can't even complain about this. I think that's a very good, solid side of the bracket right there.
I just want to say this though about Black Clover because a lot of people have been talking about the mythology and Record of Ragnarok.
Yeah.
I think people are heavily sleeping on Black Clover's mythology in this art. Like, it's based on the mythology right now, like with the underworld and the gates to the trick.
Yeah, true.
That's true. But here's the thing:
Yeah.
Record Ragnarok has more mythologies than just
That is also true. That is also
That is
true.
why
Yes,
I'm
that
a
is also true.
bigger.
It's a
Record
complete
Ragnarok fan.
clashing of cultures.
Yeah,
which is
yeah.
really great to
That's
see.
the whole-
To the point where it gets banned from other countries.
Yeah, yes.
When you have RDD, nah, man, that's crap, dude. They had Jesus. I felt so with them. I'm like, what the fuck?
Yeah, I'm surprised. Like,
For the
what?
Kingdom fans, we're finally
Yes,
getting another
true.
Chinese character.
Who's gonna lose?
So,
probably.
what? He better not.
I mean, come on.
If Record of Ragnarok were to deal 2 L's to China, like that series is never getting touched in that country.
I would be surprised. I'm telling you, man. I'm telling you. Nippon, Banzai. Oh, okay. Shit. Fuck. Y'all got it.
Well, then here we go. Jujutsu Kaisen during Dr. Stone. I mean,
Okay,
versus
here we
Dr.
go.
Stone. I said during Dr. Stone because I was writing up a tweet right now. Jujutsu Kaisen versus Dr. Stone.
Jujutsu
Let's have
Kaisen.
at it.
Oh, JJK. easy.
Yeah, I think that's
JJK.
gonna be.
So this is a
I
wash-
think, I
this is
think
a
people
wash
maintain
for
form with
JJK.
that. JJK. I
Okay.
think we maintain form.
Okay.
Yeah.
Cool. Then I will just very quickly copy that.
I am.
Paste that in.
That said,
Wow.
I am throwing a vote towards Dr. Stone, though.
Yo, do it. Do it.
I mean, I'm gonna vote.
Hey, they're
Pity
both
vote?
good.
That's
They're
my-
both good.
No,
my
it's not a
child.
pity vote.
Okay.
It's not a pity vote. Dr. Stone
Techie,
this
you said
year.
you voted Dr. Stone as well?
Yeah, I know it's not gonna make it, but I have to go with my
Hey,
child.
I
that's
respect
good.
it. I
It's
respect it.
been solid all year round, and it has developed characters in ways that you would not expect. And like, the thing is, like, and I respect Gege for what he's done, and even with the breaks and whatnot that have happened this year, Dr. Stone has just been on the gas the entire year. I am okay with Jujutsu Kaisen beating Dr. Stone, but
You know what?
for me
I'm-
personally, Dr.
I
Stone
just started
was
reading
great.
Jujutsu Kaisen.
I'm changing my vote,
I
Dr.
know
Stone.
I know it's shaping up to be a very good series, but I have to go Dr. Stone on this one.
Wait,
I'm
what the hell
going
just
So
happened?
is that
Wait,
5-3
wait,
Dr.
what?
Stone then?
Wait, time out.
5-3?
Hold up. What just
Wait,
happened?
Okay, well, hold on a second.
Let's all right. So
Well-
let's vote individually. Wait a minute. So Axel, you voted
Dr. Stone.
Dr. Stone. Okay. Chibi, you voted.
Dr. Stone,
Right.
I want to change it
Jake
around.
Cloud, you voted.
JJK.
Right. King, you voted.
JJK.
Right. Sin, you voted.
JJK.
Right. Okay. And then Tekking, you voted.
Dr. Stone.
Right.
That's
and
a
then,
tie, baby.
And then, well, no, because then Laz and Jay both voted for JJK as well.
Oh,
Oh,
okay.
okay,
that's
well, then there was no
5-3
point to that. But
JJK.
still,
I was about to say, like, here comes the
Yeah,
chat.
Like, this is- I'm like, right, that didn't happen. JJK won, but it was 5-3 though. Which
Ohio, Sakai.
This is oh boy. Okay. Here we go. And, wait. Actually,
you already know my vote. I don't have to say shit.
I know your vote.
I ain't saying shit.
Before, I want to say this at the very beginning. I'm starting the timer on this one because this might go a while. I want to say this at the very beginning. This is my argument for the very beginning of this. Yeah. Earlier in this stream, and I'm holding my tongue. I can't vote. It's just up to you guys to vote. But earlier in this stream, when we had the conversation regarding Attack on Titan, right? And we talked about the fandom this year and the way they reacted to certain things. I think we need to, if we're going to do that to Attack on Titan, we need to do the same thing for My Hero Academia. Because the fandom for My Hero Academia, throughout the entirety of the stuff with the war arc, the fallout from the war arc, doing death threats against Horikoshi, it is straight up not okay.
The editor,
and
too.
the editor as well.
Don't forget about that. They ran him off.
There is absolutely, positively no way, if we're taking the fandom into consideration with Attack on Titan, that we do not do the same thing for My Hero Academia.
Wait, why did I get card number 8 and now I'm asking you to get Eden 0? No, it's cap.
Okay, so I'm going to make it a case real quick. I've already made my opinion very clear on My Hero Academia and Eden 0. I have not been the biggest fan of My Hero Academia. I think it's one of the weakest years it's had since the series began. Even though I may have voted for it over Kaiju number 8 and all that, I've enjoyed, honestly, this is going to come as a surprise, but I've enjoyed Eden 0 more than My Hero Academia this year with what I've read. I want to give it to Eden 0.
And I already said this. I already said this earlier in the stream. Eden 0 is my pick for Manga of the Year, so that's my vote.
Also, I gotta say, someone in the chat just said you just straight up lied. There weren't any death threats. Yes, there were. I got death threats.
Yes, there was definitely 100%. No, anyone that says that it's there was death threats to the author. There was death threats to the editor. The editor was ran off of social media. Like, yo.
Yeah. Don't even start that saying, "Oh, you guys."
He's a translator. He's the translator for MHA, but he's also the translator for Dr. Stone. And the reason why he specifically came back to Twitter, not actively, but to be on Twitter, was so that for the people that were fans of the stuff that he did for MHA or Dr. Stone would be able to see the archives of what he did.
I meant the translator, by the way. Not for some reason I was saying editor, but
that was a whole different thing with the people of fan trans versus official.
Those are facts. They definitely got death threats. I don't know why people say.
I don't know why people are saying. I mean, let's not pretend that didn't happen. That definitely.
Oh, it 100% happened. But I'm not basing my judgment off of that. I'm basing it just because My Hero this year has just not been. It hasn't been that as good as it once was, and I've really enjoyed Eden 0.
I mean, it's mixed though, because from what I can see, because I got friends that read a lot of manga, they're like, "Yo, this is like some of the best shit ever." So, for me, and I see it online too. Like a lot of folks are like mixed about whether or not this arc is actually, good or not. I mean, you have to recognize that My Hero actually, I think, had the most sales had in, I think, ever this year. So, I mean, they're doing something right, even though it may not be pacing wise that good. They're doing something right. People are definitely enjoying it to a degree to where it's had I think 7.6 million copies sold this year, the most it's had, I think, its career so far. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it has. Something like that.
Yo, real quick. I gotta dip off. I gotta go pick my girl up from the airport, Roger. But thank you so much for having me here, everybody. It's been a pleasure. It's been awesome. I really enjoyed this year a lot more than last year. But I'll give you my.
I was gonna say, give us your picks.
I was gonna say, I'll give you my picks. So right now we're doing Eden 0 and MHA, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
So I feel like it sucks because I'm just about to start reading Eden 0. I haven't read it, so it really sucks that I haven't had a chance to read it.
That's fair.
But I've really been enjoying the last couple arcs in MHA, specifically since I wasn't a huge fan of the middle portion of beginning portions of MHA. I liked it, but I wasn't a huge fan. But I've been really won over. So I'm gonna go MHA, but I really I hope the pick matters or it stands true because I really don't know what I'm picking against because I don't know about Eden 0. So
you doing that literally it's 5 Eden 0, 3 My Hero Academia.
Okay. So I didn't want to steal none away, so I'm glad that didn't happen.
You're good.
And then what is the next one? Was a One Punch
so that'll be One Punch Man versus Ragnarok and Eden 0.
I'm gonna give it. I gotta give it the One Punch. And then I got to give it to JJK.
Cool. So I'm going to write this down real quick. Hold on. Sin is doing
One Punch and then JJK.
You got it.
Are my votes. But yeah, man, it's been awesome chat. I love y'all. I know y'all were tight at me about the One Punch Man stuff, but it's okay. Suck it up. You feel me? You'll be all right. And Roger, thanks for having me, man. And everybody else have a great day.
You got it.
All right.
Wow. Okay.
Let's boycott his channel. Let's go.
This is truly wild. This final four of JJK, Eden Zero, One Punch Man, and Record of Ragnarok is mind blowing. That is.
Let's go.
That is truly mind blowing.
Wait. JD wanted My Hero Academia. Does that change any votes? Please tell me it does.
I voted for My Hero.
Wait. Recount the vote.
That brings it 4 then. That's 4-4. We're going to
recount the vote. Yeah.
I didn't vote.
JD legend. Wait a minute. Out of nowhere, Randy Orton style. Fuck that. Wait, hold on. Recount this vote. Let's go.
Guys, you know what?
Slytherin.
Go. Wait a minute.
Slytherin, baby. Hold on. Recount the vote.
Wait. We're doing a recount then. All right. Wait a minute. We're doing a recount. This is wild. That's 4-4. That means this literally goes to the chat.
Oh no, I didn't vote yet.
Wait. Who didn't vote?
Who didn't vote?
I didn't vote yet.
J Cloud. Wait.
So
didn't you vote for Eden?
No.
Oh, so MHA wins then.
Yeah, I went. Yeah,
so that's 5-3 MHA. So let's move this around then. All right. Wow!
Oh, man.
Whoa! The twist.
Deku cashing money in the bank. Hey, yo, give me that shit. Fuck you.
Damn
wow! Look at that. Wow! Look at this.
Wow.
This is literally the wildest stream I think we've ever done. This is truly unprecedented. Wow. This is awesome. Wow. Holy mackerel.
My Hero for the win.
Wow.
That's right.
5-3.
That's right.
So we're still close.
Eden Zero deserved to be there. I'm sorry.
Wow.
It's unfortunate. In an ideal world, had everyone read both, I'd feel like Eden Zero would have
Eden
done.
Zero would have won. Eden Zero would have won. Everybody
it's
read
unfortunate.
it.
Dude,
And everyone read.
I know this is a really high standard.
And who said that? Who said that villain doesn't pay? Get the fuck out of here.
Oh, he's spelling L in the chat.
I know.
Dude, I agree with the chat here.
J Cloud, they are coming for you, buddy. Like,
Holy
mackerel, J
All I'm
Cloud.
saying is that
He's clean. No. Hey, wait. No one in the realm attacked Jay. He's clean. He's clean as fuck. I'm good fuck. No one attacked him. He's clean.
All I'm saying is
this isn't anything.
Cleans. It clears.
Wow.
That whole side. I cannot believe it lost.
Wow.
House Slytherin won today, baby. Fuck yeah. Woo, we have those points.
God.
Fuck yeah.
Well,
let's get it.
So
They won't make it past the next round.
Wait,
so.
I was going to say, JJK is going to wipe MHA, then I'm assuming, right?
Most likely.
Okay.
We shut down the
Let's
dark horse in overtime.
let's let chat vote.
No. Whoa. No, it's over. It's over. Whoa.
Let chat vote.
No, we gotta be fair. No, I can't.
We gotta be fair. We do not support. We do not support mob rule here. Hell no.
I was gonna say no.
We let chat vote.
No. We gotta be fair. No. Because here's why. I'm not gonna do that, because if we let this go to chat, right, and Eden Zero wins over My Hero Academia, despite the fact that the 8 judges voted 5-3 in favor of My Hero, I guarantee you that'll all come back to me and people being like, oh, RogersBase did that, so My Hero doesn't win. So you know what? If you guys are voting for My Hero, then that's fine. I'll let you vote for My Hero. That's fine. I said my piece. I'm good. But we cannot change the rules because something's going the way we don't want it to go.
No,
that is fine.
I agree.
We can't do it. We got to stick to it. We can't just let the chat vote on it. JJK versus MHA, especially if JJK is going to win right now anyway, it doesn't even matter. So just like, we should put this to a vote right now. What's going up? JJK versus MHA. I know Jay and Laz have already voted for JJK. That is 2. They're both here.
I'll make
Sin
3. Also,
for
I think
JJK,
wait, hold on, wait, no.
3.
Didn't also Sensei said JJK too?
Right. So Sensei,
he did.
Laz, and Jay all said JJK. So if there are 2 votes for JJK in here, JJK wins.
My Hero.
I do
JJK.
There you go then.
Okay, so it's 5-3 then. There you go.
Yeah.
5-3
JJK.
All right. Oh my God. Wow. Okay. Let me change the color now to be green to show it's the winner of its bracket. Wow, dude. This is unbelievable.
Here we go.
Wow. To see this without, oh my God. Wow. I mean,
One Piece and My Hero gone.
No One Piece, no crazy dark horses out of nowhere from Mashima.
Oh
nah,
my
man.
God, man.
All of a sudden, Murata, One Punch Man.
Is great.
Uh-oh.
So then,
Even Ryan is getting absolutely neutered.
So then
I
we're
didn't
voting.
expect Ragnarok to go this far. Like,
Wow.
I
So then,
I know,
so then
right?
we're gonna put
Yeah,
this
this
to a
is
vote
not the
real quick.
matchup I thought we were gonna get.
No way.
So today, the villain's going to W. Hell yeah.
So
Fuck
this
yeah.
is wait. I have to. We're literally going so fast that I haven't even updated the bottom banner. Hold on. So I have to update this to finals real
Update
quick.
that banner.
Give me a second. Hold on.
Well, wait, did we vote between One Punch Man and Record of
No,
Ragnarok?
we're about to
That's
do
still
it right
not
now.
yet
We're
on
about
my
to do it
final.
right now. No. We're about to do it right now. Hold on. We're about to do it right now. But I'm
JJK just
changing
got
the
it.
banner because by the time we're done voting, it's going to be over. So
I'm still
Wow.
reeling from the fact One Piece didn't make it past
right,
the quarterfinals.
it didn't make it past
right?
quarterfinals. Like this is
Yeah.
unbelievable.
I'm so sad that Eden Zero.
I mean, what was it lose
like
either
that.
One Punch Man or
Hey
Kingdom? One
man,
of those.
Eden
So.
Zero made it way further than I thought so. So
I mean, it deserved to be in the top 4. It was peak
Wow.
this year.
Wow.
I agree.
Wow.
You
And I got
only,
it. For people
you
to
only
say too.
to be fair,
Wow.
MHA got the votes that it did because several judges admitted that they did not read Eden Zero.
That is true.
That's fair
That is
too.
very
That's
true.
Fair. That's fair.
No. We read it Eden Zero, but Eden Zero
No,
didn't.
I
You
read
did.
it too at the
Okay.
beginning.
Yeah.
You gotta try again.
I read Eden Zero. Well, even I read Eden Zero. Okay, shit.
Wow.
You read less than 10 chapters, you
You
said.
said it,
Yeah,
enough.
nice single digit.
Enough.
And
Listen,
Chad said you
normally
only
I
read
would
5.
abstain, but I'm abiding by Roger's rules here. Okay,
No,
I
I know.
can't because
I
last
can't
year,
say-
because last year Roger got upset. Okay,
No. Last year, I did say. Wait, what? It
King, I
wasn't
will
me
say
who got
this.
upset as most as everybody else was like, no, you guys can't abstain. You have to actually vote. I'm like, that's fair. That's fair.
Yeah.
I mean,
I
if I'm
could
here.
care
I'm
less.
fair
At this
enough,
point,
man.
my bracket would be D. Grayman, Hamtaro, One Piece, whatever. I'm like,
I like
this is why I'm
Hamtaro.
not
Hell yeah,
voting.
let's go.
This is why I'm not voting.
Clap after Sakura. Let's get it. Let's get it.
We have, by the way, shout out to tons of people super chatting. Otaku International, Aniki, MAM, Soldier, Mr. Taco, Black Clover versus Everybody, Walk-ins, Quantum Pineapple, all these people super chatting. Wow. Otaku said, very disappointed Eden Zero didn't make it, but that was still amazing. There was definitely a risk for it to be that high. And then MAM just said, whenever I feel down, I go back to watch King's last video about Fairy Tail, and then I feel better. The most encouraging video of all time.
That was a
And
good one.
and then Quantum Pineapple said in his super chat, Sanji's character arc had better resolution than Aaron's. I don't know about all that, Chief, but okay. So let's but we'll that's a topic for a different debate. Both of them have already lost, so it is what it is. One Punch Man versus Record of Ragnarok. Timer starts right now. This is whoever wins is going to the finals against JJK. So timer starts now.
One Punch Man.
One Punch Man.
One Punch
One
Man.
Punch Man.
One Punch Man.
So that's unanimous then. All right.
I'm
So
gonna
that's,
have this One Punch. Man.
It sweeps.
that's a
One
sweep
Punch Man.
for One Punch Man. All 8 votes. Wow. All right. Well, let me edit this. Like I said, I knew it was going to be over. I like that Axel was like, but we still haven't voted yet. I'm like, bro, I know exactly how this is going. I don't need to. I don't need to do that.
I'm just semantic.
Wow.
Roger, do you got any final boss music to cue up
That's,
here?
yeah, let me actually cue this up. Here we go. I'll put the wow. I'm stunned. I'm still stunned at this. Looking at this.
This
list.
is not what I expected. One Punch Man
Woo,
against Jujutsu
man.
Kaisen.
Wow.
One Punch
You'll
Man
love to
versus
see it.
Jujutsu Kaisen.
Yeah.
All right.
You'll love to see it. The variety.
I'm not sure I do. Yeah. Hell yeah.
And
Alright.
more variety.
Here we go. I'm gonna crank this music up. Here we go. I'm putting on the Galeem
Akatsuki
music
music.
that I use for solo leveling all the time. Here we go.
Ah.
Chad's still not over Eden Zero.
I
Yeah, I wouldn't be either. Dude,
Well,
that
they
was
best be,
wrong.
man. No, they best be.
All right. So here's how we're going to do this final round then, because I think we've already talked so much about these series at this point. I'm going to play the music, and then each person is just going to say the name of the series. Nothing else needs to be said. You're just going to say the name of the one that you want to see win the finals. That's it. So let me put this on. Wow, this is still mind-blowing, but okay. Here we go. The music is beginning. Ladies and gentlemen, after 4.5 hours, we have reached the conclusion of Manga of the Year 2021. Absolutely incredible turnout, shocking turn of events. Jujutsu Kaisen versus One Punch Man. Axel, the vote is yours.
Jujutsu Kaisen.
That is 1 for JJK. Chibi,
One Punch Man.
1 for One Punch Man, 1 for JJK. J Cloud.
Jujutsu Kaisen.
Woo! This is getting spicy. King of Lightning.
One Punch Man.
Woo! 2 right now. Tekken.
One Punch Man.
Oh my goodness, things are heating up. Things are looking good. Sensei voted what? JJK or One Punch Man?
No idea.
Well, wait, hold on. We got this epic music going. Wait a minute. We can't just say no idea. We gotta
Blow
find
it.
out. Somebody Sensei right now. Oh my God, we got that epic music going. We can't
Gotta
do
get
this.
more power.
Oh my God. All right, Sensei's voting.
That's
Here we go.
going
Here we
on.
go. Here we go. Here we go. Sensei
typing.
is voting. He's typing right now.
Come on, Sensei.
Come on, Sensei. What are you voting for?
Hey, come on, you decide.
Let's see, Sensei. It's all you. Decide.
He stopped typing, yo.
He's typing.
He's
In the meantime,
this is too much pressure.
In the meantime,
Now
JD
Laz is
Legend.
typing. Laz is typing.
Laz is typing.
Let's go.
3-3, One Punch Man and JJK. Who is this going to? Sensei is voting, and Jay is voting. JJK is
Yo,
voting.
Sensei has fat fingers, man.
Sensei, it is up to you. Are we taking this to the chat for a tiebreaker, or are you ending it? One Punch Man! We are going to the chat for a tiebreaker for this epic finale for what has been a shocking turn of events for Manga of the Year. This is going to the chat for the tiebreaker.
This goes to the chat. The chat chooses the Manga of the Year.
Tiebreaker finale.
What a democracy. Who would have thought? What a democratic approach.
Oh my God. Democracy
should've went
works,
to the
guys.
chat.
Democracy works.
Chat about the
Wait,
vote.
wait, Sin is still typing, unless...
No, he's not.
No, he's
No,
editing,
it's not.
he's
Man, he
editing
can't
his
change
vote.
now.
He accidentally. Okay.
Oh, he said no. He just stopped playing with me. I was driving that. Here you go. Here you go.
Oh, yeah, fair.
All right, there
He
we
is
go.
driving
All right,
to the airport.
tiebreaker
Hey, I
finale
want to do
chat.
Sensei.
This is
All right,
up to
everybody.
you.
You're
Who
the
is
one that
winning
gets to
this?
decide
One
this
Punch Man
year.
or Jujutsu Kaisen? It's up to you. The judges are locked. Deadlock 4-4. Chat,
You guys
can
know what
now
to do.
Wow. Right
Well-
now, with already in a second, we got 684 votes,
Holy
51%.
shit.
One Punch Man, 49
This is
JJK.
gonna, like-
Get those votes in. We are close
This is
right
gonna
now.
crash the server.
Oh my God.
This.
Absolutely insane.
It's getting
Wait, hold on. Wait. What's the time frame for the votes? Because we
5
One
minutes.
Punch
We
just won
got
the
5
votes.
minutes. 5 minutes.
Five
They have
minutes,
5 minutes
Oh,
to vote.
wow.
There's
Damn,
1,600
Well,
people in chat right now, and 939 have voted, with 52% One Punch Man, 48 JJK. If you want JJK to win, you better vote right now. You have 4
If you
more
want One
minutes.
Punch Man to win, you better vote right
Vote
now.
right now.
Yeah, you should
Let's
too.
do it.
By the way, as we're waiting for this, what series that just started in Shonen Jump would you be excited to see on this bracket next year?
That's a
Ooh,
good one.
that's a good question.
I mean,
While we're waiting, yeah.
it would probably be a Yashiman.
Yeah,
out of the three that
Ayashimon.
just
I want
started.
that. I
Yeah.
hope that survives.
I wish
It's,
ITLC survived.
out of the ones that just started, it's probably got the strongest start of the three.
I actually am a big
So
fan of that piano manga one, the
Wait.
PPP.
I
Yeah.
Keaton,
How is
easy,
how is
easy,
Daradan? Wait. How is Daradan and how is Doran? Is that how you say that?
So Dandadan has been
Oh,
phenomenal. It's
Dandadan.
my pick for rookie manga of the year. Duran, or whatever. I can't remember. There's so many R's and O's. It's all right. It hasn't really done anything that's established itself anything greater than what else is out there. It's by the author of Golem Hearts, which is another Axe series from years ago. I love the author, but I don't know. Like, we're in a very packed roster of the magazine right now. We're not in the grace period from the last 3 years when we had the mass exodus of Jump series, which is
Yeah.
why so many like new series from the last 3 years are in the magazine now.
Sure.
So it's tough. Like, we're gonna keep seeing a lot of new series get the axe because there's just not room.
Fair.
Well, all I'm gonna say is Ayashimon. If it survives, it's gonna be on the list next year. It's gonna be on the list.
Probably. Well, at the same time, like, a lot of the Shonen Jump series will always be on the list just because Shonen Jump stuff is more available than any other magazine.
I'm gonna call it now. It sweeps next year if it's on the list.
Really? You think it's gonna sweep?
Ayashimon's gonna
no.
sweep. What do you mean? What?
Honestly speaking, One Piece is probably going to make the comeback next year.
I think
Like,
so too.
I
I think the
think
finale
Wano's
of Wano comes
Wano's
out.
going to wrap up.
Yeah, absolutely,
Wano's gonna wrap
for
up,
sure.
And
I
it's
agree.
going to be a very, and we're going to be moving into the final part of this story.
We're gonna have
Yeah.
Luffy versus Kaido, the final saga, dude. It's gonna be hype next year.
I'm feeling it.
Plus the
I
Shanks
mean, that
movie,
being
too.
said, like JJK is going to be in the heat of the culling games. Like, I don't know when Dr. Stone is going to end, but
I feel it's
just
gonna be
compared to
next
everything
year.
else,
I
right?
feel we're gonna be next year.
Compared to everything else, there's going to be so many big things going on. Like My Hero too. Like it's going to be next year is going to be insane.
My
for
Hero
so
might
many
actually have a really good
series.
year next year because it could
Hey,
be
you
like
gotta
the
remember,
final arc.
I don't know if
Bleach
My Hero's going
could
to end
come.
next year, but it's going to be close.
Bleach. Listen,
Bleach might return tomorrow. I mean, next year.
Tomorrow?
Sure.
It's happening
That's
tomorrow.
tomorrow.
Wait, what?
I meant next year.
It is, oh my god, it is insanely close right now. We have 2 more minutes left to vote, and right now it is exactly 50-50. Exactly 50-50 for One Punch Man JJK. Get
Might
those
have a
votes in
tiebreaker.
right
Yeah,
now.
come on now, chat.
Oh my god. Wow.
Roger, you have to tell me. Hail Mary pass. What happens if it's 50-50?
Oh man, then I mean, we
Do
have
we
to go to
just
Twitter.
flip a coin?
We go to Twitter for a
When
tiebreaker.
it comes
then I
down to
think.
Roger,
Twitter?
Roger,
No, you go to
finally
Twitter,
makes
go to
a
Twitter.
tiebreaker.
Hell
Oh my
cancers,
god.
It is.
I'm not putting it on me. Absolutely not. Wow. We've got
Now,
literally
some folks are
60
saying that, hold
seconds
on,
left.
yo, by the way, Vibes to the Fire Force should be on this list. Why? Where's Fire Force? Out of curiosity.
Fire
It
Force
is
didn't
not-
actually make it in, unbelievably. Yeah.
I mean, I'm not shocked, only because, again, like, compared to everything else, like, even of the Kodansha stuff, Eden Zero, or not Eden Zero, dear God, Fire Force only gets physical English releases. Like, it doesn't get, like, a simul release weekly.
Yeah.
That's very weird.
But it's,
Oh, okay.
wait, it's been amazing in this final push. And a lot of my theories have been proven correct, interestingly enough. But
Here we go.
it's gonna end soon.
Here we go. Ladies
it
and
is.
gentlemen,
Oh
we have,
my
we have a
God!
winner. We have a winner. We have a winner.
Oh, okay. What do we got?
winner? Thank God.
Unbelievable. With 50% of the vote versus 49.9% of the vote.
The suspense.
A
The suspense.
1% difference.
Who won?
The winner
Fuck.
is One Punch Man. Wow!
That
One
was so
Punch Man
close.
Manga of the Year.
Upset
Literally,
of the year.
It was 49.9% versus 50.1%.
Let's get it.
Wow!
It's just the scene of Saitama standing over the main
That's
character.
right.
of
You
every other
know.
series.
Just slap.
You already
Now we need fan art.
That's
Dude,
gotta
we
be the
need fan
thumbnail.
art of that.
That would
I
be
need the
so
thumbnail.
cool.
I need the
Fan
thumbnail.
art of
Luffy
Saitama.
punches out Aaron.
One Punch
Yes.
Man. And listen, wait, hold on. And listen, chat, you guys can't complain because that's your vote. You guys
it is.
have
You
the democratic
voted,
power.
exactly.
That
You
was on
voted.
you. And One Punch Man takes this fat dub.
That's it.
Yeah, it's
Chat
bad.
voted.
That's
See,
bad.
I'm actually,
Even-
I am
even
actually,
then.
I'm
The
very
manga-
glad that it went to the chat. That
My
was
number
good that it
two
went to
manga of the
chat.
year wins. I'm fucking stoked. I can't.
I'm happy with
I'm
this,
so
man. I'm happy.
happy.
with
Very
how
happy.
it turned out.
Very happy.
Dude,
They're
I'm so
saying
happy.
It goes to show, though, how close the fact that
It
it
was
was
close this year,
a
yeah.
1% difference.
Yeah.
Yes,
goes to show
Yeah.
these two series were insane this year.
Honestly, if you,
Insane.
look, if you look back at the
1%
first
difference.
round this year, it was insane. When we had Berserk versus Bleach, and like some of the discussions we were having with One Punch Man and One Piece, Berserk versus Kingdom, One Punch Man versus Kingdom, like even the stuff that was going on earlier in the chat with Eden Zero and Spy Family. This has been a phenomenal year for manga. If you are a manga reader, you are eating well in 2021. This has been so much closer than the past few Manga of the Year streams. I don't think it's ever been this close. It's definitely never come down a tiebreaker in
It's
chat.
insane.
50.1
I am
versus
so-
Yeah, it's
49.9.
really
You
close.
know,
That is
I'm so
close.
happy to see how different this year is in comparison
Yeah.
to last.
This was
It
probably
makes me
like
so happy.
most
We beat the
unpredictable bracket.
expectations. We absolutely beat the expectations that
absolutely.
were
Oh,
plastered over
absolutely.
Twitter.
Yeah.
People were saying
Yeah,
that One Piece was going to completely wash everything, that Eden Zero wasn't going to stand a chance, that like,
Nope.
wow.
And you
He's
Wow.
made it to the semifinals. Like, it's fine. It is, you know.
Wow,
They
man.
made it to the quarterfinal.
No,
Quarterfinal,
people
yeah,
are
sorry,
probably
quarterfinal,
surprised
yeah.
Attack on Titan got demolished right out
That's
the
true.
gate.
Well, I mean, I was. To be fair.
Alright, so, who's going to be in
Jeez.
charge of sending the gift basket?
Yo, let's not forget my hero's crazy turnaround money in the bank.
That
scheme.
my
Yo,
hero
let's not
turnaround
forget
was
about
wild.
that. Yo.
Wow. That was unbelievable. All right, well,
These was very unpredictable, like voting.
This series went way further than I thought. Yeah.
Yeah, like Record of Ragnarok. Yeah, like, really.
Record of Ragnarok. Even Dr. Stone went further.
The chat's asking for an Eden Zero versus One Punch Man vote.
Oh man, we're not doing that. We're not doing
No.
Eden Zero.
We're not.
We did it. We did our task.
Well, we got it. It still was over the 4-hour mark. It ended up being 4 hours and 30 minutes. Just barely. And considering how close it was, I think that's actually pretty good. We still came under last year, which ended with that wash of One Piece. So first and foremost, Sensei, Jay, D Legend, and Commodore Laz, thank you so much for joining us as judges. I know, unfortunately, you weren't here at the ending, but we really do appreciate you being here. Axel, Chibi, J Cloud, King of Lightning, Tekken, go in Discord order left to right. Where can people find you? And there will be links to everybody's channels in the description.
All right, so I guess I'm starting with alphabetical order. You guys can find me at Axel Ablaze Productions here on YouTube. I am Axel Blaze _PAC on Twitter. And I cannot thank you guys enough for allowing me to be humbled to be part of this amazing stream. It was fantastic, and I encourage everyone in the chat and watching, please read everything that was in this bracket.
Absolutely.
Because everything deserved to be here.
Absolutely.
And again,
Except maybe
Roger, thank you for letting me be a part of this. And it was a dream come true, honestly.
Well, I'm so glad. I'm happy I was able to make your dreams come true. That's fantastic. Chibi, where can people find you?
Well, you can find me on YouTube through Chibi Reviews or on social media, which is Twitter with Chibi Reviews. And I just want to say it's been an honor. It's been an honor to be voted in as a judge, to be here, to be able to be among all these great individuals and content creators. I am extremely honored to be able to interact with the community and talk with you guys in chat, etc. It's been really fun, a blast. And if there's one takeaway I can say is that all this manga on this list, besides Boruto, was worthy of being here. And I think that there's a lot of recommendations people can take from this. I think that, everybody has probably found something new that they should sit down and read. And yeah, just thank you. Thank you so much, everyone, for having me here.
Wow, I'm blown away at that 50.1 to 49.9. I'm writing this tweet right now for the end of the year.
It was a single vote.
Literally, yeah, it could have been a single vote.
51-49 Democratic vote.
Wow.
That was crazy.
J Cloud, where can people find you?
You can find me on YouTube, J Cloud Anime Talk. Also same name on Twitter. I just want to say this was very a good experience. It was humbling. I appreciate being here, and it's crazy because like 3 years ago, before I started YouTube, I told myself that I will one day be on RogersBase stream.
Oh,
like,
look at that! And you're here.
Same.
You guys are sweet. Why are you being so nice to me? Thank you. I appreciate that. That's very sweet.
Because you're a nice guy, Roger.
I appreciate that.
Why.
Thank you. Don't tell Twitter that. Don't tell Mike. But I appreciate that. That's very sweet. Thank you.
Yeah, I appreciate it. This was fun. So
this was very fun. King, where could we already? You know what? We know where you can find you.
Wait.
King.
Yes, the King. Listen, let me just say a few things and I'll call it a day. Number one is that I really do want to say that a lot of these series, whether it's the new series, whether it's series that are like season, most of these series are absolutely pretty enjoyable. Shonen Jump is really getting back up to form, and you can appreciate that. Honest to God, you can. Absolutely check out One Punch Man. Since it's one, you definitely should be having. Yeah, the season 2 may not be the greatest thing, but the manga has been absolutely outstanding this year. Shout out to all the Bleach fans because we're coming back in full force. Like it's done. Like we're coming back in full force. All right, Kingdom, amazing as always, and a whole bunch of series across the board. Honestly, even me as a Mashima hater, I may be like, okay, you know what? I may lower my payment threshold for Eden Zero to like 1,000 gifted subs.
There you go.
Maybe not 2,000, 1,000, right? I'll be generous here. But overall, had a good time. Tomorrow afternoon, we'll be doing a live reaction, catching up to One Punch Man, all 8 chapters, and any redraws we have to read on stream, on Twitch, and on YouTube. And honestly, Roger, appreciate you having me on the stream.
Always.
As per usual, dude. Much love, dude.
Always.
Much love.
By the way, there's a donation that came through from Kay, who super chatted $10 saying this is specifically to King of Lightning. You gave Black Clover a chance and ended up liking it more than you think you would. I am 100% of the community that you will actually enjoy Eden Zero and would love to see you do a read through of it.
I mean, oh my god.
I was going to bring that up later because the way Black Clover started, I don't think anybody really liked it at first, but it's one of those things you have to power through it, and it gets so good at a certain point.
I make no promises to read Eden Zero. All right, again, but at the same time, now that obviously people were very adamant. I mean, Axel was very adamant. Like this is manga of the year today. I mean, this year. I mean, look, again, I did like Rave Master, so maybe somewhere in my heart of hearts, in my kingdom hearts, I give a shit. But for the time being, today the villains take a fat W. Okay,
we do, King. Think about it.
It's a return. In my opinion, it is a return to form. So if nothing else, I hope that you give it another chance and see, some of the similarities and how he's actually grown from his previous two works.
Okay, all right. Let me.
Man,
I'll discuss it. I'll think about it. I will give it some thought.
You will like it. I'll give it a thought. I'm with you with the hatred towards Fairy Tail at the end. But I promise you, Eden Zero is really good. Right. I have the same wavelength at that ending of Fairy Tail.
Hey, Roger, you got a fucking donation from a realm member. Just
let me see. Oh, we
this motherfucker.
We just got a $100 donation right at the end of the stream. I literally didn't even see that because I was setting up the rest of this. $100 donation from my wallet saying just straight up, very simple, Enma should have won.
Wait, that was an option?
I agree.
To clarify one thing, I saw this in chat.
Thank you, my wallet. Appreciate that, man. Thank you.
Oh my God.
Wow.
I saw it in chat. People are asking for soul leveling. Soul leveling isn't a manga.
Right,
it is a manhwa.
And honestly, I'm pretty sure if you talk about it, knowing how we've been getting so many strikes from whoever the fuck.
We're not doing that. Yeah, I'm gonna do one solo leveling video every 3 months, and it's only gonna be my face. That's it.
Oh my God, what a travesty.
That's it.
Anyway, I'm teching. I'm on YouTube and Twitter. I'm on Spotify now as well. And I'm talking about One Piece
Spotify.
mainly,
Look at that.
Yeah, I know. I finally figured out how. People wanted me to be on Spotify for the longest time, and I'm just like, I don't know how to do that. So Rustage and Briggs had to show me how to do that. So here we are.
That's cool, though.
But so I mostly talk about One Piece, and I think next year is going to be great for my channel actually because we have One Piece kind of really ramping up as well as we have the announcement that the Bleach is the anime is going to be coming back next year.
That's right.
So
things are going to be good. And just remember, chat, by the way, remember, chat, before you come at any of us, all right? Teching 101, one of the nicest guys, sweetest people in the entire One Piece community, and he still voted One Punch Man over One Piece. So if anybody, if anyone's getting upset at this, just reminder, Teching voted One Punch Man. So please don't get mad at us.
Amen.
That's how it is. It might be the end of the world, or we could be, a whole new world. I don't know.
Whole new world, exactly. Next year is going to be great. Well, last donation we got is from Iggy, who said, you know what? Honestly, One Punch Man might have been your favorite manga series of the year, but Tatsumaki's booty beats everybody. So there you go. Great stream, Roger and judges. Thank you so much for the stream. Love you guys. Thank you again to all of you who came through. This was an absolutely epic stream. Really, I was shocked that it went the way that it did, but honestly, I wouldn't change it. I think I'm actually happy with these results. I feel pretty good about this.
I think this is going to be way better received than last year. 100%.
Absolutely, I think so too.
Absolutely agree.
Everyone except for the One Piece fans.
I think
One Piece fans, Boruto fans.
I think Boruto fans maybe, but I do think the One Piece
fans,
the One Piece fans, I do think will understand. I think they understand that it's the highs and the lows for sure. I do think so too.
AOT is going to be funny.
Very much for joining me, everybody. We are going to end the stream right now. Be sure to check out everybody's content. As soon as the stream is over, I will make sure to edit in the description to have links to everybody's channels. There probably won't be timestamps for this one because it was so long, but you know what? That's okay. You know what? It's an excellent stream. Put it on in your earbuds when you're doing something else. Listen to the full 4.5 hours. It was a blast.
If somebody else wants to do timestamps, send them to Roger, I guess.
Please do. Yeah, if you want to do timestamps, put them down in the chat. Let me know in the comment section, and I will put it in the description of the video. But with that, we are all going to go watch Spider-Man and hopefully see 3 Spider-Man on screen. Maybe.
God,
not.
I hope so.
I hope so.
I hope so.
Yeah.
Thank you so much, everybody, for tuning in. Like, comment, subscribe, and until next year, we'll talk to you guys later. Bye, everybody.
Later, everybody.
Peace.
Well, bye.
Now.